Yes, as usual, uh, we have gathered here to listen another episode of Buddothpado sermons. As usual, at 9 p.m. in Sri Lankan time, we are gathering this way uh, to explore the Dhamma that has been revealed by Lord Buddha about 2600 years back. Buddothpadaran Vahanse, he himself realized this Dhamma and revealed into this world. So it is the exact message that was delivered by Lord Buddha. So how do we say it is the same message? Once you understand what these sermons, what these sermons really say, it is not, it will be not very difficult for you to realize that you are hearing the truth. You are hearing the same message which was delivered 2500 years back. Before I start this today's explanation, I happened to listen to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's sermon. So what he wanted to highlight is the fact that we are living in a world with full of perceptions. So we are, what he wanted to emphasize us, that how these initial perceptions get matured to the level of worldly perception. That's why he brings about certain examples from our childhood. So we can't go back to our childhood and or we can't uh, remember things happened at the age of um, 2 or 3 years. So that's why he wants to um, give give certain examples from the childhood. So that's why he takes the uh, small baby as an example. So what he wants through this, what he wants to highlight is the fact that how this perception matures along with the time. So what he wants to emphasize, what he wants to uh, convince us is that we are dealing with perceptions all the times. So why we say like that? So whenever the vision takes place, whenever the hearing takes place, whenever this rest of the other perceptions takes place, every time there will be some kind of a electric spark will be generated, electric current will be generated. So that electric current is interpreted as different kind of perception. If that particular current has been interpreted as light, That is the point where your vision takes place. So, if this initial current had been interpreted as sound, that is the point where your auditory perception takes place. So, likewise, these perceptions are not kind of permanent thing. So, you might think, so I have an ear, I have eyes, I have skin sensor, I have a tongue. So, all these things will pick up the external stimuli. That's why you tend to see the objects. That's why you tend to hear the voices. That's why you tend to feel the pain, pressure, and all these things. So you mistakenly take them as the stimulus that are coming from the outside. But what Lord Buddha wanted to highlight is the fact that your senses are the world. Salayatana loko loko. So, how these sensors become your world? How these sensors collectively create you a world? So, that is the point where the core of the Buddhism is found. Core of the Buddhism. So, how these kind of perceptions would contribute to bring about a feel of a life. So, at the childhood level, at the if you look at a child at the age of his first or second year, so he just reacts to the whatever the perceptions that are there, that are being created in his own senses. So he doesn't recognize what they are, because the mind has not been created yet. So he just responds to whatever the stimuli that is generated within his or her eye. So when he see a color, automatically, uh, without thinking, his hand will extend towards it to grab it. So he does not do it intentionally, but that is the nature. That is how the system has been adapted. That means that is the way how this nature behaves. As soon as a light of red color gets created within his visual path, or in the eye, his bodily reaction is to grab it up, and automatically his hands extends towards it and tries to grab it. He doesn't know from which from where this red color comes from. He doesn't even recognize what it is. But there is certain kind of an glowy nature. The attraction towards this particular perception, red perception, had happened automatically without involvement of the mind. See, same thing happens when burning sensations in the tummy arises. automatically his scream, he starts to scream, or he starts to cry. So, as a reaction for that, his mother tries to feed him. So, the milk that comes out from the breast of the mother will soothe the burning tummy. So, that will stop, that will contribute to stopping the cry. So, it also happens without involvement of the mind. It is just a machine. Stimuli is there, the response will be triggered up without involvement of a self, without involvement of a mind. So even at the younger ages, very young ages, the when the burning sensation comes from the tummy, most of the children tend to say, my stomach is aching. He doesn't recognize it as the hunger, the feel of the hunger. So it has to be taught by mother. This feeling is due to hunger. Because he is hungry, he gets some sort of burning sensation in the tummy. So then he learns, after eating something, this burning sensation will go. So at the very early stages of life, it happened automatically. He screamed, or the baby cried. Then the cry was recognized as a request by his mother, and mother fed him. The breast milk then, when it goes into the tummy, it gave some kind of a comfort. That will again stop the cry. So it happened as an automatically process. The same thing happened when the child had been growing uh, to the age of 5 or 6. He doesn't recognize it as the it as the hungry feeling. This burning kind of a sensation coming because he's hungry. He said, "Mom, I have a pain in my tummy." Then mother recognized it as the feeling of the hunger. So she gives some food to eat. So that food will resolve the pain in the tummy. So then what happened? Then the child learned this kind of a pain is known as hungry. This is the hungry feeling. This is the feeling of the hunger. So then, of course, then whenever it comes, whenever a similar kind of pain comes, now the child requests food, starts to request food, saying, "I'm hungry." So think, the initial perception of the feeling of hunger, now it has been converted to feeling of hunger for a self, in a self, in an living individual. At the early stages, he didn't know that he has been born even. He just cried. as he grow older, then he recognize it as a pain that comes as a result of lack of food. So this pain has been named as hungry feel, feel of the hunger. Then of course, then he tried to, after that, he starts to request food, saying, I am hungry. He does not say that my tummy is aching. So now he recognized this perception as the hungry perception of the hunger. So see how this initial perception has been transformed or got matured. Now in that particular hungry feeling, it has a self component as well. At the initial feel, there had been no kind of a self. But as it gradually matures up, what happens? Uh, and self kind of a feeling also comes along with that feeling of hunger. So that's why I said, Mom, I'm hungry. I'm starving. I need food. So every time he tries to ask food with the intention of acquiring food to himself, the notion of the I has been coupled now to the hungry feeling. The same feeling has been not changed over the years. The feeling was the same feeling that felt when just after being born. Still, if you are a middle age or now you are an adult or whatsoever, this feelings would be the same kind of feeling. Now, what has been changed as you grow older? The way how you think about this particular sensation. So same thing happens to the other things as well. So as I told you, when the little baby sees this red color toy, he didn't recognize anything. What uh, automatically what happened is uh, extending his arm towards it to grab it. So as he grows up, what will happen? Then he learns from the outside that this particular object is called a rattle. So when then he learns when he holds it, it makes a particular sound. So then after that, he will gradually learn that this particular is rattle is belong to him. So after a certain point, he will tell it is my toy, it is my rattle. This toy is mine. So same, but the perceptions, the sound that received from the rattle is the same, and the shape and the color, all the perceptions will remain as same. But only thing, this combination of the different perceptions will has had converted that initial perception into a thought. it now that particular thought contains a self component as well. That's why this small child is telling that it belongs to him. So he will say, this rattle is mine. So the attraction had occurred over the period of time. But initially there was an attraction in the sensory level as well. That's why, without thinking at it, that's why this little baby extended his his hands towards it. It is the level of the sensory level. It is the sensory level. It is the nature. Then naturally, when some perception uh, takes place, some kind of a reaction would happen. That is the natural phenomena. But after combining all these perceptions, when it transformed into a particular thought, now what has happened? A thinking part has got incorporated into that particular thought. That's why then he starts to declare some kind of a ownership for that particular perception. That's why he starts to say, this rattle is mine. It belongs to me. So this is the maturation of the. So it is kind of an example how these perceptions get mature over the time. So likewise, if you are a mm, well-grown person by now, you have you might be having a family, you might be having kids, you might be having vehicles, might be having certain properties. See, all these things had been started as very immature perceptions. Now all these things have become very matured. So every perceptions now have certain value within you. So even though you talk about your vehicle, you know it is valuable. It is a valuable thing, and the you know these its usefulness, its advantages. So that again brings about certain value on that. So at the same time, what has happened? You tend to declare certain ownership towards it. So this vehicle is mine. This is my daughter. This is my son. So likewise, so before you getting married, were there any kind of a perception like daughter or son? No, but and at that time there was no such a perception within you. But after your kids have been born, a certain perceptions starts to started to create within your own senses. So then, of course, when they grow up, means this maturity uh, tends to happen over the years. So then, unknowingly, some kind of a value will automatically be assigned towards them. So then, of course, what will happen? You now you have a certain attachment towards it. Then When something happens to that particular attachment, what will happen? A certain suffering will come, a sadness will come. So what happens if one of your kids got ill? Your attachment has been threatened. That's why you get certain kind of a sad feeling when you see your kid is not well, your child is not well. Particular attachment has brought about a certain kind of a suffering. So more you get attached to the these kind of perceptions, the more you get the suffering when certain losses takes place. So this clinging or the attachment had also uh, had happened over the time. So all the things happen not from the sensory level. It has come now to the thought level. So as you were thinking about your child over the years, that as your child became a real kind of a thing for you over the years, invariably a certain amount of value had automatically assigned towards this particular perception without your knowledge. So, so that makes us to feel some kind of a, a craving towards it. So you at the same time, a certain kind of fear also get builded up. The amount of the craving that you have towards this particular perception of child. So you feel so nervous when the child gets sick. You get certain kind of a fear within you if something would happen to your child, because you don't want to lose this attachment. You don't like to see any kind of disturbance to this particular attachment. So what has happened here? If you examine, if you investigate about these attachments, how this attachment was built up, so it will be so beneficial for you to understand the reality of the nature. It will be helpful for you to understand the mechanism of the nature. This is the word nature is not referred here to the surrounding the environment that you see around you. So what we are highlighting here is as nature is the system. So you have to understand the system, the mechanism of which this attachment got strengthened up over the years. So you have to know, you have to understand this. So Buddothpado was telling, is telling this in each and every sermon. So you hadn't a child before you marry. You hadn't a perception of a kid before you got married. But after marrying someone, so after giving birth to a child, from that day onwards, this particular perception became so important for you. Why this particular perception became important for you? Because automatically you started assigning certain value for that. So you thought this perception as a real thing because you didn't know the truth in that particular perception. This perception of the child is also made up from this initial perceptions that we have talked so far. It has a certain color, it produces certain voice, it is known as a child, it is a auditory perception, and also the warmth and the feel softness and the scent of the child. All these things collectively made you an existing living being. That living being is had been known as your child. So these perceptions collectively made a living kind of object here. So you didn't feel that you are um, interacting with certain perceptions that are being produced in your own senses. You felt it as a real thing. So as you believed it is a real thing, the value towards it automatically got developed within you. This value was the reason for this attachment to happen. But again, I'm telling, see, the color of the child or the shape of the or shape of the child had got created within your eye sensor. Eye sensor just produced an electrical impulse. So it has been interpreted as a color. So then, of course, the shades of color collectively uh, created the contour or the outer shape of the child. And also, you felt this color had or shape of these colors as real things because the electric spark that has been generated within that initial perception makes us to feel a certain kind of a live feel. That initial live feeling was there in the level of eye sensor. So it will be the same. The same principle can be applied to the eye sensor as well. When the child starts crying, you heard a certain sound. Then that sound had got produced within your ear sensor that made certain kind of a electric impulse that eventually gave you some kind of a real feeling of the sound. So then these two things, the shape and the sound got together to create this perception of the child. So you have been dealing with the perception actually, but your mind says this is my child. Your mind says, now child is crying. This is my child's voice. So when you touch this delicate skin, you feel the softness of the skin, and this your skin sensor will make you to feel the 3D nature of this particular perception. Again, what you feel through the skin is another kind of a perception, but it is interpreted as a soft skin. So again, it is a electrical impulse. That electrical impulse also gives certain kind of a living feel, a live feel. So all these live feels come together to make you to feel as this particular child is a live, real, living being. So if that it doesn't stop from there, what has happened after that? So in order to feel this particular living kind of a object in the environment or at the outside, there should be a person to perceive that particular feeling internally. Who is that? That is me. So I am always internal. The rest of the other perceptions will be there in the outside. So that is the way how your worldly perception or the worldly things around you got formed. Now you are thinking this child is there on the bed and this is my child. So that particular feeling, that particular perception tends to keep coming again and again over the 1 year, over 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Now, what is happening? The same kind of perception keeps on coming again and again, again and again. So the initial feeling of the existence now will be the power of it will be will get energized over each and every episode it comes. So now it has been powered up. So how much this power gets built within the particular perception, that much kind of an attraction towards it will be established. So during entire this process, did you notice any kind of a living matter is involved here? No. Did you involved in that particular process? No. It has automatically happened. This entire process had a certain way of executing. So this is the system of the nature. This is the way how nature behaves. Whatever the perception comes through the senses, it will create some kind of an existing feel. That existing feel invariably create a self in the internally. So if today if you feel that you are a live person, from where this kind of alive feeling had come from nowhere. It has been created within yourself, within you. Why this has been created? Why this got created? Because your worldly objects, worldly entities, worldly interactions, worldly perceptions had got real for you, had become real for you. That is the reason why that you feel that you are alive. As long as your worldly objects, worldly interactions, worldly perceptions becomes real for you, into that extent, you yourself get established within you. The same kind of signal, same signal. So this initial signal was created within your senses. So that initial mm, electrical impulse now being converted into a self kind of a feel. But if you can become, if you become thorough with this understanding, what will happen? You will start to untangle this jargon slowly. How your child became a real living being for you. That is the most important point that you can start your um, un- unravel this, um, untie this messy knot. Oh, so, understanding your senses will be beneficial in that particular aspect. So, how these sensors work? Just try to understand how these sensors work. So, in order to understand your sensors, you have to do certain kind of a comparison in between other animals as well. So, I have an eye. So, I can visualize 7 colors basically of the sun. But just try to see, just try to uh, extend your knowledge towards these other animals as well. Will the cat, will the domestic cat see the world as me? Does this dog sees the world, sees these particular objects as me? So does this uh, dog has this has similar kind of a colorful world like me? So scientists have found out that these dogs, these kind of uh, four-legged animals, basically they see the world as black and white. And some animals do see this world as shades of red. So they only have the red color. So they don't see these vibrant colors as we see. But there are certain animals, they might be seeing this world as very vividly. They might see, they will see lot of colors than us. And some certain animals will see are seeing this world as a slow moving um, world. Some might be seeing this world as a rapidly moving mm, place. And also in certain animals, they are seeing all the 360 degrees of the mm, uh, they have a visual field of all 360 visual field, but unfortunately we just have nearly 170-degree visual angle. So, and also some nocturnal animals won't see anything at all in the daytime. So vice versa is true for the human. So we hardly see the things at the night. Why this kind of discrepancy is there in the nature? What is this? What is the um, what what you mean by the vision? What you mean by the hearing? What you mean by the uh, taste? Taste sensation. So even without the eyes, some certain animals are there. They don't have visible kind of external eyes. So do you think they can't see? By any means, if their sensors could create some kind of a image within their mind, we can't say that they don't see. So we say with this eyeball we can see, but we can't see at the night time. But with their with their eyes in the nocturnal animals, they can see at the night time very well. See, so is there a true thing called vision? No, only creation of a mental image. The process of creating a mental image is known as the vision. So even in the absence of the light, if some animal is able to create a mental picture, that implies that particular animal can see. So there are certain animals who live underground. They are, according to our knowledge, we can say they are always in the dark, but they manage to find their own uh, praise, their own siblings, their own kids, their own partners, then their own food. So if for us, we might say how they can see at the dark, but they still manage to live in the underground. How? Because even there is no kind of a light, even they don't have certain thing called eyes, as we tell, somehow if a mental image is produced in their own mind, this mental image is capable of, is very sufficient for them to execute day-to-day activities. Same thing happened to us. Even though we say we can see the light, we can move freely in the daytime, but actually what we are interpreting as light is the mental image, mental picture that has been created within our own mind. We are always dealing with a mental image. So if some sound, when some when when you hear a sound, actually this sound just think, is there something called sound? So if it is really existing, why the other animals can't detect that sound? So if you scream in front of a cockroach, would it move? No, they won't move. If you tap the surrounding area where the cockroach is there, they will it will uh, quickly run and hide, just because they don't have the auditory sensors. That's why even you scream at them so loud, they didn't move. In their world, there is no such a perception called sound. But they might be creating sound with their whiskers. But that sound is different from our sound. From that, from using this sound, they might be communicating with other cockroaches as well. But unfortunately, we don't have such kind of a sensitive sensors to detect those sounds. So just think, are we living in the real world, or are we perceiving the real world, or do they perceive the real world? It is so confusing. None of none of the animals have perceived the real nature of the world yet, because we have been limited by our senses. If some animal has got more senses than us, their world will be bigger. And absolutely, do you feel the gravitational power? So you don't feel a certain kind of attraction power in the earth. But with the knowledge, there is certain thing called gravitational power. That's why we keep attract towards the ground, but we don't feel it because we are lacking that particular sensor to detect that. So it is very similar to the magnetic power. We don't feel the magnetic power, and also we don't feel the electric power as well unless you touch it. So when you touch it, you just feel the effect of the electric power. But there are certain animals who also can detect those powers, those forces from the distance even. So this power, this gravitational, magnetic, and electric power is will be creating certain mental images of their own mind, if in their own minds. So that's why they tend to feel these things. But unfortunately, as we don't have certain receptors to receive these perceptions, these kind of forces, there's no way of creating a mental image. So that's why we unknowingly go and touch the electric live wires. That is the reason why we get electrocuted by touching accidentally, because there it can't produce, it can't create any kind of a mental image at a distance. So those things will prove us that we are living in a world where it got created in our own mind. So, in other words, we are living in our own minds. That means the mind, the world that has been created within our own mind is the world that we live. That world, the extent, the boundary of the world has been defined by the level or capabilities of our senses. That's why Lord Buddha said, Chitte niyati loko, and as well as Salayatana loko loko. Senses are the world, are define our world, and mind is our world. So there are 8 billion people in the world, and there are many trillions mm, animals in the world. So they live, including human beings, their own worlds. So it is not very difficult for us to understand now. This is the way how your mind get created. So in that particular mental world, you yourself is also living. So we have to remember, it is not impossible for us to figure that out as well. You yourself is also living in the same mental world. So you think that you are living. You think that you are a male. You think that you are a doctor. You think that you are a respectable citizen in this country. You think that you are living in Sri Lanka. You think that you are living in Australia. All these things are mental images, mental projections, perceptions. So you are living in a world of perceptions. So now you understood how these initial perceptions that got created at the initial stages of the time, especially in the childhood, and over the time, how they become matured up to this level. So, in this matured state of perception, it includes the self. So, whatever the perception that you perceive in this very particular moment, it also contains a ownership to it. So now, of course, you will tell, I am keep on listening this. Uh, I am keep on listening this sermon. So invariably, involuntarily, certain kind of a ownership will be accompanied along to with that particular perception. But this I-ness, this ownership, all these things are mental images. They are not true. So as in the example that we took previously, your own kid, your own child, it got created very recently after the marriage. Now you have a well-grown child in your mind. So as long as you believe this perception of the child is a real thing, the attachment that had been developed among between this and you, your self perception, will not be mm, breakable. Because but what will happen if you able to see this truth, that that means that if you able to understand that you have been dealing with the perception and you are living in a world that has been made out of mental projections, then of course what will happen? The value that you previously assigned towards each and every perception will start to subside. So once you get to know that you yourself is not a true thing, what is the point of assigning certain values towards the other kind of perceptions? Me, my mind concept, me, my mind notion has now starts to dissolve. At the same time, what will happen? The value that you uh, put aside towards the rest of the world, you observe objects starts to fade away. That means, as I told you earlier, these so-called objects were there in your mind. Now you start to dissociate from your mind gradually. It will happen automatically. So you yourself is also there in the mind. The worldly objects, kid, your child, your vehicle, your father, mother, everything were there in your mind. As your mind get you start to liberate from the mind the all the values that were there previously towards them starts to dissolve. Eventually what will happen? The total dissociation of the mind and self will take place. So that is the point where Lord Buddha mentioned Cheto Vimukti state, liberation from the mind. The mind will be functioning as previously, will be keep on functioning as previously, but you don't have such an involvement with it because through the understanding, through the realization, you got to know that it is a certain kind of illusion. The illusion will get keep on happening because you can't intervene with the way how the nature behaves. So let the play the nature this role as previously, but you are not getting involved with that. That is the point. You get the permanent liberation from the mind. That is the Animitta Cheto Vimukti state. So that is the state of Nibbana. So we can talk further tomorrow as well. Uh, hope that you will hang up with these Buddothpado sermons in the future as well. So, mm, hoping to catch you tomorrow as well. Until then, good night and Teruvan Sarnai to all of you.
so that you can bring back your mind to it when the mind strays away behind other thoughts. You have to learn to see the truth in each thought and let it go. You need to continue to maintain your awareness on your sati kamatahan. For example, breathing or the point of concentration. This is the only way we can explain how to be on the path at the initial stages. But what happens is when you see the truth in each thought and let go of it, you will always experience the nothingness. You must learn to practice how to go on the path. You need to be practical. It is a thought that tells you that the food you ate was tasty. It is a thought that tells you what you saw outside. A sound comes as a thought in order to name an object. Once you realize that all these that we experience outside are only thoughts, you would let go of them as and when they come to you. Once you realize that this illusion is created only by thoughts, you will begin to feel very calm and at peace. Once you practice awareness very well, there won't be any thoughts. It means that you will live without giving any label that the world has put on things. Sammati Prajnapti. In truth, there is nothing as living either. The labels that the world has assigned to things outside pops up only at that moment. The illusional self or the illusional person is created only at that moment. At the time of realizing the pure truth, all the false concepts and the belief in this illusion will be totally eradicated or totally removed in that one moment. The speed at which one could realize the pure truth depends from person to person. Most of the time, what happens is Instead of realizing the pure truth in one moment, your mental fetters begin to dissolve little by little, and your inward progress continues to take place. Then, everybody.
Pirvasarna Shani, thank you for reading the book and starting the session from The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. This is our regular uh, English Zoom discussion of Buddothpado Dhamma discussions, that is 2:45 to 4 p.m. of Sri Lankan time. So we have been talking about the thoughts, and it was just briefly mentioned again about the concentration meditation. As we discussed earlier, it's useful to start with to calm down the mind, which tend to run away every fraction of a second. Will run away to different stimuli. So in an attempt to keep it calm down or to bring it to one point, even for a short while, we try to do the concentration meditation. And there are different types. The commonest one is concentrating on the breathing. So actually thereafter, that is not the end, that is just the beginning, which will help to uh, get a clear picture of what is really happening. And what's the next step is actually to study and evaluate how these thoughts are formed, and when this realization or when this understanding is stabilized, then a person or a system will realize that this formation of the thoughts are just simply a process, very fast process. So it's not practically possible to analyze each and every thought because it's so fast. But during the day-to-day activities, if there are any thoughts which is felt significantly, you can just analyze how these thoughts are formed. Actually, thought is the collective function of the other five senses. Analyzing a thought which makes the system to understand that it is actually kind of past experience. It's kind of data which has been added to the system time to time. So this adding the data happens in the form of five senses at some stage. All five will not function at the same time, but one by one, the senses will accumulate to form the mental picture. Now, for example, uh, if you take a car, the car, when I say the car, you get a mental picture about the most familiar car that you are used to. Maybe if you own a vehicle, that picture will come to your mind. Or maybe a car that you really like, a model that you really like. You will get a picture, and then all sorts of information that you had regarding the car will right now spark at this moment as a thought. So this is actually just a process. No one is doing it, and it's a part of this system or the process that we explain. So understanding, when you understand this process, how these thoughts are formed, uh, then the value which is added to these thoughts become less and less. So you can realize that the system will automatically feel that the discomfort or the uncomfortable feeling with some of the thoughts that we get will be less. So that is the only method actually. You can't control the thoughts, you can't slow down, and also you can't get rid of the thoughts that you don't like and keep the thoughts that you like. When you realize that this is part of this natural process, then the system tend to ignore this process, and then whether the thoughts are heavy ones or thoughts are pleasurable ones, whatever, we know that the mechanism is the same, then more or less they become almost same. So when the thoughts are not given a preference, uh, the weight that was added to the thoughts become less and less. So that is just a brief thing to mention about what we read from the book. We can start the discussion. If there are any questions, we can start with the question, or we can discuss along these facts that we read from the book. Terwan Sannai, Dr. Kokila, and other Dhamma friends. Terwan Sannai.
Everyone Samai. May Trikajam bless you all. May well worship Paranonse. Yeah, we can discuss any question. Anyone can bring up like an idea or anything to discuss. Anything, Dr. Sakuntala, do we have like any specific area?
Uh, Maybe we can discuss further about how the thoughts are formed, because that is the way that the five senses are functioning, and then how the thoughts are the mechanism we can discuss, because we have been talking about that along that line for the last few days, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, usually the way I start that is going back to our childhood. So you can actually discuss it in any way you can like, but I think going back to the childhood, we can really feel that how the mind was not prominent at that time, and how things keep changing. So the small baby still can feel something, but there's no specific perception. Because perception, to have a perception, it's a thought. Like chair, it's a thought. Justice, it's a thought. Truth, that is also a thought. Even if someone says nirvana, that's also a thought. But underneath that, there's something, the vibration, and that's why we talk about five senses initially, because five senses, we talk about this, I think we have talked about this, because when if you talk about the touch, it's the fast vibration of the skin, sensory organ. If you talk about the taste, which can't be explained, because if you can explain, that's a thought. So the actual taste, that I think I brought this up that day when I was trying to say about the taste of salt, because taste of salt, we try to give so many examples. We have a word saying salty taste, but actual experience is just a vibratory nature. So it's not actually having a perception. But when it comes to the mind, in the sense when you hear about this is salty taste, and yes, of course, then you can understand how it works, because the perception, without a perception, you can't actually talk about anything. So every time when we try to understand even any idea, sort of what happens when it becomes idea? Idea is when it comes again and again. If someone is talking about justice and or injustice in that sense, or independence or being dependent, it's just a perception which has happened to you at one particular time in your time, whatever the spark, it has happened before, so that spark can come again. And when it happens again and again, you actually feel it as existent. It's really becomes a view. That's how the view happens. So the same with the self as well. You feel a change in here. You attribute that to self-perception. No one has done it though. No one has taught you. Even Tarzan, who just heard sounds of animals, sounds of trees, sounds of birds, still has the self-perception. How? Because anything, if he felt as a real thing, then the self-perception is there. So it's not done by anyone, not done by you. It just happens because of the process. So as when we hear this Dhamma, we just understand how this happened. That's all, actually. That's all. You just keep understanding how this happened, how the vibration led to the sound vibration. Just imagine the sound vibration. And how when I say Niagara Falls, how can you have Dunhinda Falls in that sense? Because you may have seen the Dunhinda Falls. So when I say Dunhinda Falls, how can you have a quick recount of all about the Dunhinda Falls? How come? That's because this sound has all the other features as well, because to form a thought, all the five senses are used. In the sense, it's vibrating at the same time. So when I say Dunhinda Falls, you get an idea about that is like water kind of thing, and it's flowing, and it is, you might remember that it is so beautiful. You might remember the like steamy air you get when you stand close to it. You might remember all the people, all the foreigners who were inspired by that view. So everything happens in one moment, just by saying Dunhinda Falls. Everything comes to play. This is actually a science, and this science has brought us so much burning. How? Because we feel that it's as a thing. When we feel it as a thing, that is how that change happens. And when that change happens, the burning happens, actually then it becomes a view that there is someone here. Always there's a duality, the subject and object perception. This is what we are investigating. How did this happen? And we understand it's just a illusory nature. So, yeah, the thought, Dunhinda waterfall, you never think about like a rock, like Sigiriya when I say Dunhinda waterfall, because Dunhinda waterfall itself brings you different memory, different category, where It's liquidy. It's falling off water. You you have the picture of that because I just called you and said, "Shall we go to Dumhinda Falls?" And you get the vivid picture. If you have never been there, you might remember the photo of that. So it's beautiful to understand how these thoughts are formed, how thoughts can carry you away to this uh, reality show. It's a reality show actually. So yeah, can you add something, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah. Yes, actually, I mean, when you talk about the thoughts, there are so many aspects to discuss, isn't it? I mean, it's something endless. Uh, as you said, now when we mention a name, or it's simply a thought. Now, if you take the same example about the Dunghinda Falls, it's a sound actually. Uh, it's a word or a sound. Sound doesn't mean that always it is something audible to the ear. Even when you are thinking, that again is a sound. Now, if I say a TV, I can make it as a sound using my lips and the throat, or else it can be just a thought. So, in both ways, it gives a meaning. So, as you said, when we talk about a waterfall, we'll take the same example, Dunghinda waterfalls. Dunghinda waterfalls was a creation in the mind. Uh, what was seen was a vibration of the eye. What was heard, if you have gone near, uh, what was heard was just a excuse me, of the ears. And if you could sort of feel the cold, it was the vibration of the skin. And if you could touch the water, it was again a vibration of your skin. Maybe if you just put a little bit of water on your tongue, it will be just kind of appropriate taste, which again is a vibration of the tongue. So like that, of course, the smell may not be relevant. So these five senses have vibrated, and the naming or the description is a mental picture as the Dunghinda Falls. Right now, when we tell the name, it's all creations which happened at some stage earlier, and all the sensors will not be vibrating at the same time because this data or these informations get added time to time. Now, very first time when you hear the name and if you see a picture, that will be your eye. And if you happen to go and visit the place, then there will be some added information. And all of a sudden, without any other clue, all of a sudden the thought about the Dunghinda Falls, even, I mean, no one mentions the name, suddenly you realize that just a simple thought about Dunghinda Falls come to your mind. So that is a creation of the five or four senses at some stage earlier. So what I wanted to say was that even if it is a thought, uh, it's always a creation of the five senses at some point. So there is nothing beyond the five senses. So when it comes to the animals, different types of animals, again, it's nothing beyond their sensor level. But what happened up to now, what happened up until we hear this true Dhamma was that everything was outside. Everything was outside, and then with the help of our eye, ear, nose, etc., we thought that we are getting that information from outside, and then created something. But now it has been reversed actually. Now we realize that something created within is projected outside. It happens to every animal species. So every animal, insects or whatever who are living beings, apart from the trees, have this problem. They have various senses. Their capacity varies. Now, for example, we know that the dogs can hear a larger range of sounds, and different now insects like cockroaches will have different sensors which recognize some form of vibration. That is why when you rather than the eyes, they use those sensors to recognize the vibrations. Then the animals who are living in the seabed will not have eyes because it's dark all there. And then they will depend on some form of vibrations, maybe even things like radar. So the different animals use these sensors, and with the sensors, they recognize something. And all the animals, including us, we feel that this is what is exactly there outside. So this is what is described with the name, the word called anitya. In anitya is a Pali word, which means that what we think is not there outside. We don't know really. Really speaking, apart from this creation of the thoughts, we don't know exactly what is the outside world like. There is no way of finding, and each living being, depending on that sense of function, assume that something like this is called world is there. Of course, the animals, their intelligence level is much less than human beings, so their thinking pattern is much more limited. But we have a huge world constructed around us with all sorts of assumptions. So we can see how what sort of uh, uh, an illusion that we are embracing, thinking that this is the true world. So when you have all these assumptions, when you have all these illusions, without realizing that it is not true, the next thing is all sorts of defilements. That means you get attracted, clinging, and aversions, likes, dislikes, hatreds, all sorts of things are coming up uh, as the next step. Uh, Now, the other thing I wanted to add was this. Now, the physical parts of this body. Uh, Now, where is this mind? Is there a place where the mind or the thoughts uh, is existing, or can you point out a place to say that this is where the mind is, this is where the thoughts are? True that the brain has to be there to have the thoughts. So, but the brain is just providing the background, like the stage for a drama, stage and the lighting system, or one of our noble friends' examples, beautiful examples are metaphors are the vehicle battery. The battery should be there to generate a current. So it has all the components, the cells, acid, water, the metal parts, all sorts of things are there. Without them, there is nothing to talk about a generation of a current. But the current is not something part of the battery. You can't point out to any place in the battery and say that this is where the current is. Also, if there are any alterations or changes in the battery, the current created by the battery could alter, could change. So this is something that we can explain by now. The brain has all sorts of various neuronal cells, nerve tissues are there, then there's liquid parts are there, the blood is there, uh, various types of special fluids are there, and then of course chemicals. Chemical function is there, which is not observable by a microscope. There is chemical function. So when there is some change in this structure, it could be the chemical part or it could be the physical structure. So when there is a change, the current which is uh, created or generated by the battery, or the current generated by this brain, which we call as thoughts, could change. So you can easily explain, now this is again science, you can easily explain uh, how come that after a head injury, where a person was unconscious for some time, and when the person recovers, his thought pattern and even things like his the familiarity that he used to show with these familiar things, and even the things like speech, so many things can change. So in other words, thought is simply the current, and current is generated with the help of the brain. But when you do have a problem with the brain, the current generated can change. Similarly, if we talk about the other sense organs, for example, if you take the eyes, if you do not have the eye, that the physical structure, you can't talk about vibration of the eye. And if the uh, eye has some fault, then the vibration of the light or the vision, what is seen, what is a picture which is created, is altered. So the two things I wanted to point out was that we need the physical part also. Physical part has to be there, but the current or the vibration created there is not a part of that. So there are some other beautiful sort of experiments. Actually, they are experiments. You can, your own experiments you can try and see. If a person is deaf from birth, uh, you cannot talk about sounds, or you can't talk about the vibration of the ear. And if the same person is blind from birth, you can't talk about any vibration of the eye, and you can't talk about any pictures, any light. And similarly, just think, for some, because of some rare disorder, if a person loses the skin feel, then you can't talk about the hardness, softness, warmth, cold, liquidity. Those things are also out because there is no way of feeling them. One simple example is that when a person is getting some local anesthesia for something, that area, you can't talk about the skin feeling, and you can do any kind of operation or something without any pain to the person. So these examples I just wanted to show because these are actually some kind of researching that you have to do your own research and see. And then finally, uh, you realize that we totally depend on these sensor functions. Uh, and finally, the sensor functions, the combination of the sensor functions means a thought. And thought has a power because it's a collection of vibrations. Each vibration has a power. So thought means there is a stronger power. and this is what makes us to feel that it is existing. And also it doesn't stop there, it is existing, and the person who is experiencing is there on the other side. So these are actually this is the beauty of Buddha teaching, because you can very well tally it with the science. Maybe if there are any questions, we can discuss on that. Or Dr. Kokila, would you like to add anything from then on, from there onwards?
Yeah. It's you know that we tend to go by the concepts. We tend to go by the thoughts. We tend to, you know, if you think about something, it is very important to you. And the way you think, you feel like it is correct. Sometimes you might say, oh no, what I thought was wrong. But still, you feel that it's real. That is the problem with this dream. We feel that it is real. This is the main problem that we are trying to solve as well. So, which part of the dream is actually true is what we are actually trying to investigate. And investigation never ends. Investigation goes on and on. And investigation ends one day when all the, when you understand that every thought is kind of the same way, and it happens only in one moment. So one spark at a time. This is very important to understand, one spark at a time. Yeah. And this one spark at a time is actually bringing the whole power that we are talking about. And how does that happen? Because it's really the ignorance is the same thing, because we can't really differentiate them. When there is the ignorance, there will be fast vibration anyway. I mean, fast vibration is there, the ignorance is there. Ignorance is there, the fast vibration is there. And when the fast vibration is there, you feel like the light is existing. You feel like that the sound is existing. You feel like the touch is existing. You feel like the taste is existing. You feel like the smell is existing. And now that's the baby's problem. But then when it comes to the mind, it's a complete different problem now. You have everything. How many thoughts have you generated so far in this system? You have everything. So the power keep increasing and the data gets so powerful. The waves are so strong. Waves are so strong. So if we talk about a very strong wave, well, I can't think about an example, but I mean, as we had a foreign invasion long time ago, the whole country became kind of slaves. So from that time onwards, they changed the way of our thinking. And we tend to admire the foreign type of attitudes. Another way of telling this is AI in future. If AI keep changing the views in the world, it's already changing. if you're actually interested in these things. So the AI will keep changing the views, and definitely if an AI actually sends a kind of a message system where everyone would be like, yeah, just life is not worthy, or you know, having a family is not useful, something like that. It doesn't matter what. The view is so strongly taken that the whole world can change. Whole world can change. And nowadays, working with working physically is taken as less convenient. But if we go back 200 years back, working physically, and country didn't need anything to import. So I'm just trying to say how the views change from time to time, and how in future the views are going to get changed, and in 100 years time or in 200 years time, how views can change. The views are views. Yeah, just simple as that. Views are views. But no one is going to take it like that. Only someone who has understood this Dhamma will be not affected by all these newer views that is going to happen. So generation, newer generation, what is the latest? Is it Gen Z? I don't know. So whatever the newer generation, the way they think will be completely different.
The new generation is X.
I think there's one after that.
New generation.
Yeah, but
Generation
anyway.
Y is that everything.
But anyway, everything, the view is changing. So one day, if the whole world is like monitored by robotics and managed by robotics, people will be okay with that. They will be thinking, yeah, that's the way to do. Why we should worry? Get all the work done by robotics. So I'm not talking about this the actual what is going to happen or what is not going to happen. What I'm trying to say is the views can change. But what at one particular moment you feel that your view is correct and your view is actually there. You feel it so strong. That is what is so-called me is like. How do you feel like that you are existing? That is a strong weight of that perception. But only someone who has heard this Dhamma or felt this Dhamma for sure will be able to understand that none of these thoughts are actually true, and not to get carried away by like the changing patterns of views. So you can understand that there would be a day that actually Lord Buddha has predicted this, that the views would be so different that no one would be actually thinking about non-vibration or trying to get rid of the suffering. It just would be just, harming each other, or people would be living just about like 10 to 20 years max, and it is going to change. The qualities are going to change. So we can see even the small signs that the qualities are changing. We hear so many things that are not similar to kind of 100 years ago, 50 years ago. But this is the change that the humans actually like change. People wish for change. If the life is dull and mellow every day, you will be like thinking, it should be nice to have something different. That's how this vibration is. You like change, you like chaos, even though you don't like it, because that's what you feel alive. You feel alive. So even it is chaos, it is making you to feel alive, just like that. And if it is happy, yeah, you will be very happy about that too. But at the end, if you are actually in like a area, like a room which is heavily closed because you have done something wrong, you can't see any light. The room is dark, and you'll be given a basic type of food every day. You will go crazy. How would you go crazy? Because you like the next moment. You like the next moment. You like the change. You like the to entertain the sensory organs. That's how how this vibration works. So we keep understanding how this works and how these things happen. But main difficult thing is to feel the non-vibration. To feel the non-vibration, you have to fully understand that it's the spark or the stimuli or the aramana in Sinhala that which is there. And if you feel that as real, that is the self kind of perception. But when we understand Dharma, we actually turn this around, because it happens anyway. You just listen to Dharma, but it just happens anyway. You start to feel more than think. You feel that the thoughts are actually how the thoughts are affecting this system, how thoughts can carry you everywhere, how thoughts are manipulating you like a Muppet. Yeah. So you will be observing this. It's not actually you. This is just a way I have to put it there. So you keep understanding, so that thoughts are not real. It's just a manifestation of the sensory organ. And then when you come to the sensory organ, the feel, actually the feel is due to the fast vibration of sensory organs only. That's it. That's it. If you understand this, it's more than enough. More than enough. Whether it is skin burning you feel, whether it is very soft clothing you feel, doesn't necessarily mean anything. You will be very, very hot, and you will be like, oh, I need to jump into a water to get rid of this hotness. Yes, but actual burning is not there, because you know it is a sensory organ function. It's like knowing that the mirror doesn't have anything there. Just knowing that. But a bird will keep knocking at the mirror, because bird feels that there's another bird in the mirror. Even sometimes monkeys do that. Any animal will jump at the mirror. But humans, they have a sense that it's not actually true. The same way, we will be in this dream, we will be having pains, we will be having a severe headache, we will be having, knee pain, we will be having a back pain, we will be having a bad, stomach ache. Well, you will feel all that. It doesn't matter. You will feel all that. It's fine. But you're not going to be really sad about it because you know that's a sensory organ function. You don't really misunderstand it as, oh, why am I having a headache? Why am I having a stomach ache? Why can't my head not have an ache forever? If you have a head, it's soft. It can get any problem in there. It's very normal. But the thing is, self-view destroys the super happiness. It destroys the uh, the tranquility. Only brings suffering. Suffering has a lot of levels. You have to remember that. Suffering, losing someone is suffering. Yeah. Losing money is suffering. Yeah. Losing status. Yeah, it is also suffering. You can say that it's all suffering. When we talk, in this dream, you can have any kind of suffering, but there is also a suffering in the perception itself, because you are inside the dream. You can have any type of suffering in that dream. You're prone to any type of suffering. But even beyond that, in the field also, you feel that the consciousness is as something. It is felt as a thing because you misunderstood it as happening here. But when you understand that it's only a sensory function, you will actually feel the sensory organ without that power, without that vibratory effect. So that's very beautiful. So Joel can ask something if Joel has any question.
I'm kind of to say is that system is working and the sound is coming from my mouth. I've understood it.
Yeah, that's great. Actually, that's great because the system will work anyway. As I have told you multiple times, you can do whatever you were doing before. You can look after your parents. You can look after your family. You can treat people with so much goodness. You still can, help people. Well, probably I don't think you can do anything bad because it will be beyond your beyond your needs. And you can participate to anything, but you will be not there. So when you are not there, it's very easy for you to blend into anything. That was what I was telling that day. And as surely Araman said when he joined, he told, it's a field. It's a field. When you ask me the question, what do you mean by becoming like water? It's blending to anything so that you become mother, you become father, you become the person in front of you, you become the tree. It's kind of a metaphor though, but it actually has a meaning to say that there's nothing here. It's just actually you're not becoming. It's just kind of a thing to say that there's nothing here, and you just have the sensory function happening, the thought happening. Thought also can happen. Thought happening. So you know that this is your family members. These are your family members. This is the school. This is the home. This is the workplace. Whatever. It doesn't matter. You know how to. If you had a way of living, that's what
Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, no self remains, just clarity. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpado, 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 awakening, awakening, Buddothpado. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. May I pay homage at your feet. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dhamma friends. When we talk about the teachings of Buddha, as Buddhists, we should know that Lord Buddha has preached a never heard before Dhamma. Have you ever thought about it? Why it is called never heard before Dhamma? So it must be something special, isn't it? We know that after becoming Buddha, Lord Buddha has met Upaka Ajivaka, and he asked Buddha, who are you? Are you a human? Are you a god? Are you a Brahma? But Lord Buddha replied by saying, no, I am neither of them. I am Buddha. Also, when Lord Buddha met the 5 hermits, they also actually did not want to welcome Buddha, thinking that he has given up on meditation, because at that time the practice was to do concentration meditation. But Lord Buddha told them, I am going to preach you Dhamma, which was never heard before. And after listening to that never heard before Dhamma, we know that Kondanya Tapasa became Sotapanna, means a stream enterer. So there is this other incident where Lord Buddha met the Mara, and he asked Lord Buddha, are you happy? Then Buddha replied, then also Mara asked Lord Buddha, are you sad? If so, why? If you are not sad, if you are happy, why is that? Lord Buddha replied, if I lose something, it is the thought itself. What does this mean? This means the thought of that I am existing. Innawa තියනවා කියන සිතුවිල්ල. So, as you know, this has a very big meaning, isn't it? In another words, what is lost is myself, me, my mind concept, the thought of myself. So if we look at this phrase carefully, even though that is it was said in a very few words, it has a vast meaning. So if you are listening to Buddothpado sermons, in Buddothpado sermons, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse always highlights this. Also, Aryan Wahanse asks the question, are you real Buddhists? So if we go back to the Lord Buddha's time, at that time, even the 5 hermits, they were doing concentration meditation. At that time also, the concentration meditation was the ritual those days. So when Lord Buddha, after attaining Buddhahood, came back to the 5 hermits and said, I am preaching you a never heard before Dhamma. So, as Buddhists, we should know what this phrase means, isn't it? So we know at that time, not only the 5 hermits, even Siddhartha Tapasa himself was practicing concentration meditation. But we know that after some time of practicing breathe-in meditation and concentration meditation, we know that Siddhartha Tapasa has given up on all of that because he knew one can't find eternal solace from those kind of meditation. So when Lord Buddha came back and said, I'm preaching you a never heard before Dhamma. At first, they did not believe it because those days the Hindu practices was the Hindu practices like concentration meditation, different types of breathing meditation, were the practices they were doing. But Lord Buddha knew that with these type of practices, no one could achieve Nibbana. But actually, they get somewhat of a inner peace. So this traditional meditation is over 3,000 years old. They use mantras as well. Sometimes all are combined with practices of yoga, with meditation. Even in Sri Lanka, there are a lot of places where they practice concentration meditation. Not only in Sri Lanka, so worldwide, people do this type of meditation. Actually, they do it mainly to relieve the stress. And the breathing meditation is very popular. It's because one might get the temporary stillness within during the time of meditation. But for this, one has to find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably and quietly close your eyes and sometimes chant a mantra within or keep your focus on breathing. So these types of meditation is not what Lord Buddha has found. These types of meditation was already there in practice. And Siddhartha Tapasa also has practiced these type of meditations and knew that one cannot see or achieve Nibbana through it. Because these types of meditation, they take the outside world as true and the self comes up the self is very powerful. So we know that Lord Buddha has preached a non-self Dhamma, Sandittika, to feel it within yourself, Akalika, timeless, which means we cannot impose Dhamma to future, past or present. Future, past or present times. Ehipassiko. Ehipassiko means you have to come, contemplate, and feel the difference within yourself. So likewise, now we know that Lord Buddha has preached, never heard before Dhamma, and with concentration meditation, one cannot achieve Nibbana. For that, we should come to know about insight meditation. And as you know, there are lots of insight meditation centers in Sri Lanka and also worldwide. Vipassana Bhavana centers. So some think that they have achieved Nibbana by doing concentration meditation mainly. So as Aryan Vahans emphasizes, sometimes they can be deceived because they get stuck in dhyana planes like asanya tala with the self, which means the self is powerfully there, though they don't get any perceptions. But as Buddhists, we are searching for Nibbana, isn't it? Nibbana is our main goal, like Bhava Nirodha. So we have to find what is this Nibbana or Nivima or the tranquility. So we will find out what is Nibbana. Imagine there is a fire. If there is a fire, we have to extinguish it. So to extinguish the fire, what do? We have to cool it down, like put in water, isn't it? Likewise, inside us, there is always a fire burning. You feel it, isn't it? Say you are hungry, you can feel it, no, the fire within. But likewise, there is a fire due to thoughts. Thoughts give you fire, the suffering. What we don't know is that these thoughts comes automatically and gives rise to fire. Fire means the burning sensation. So how do we get this burning sensation? This burning sensation happens through our senses. Each and every moment, one of the senses are at work. So, if we take the outside world as true, as real, you know that the senses are working. So, if we take the outside world as real, defilements or the fire starts to burn. This fire is created by desire, cravings, hatred, jealousy, and so on. This happens due to ignorance. Ignorance is that we take the outside world as real. For example, we say you get a call telling that someone you know has met with an accident. So what will happen? You will get a fire within. Fire within means you feel the fire burning. So automatically you can even feel your breathing becomes rapid. Your pulse rate might go up. Sometimes you feel like faintish. Sometimes you might start crying, shouting, and you actually might faint as well. And actually what happened is that you got a call, a sound. This sound has become a thought. So with that you have lots of strings of thoughts going on and on. Okay, so the next moment you might get another call saying that the call you got is not true. Someone else has met with an accident. It is not your relation. And in a fraction of a moment, you will feel the relief. You will feel the fire is dying down, isn't it? So these things happens during day-to-day life. But the only thing is that we usually don't notice them. So how would someone in the path to Nibbana, who is in the path to Nibbana, will take the same incident? So imagine he or she will also get the call, the same sound, telling that somebody is very close to him has met with an accident. So he will do the necessary things without any excitement. He might go to the hospital, do whatever he can do, help them, support them, talk and comfort them. They will do anything and everything, but not going to the strings of thoughts. Even if he himself met with this bad situation, he will do the same without suffering. Suffering means here we suffer due to a thought. So how does this happen? The one who is in the right vision or the Sammaditya, any stimuli which comes to him from any sensor does not become real. It could be from the ear sensor, eye sensor, tongue sensor, nose sensor, skin sensor, or the mind sensor. Any stimuli does not become real. The stimulus are not real means the world is not real to him. So if there is a thing, then obviously there is the me who either sees it, hears it, smells it, tastes it, or feel it, or also think. So the person in the mundane world will obviously take it as real. So then if it is real, there is obviously me, it's automatically created, and there is me who is hearing this sound, or who is taking this incident as real. So Lord Buddha has said to Bahya Tapasa, Bahya, if there is nothing outside, there is no one here. So if we take the previous case, there came a sound and it became true to the person in the mundane world. So the soul was created then and there with the burning sensation inside. That's the self vibration. So Aryan Mahansa asked the question, are you the mind or are you the body? Who are you? So if we take the same incident as an example, if that incident became real to you, and if you felt the burning fire within, that's you, your soul, your birth, that is the self vibration. Nobody does it. It happens automatically. So we will take another example. So just say something is valuable, gold for example. So say that somebody has robbed you and taken all the gold or money, whatever you had. If it becomes a thing, to you, which means the value you have given to the gold, and you get the burning sensation, you will feel it, isn't it? So if it has not become a thing to you, so the soul is actually not created. Likewise, you can contemplate on that. So, as Aryan Mahansa explains, what happens in this beautiful journey? Once you understand true Dhamma, what happens is that the fire, the burning sensation will starts to diminish, which means the power you gave to the thoughts becomes less and less. That's how you will find the solace, the happiness and tranquility. For this to happen, you have to understand and pierce through a one thought. You have to see through one thought, how it is created, and then you will see that all the thoughts are created likewise. So the example Aryan Mahansa gives is the leaf of a mango tree. If you see the structure of one mango leaf, you will know that all the mango leaves are in the same structure. Because as you know, it is very difficult to pierce through every single thought that comes, because as it works as a system, thoughts always comes and goes. It's a system. It's automatically happening. So likewise, whatever stimulus comes through either of senses, eye, ear, nose, tongue, skin, or mind, you know that all are illusions, a creation due to speedy vibration. So, however and whatever the stimulus comes, from whichever sensor, all are illusions. You don't get caught to it. So you will feel that there's no one to suffer, because there was never a self there. So no one to suffer. So it is very important to know that you have to see only one thought. You have to pierce that thought, because all the thoughts are same. All the thoughts are created the same way. So in groundbreaking sermons, the Andolanaatmaka Deshana, Aryan Mahansa has revealed to the world that the Four Noble Truths can see in one thought. Also, you can see the dependent origination Dhamma, or the cause and effect Dhamma, and the 84,000 Dhamma discourses in one thought. Not only that, the 31 planes of existence is also how to see it in one thought. So, these Buddothpado sermons are not any ordinary sermons. So, we will talk a bit about habits. So, if we actually talk about habits, we do most of the things as a habit, isn't it? Sometimes these habits makes us suffer. Lord Buddha has said, life is a repetition of perception, repeated perceptions, sanya abhisankarana. So it goes on and on as a habit. So we talk, we walk, do everything due to these habits. It is actually individual. Likewise, we take this world as real is also a habit. So, it is itself is the suffering. So when you understand with wisdom that the world you see is not real, it's in your thoughts, and thoughts are also not real, the suffering begins to diminish. So what we have to understand here is that the world is separate and you are separate. No, it is not like that. You and the world are not two different entities. It's the same. What we see, what we hear, what we smell, what we taste, what we feel, or what we think, it is the world. It is me. Me is a sense creation. So once you understand this sense creation with wisdom, then you will be free from me, my mind concept, because there was never a me. It's a concept. So everyone is scared of death, isn't it? So once you are free from me, my mind concept, a thought, is there a death? Is there anyone to die? Death is also a thought. But anyone can say this with mind also. But the thing is, you have to feel this. Feel what? Feel that there is no self, no one to die. So as long as you feel that there is someone living, then of course you are scared of death, because there is someone who is going to die. But understanding this is not simple. So to understand this self-vibration, or the itta sanya, or the feel that you are there, that you have to see through wisdom. So also we'll see why Lord Buddha has explained that this Dhamma is akalika. Say we think of something about what happened in the past, but we think about it at this moment, isn't it? And also if we think that something is going to happen in future, it also happens in this moment. But we know now that this moment also not real. But have you noticed that we almost always, we live in the past, actually in a past thought. So for example, so we think that if I didn't do that, this wouldn't have happened. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I could have done a better job. Because the thoughts want something to do. Always it goes and tie into something or someone. Something happened in the past, or something which is going to happen in future. So it is the usual habits of thoughts. And as you have noticed now, it is happening automatically. It's a system. Nobody is doing it. So even when we sleep, the mind is at work, isn't it? Something will come up as a dream at least. Sometimes we are very scared of those dreams. Sometimes it might be a happy dream. So likewise. Also, sometimes we suffer due to something which has happened a long time ago, maybe 40 years ago, 50 years ago. It has happened long time ago, but at this moment we suffer due to it with the thought. If this goes on, actually you will never see Nibbana. You will never have a moment of Nibbana. So it's only a thought. So why do we have to bring past thoughts in the present? Actually, it's nobody's doing, it's happening. So everybody has this type of experiences, isn't it? Sometimes we cry without any reason. So I also had this experience. I had this guilty feeling until I started to listen to Buddothpado sermons and came to know I suffer due to a thought. The guilty feeling was that, as I said, my father has fallen sick at home and I couldn't take him to the hospital on time. So that helpless feeling and the guilty feeling I had for a long time until I knew it's just a thought. So what we have to know here is that the more you think, the more powerful the thought becomes. So more powerful the thought means you suffer more and more. So you have to understand this one thought, how the thought is created, and that there's nothing in a thought and there's no self. So in day-to-day life, you see people run and run for after many things. Actually, they run after a thought. They say they don't have a time to relax. So what they do is they go for meditation classes, do breathing exercises for temporary relaxation. But people who know this doctrine, the Lord Buddha's doctrine, they also can physically run, but from inside they have stopped. they have stopped running the race. They stay calm and quiet. So what we have to understand here is that thoughts are thoughts. We cannot stop thoughts because in the system it happens. As I said earlier, when we know how a thought is created, there should not be a problem in any thought. So once you contemplate on this, you will know for sure that there is no truth in any thought. So as a result, the inner transformation happens, which helps you to get out of this wrong notion of self. It is on your mind. So when you talk about wrong notions, in Sabbasava Sutra, this Sabbasava Sutra discuss about taints. There they show the ways to get rid of the wrong notion of self. Dassana pahatabba. But no one can drop the notion of self at once. It's actually a gradual process. And the practical side helps you to identify the wrong notion of self. So as we talked about earlier, for this, first one has to identify the senses. And you have to see that it's a sensor-created world. So only the sensors are working. If the sensors are not working, actually you are called dead. So it is like we have fixed the sensors to a board. So if these sensors does not work, one is like a dead tree, isn't it? So the difference between a tree and a human, what is the difference? Difference is that a human has the consciousness, the mind consciousness. It gives the alive feeling, the feeling that you are alive. So when we talk about a tree, for example, if we take a mango tree or any tree, it starts from a small seed, and with water and sunshine it starts to grow. But nobody is doing that, isn't it? It grows on its own. The seed becomes a tall tree. So it grows taller and taller, and it gives flowers, fruits. It does photosynthesis of its own. So all happens on its own. Germination happens, and the cycle goes on and on. But if we cut that tree, it won't shout or run away, isn't it? So, what I wanted to emphasize is, though the human being has something called mind consciousness, the tree doesn't have it. So R.N. Mahansa explains how this mind consciousness is formed. So at least as Buddhists, we have to know how this mind consciousness is created, isn't it? It is knowledge, but still it's a beautiful story. So to understand how the mind is created, you have to go back to the radiant mind, where we call it a Prabhaswara Sita, which has no defilements. But there is the glue or the gum. To get it, it will happen in later life. So in Buddothpado sermons, the creation of this mind is explained beautifully. So if we talk a little about this radiant mind, in the radiant mind, although the stimulus are arising through the eye, nose, tongue, ears, skin, the mind consciousness is not yet created. But there is a very small power generated. So that's why the baby can move. He can move the legs, he can move the arms, turns his head, he can suck the milk, cry or smile. Very, very few actions. But the radiant mind, the child, the baby, he does not know what he is doing. He does not know whether he is turning. He does not know whether he is sitting down, or even if he stands, he does not know. So no one has told the baby, this is the way to smile, this is the way to cry, or turn, or sit. No one has told him. But he does it on his own. So if you take a baby, so first he turns, then he crawls, then he sits, and then he stands up with holding something. So these things happens automatically, isn't it? So at the age of 1 year, the babies can even walk a few steps. So all this time, if you have noticed, no one has given a command. No one told the baby, now it's the time to sit, now it is time to turn, Now it is time to stand or walk, isn't it? All these actions happen automatically with the small power generated with the stimulus. So, as Aryan Hans explains about the zygote level, the vibration, it gives the push to self vibration. So later, when the child goes to Montessori and mind is created more and more with sounds, colors, shapes, and the mind becomes more powerful. Now the child is taking the outside world as real. So the duality is created. My book is there and I am here who sees the book. Also he can run, he can talk, and he can do a lot of activities. And you can see the mind power is creating. So meanwhile, the parents or the teachers also they ask so what are you going to be in the future? Would you like to become a doctor, engineer, teacher, lawyer, and so on? Now there is a target for the child, an aim. So if I work hard, study, I can become a doctor, engineer, lawyer. So the future hopes are also created. So then comes the scholarship exams. So it goes on and on. So sometimes parents they implement their ideas to the child. What they couldn't done, they implement it on the child. So yes, so likewise, some children are motivated from the early childhood to become a doctor, engineer, lawyer, mainly by the parents, thinking that their lives will be better in future. So once I read a story, a teacher asked the children to write what would they like to be when grow up. So everyone wrote, as I like to be a doctor, I like to become an engineer, a teacher, a lawyer, a politician, and so on. But one child has written, I would like to become a good human being. So actually there are very few people in the world who thinks differently. They are the people who goes with the feel, not with the mind. They can feel others, how others suffer. Sometimes they live a silent life, but they feel lots of things. They like to be with the nature. They like their freedom. So, as usual, we invite you all to listen to Buddothpado sermons. This English sermons is going through Buddothpado PeoTV for 24 hours. And there is also Buddothpado BTV. You can listen to Sinhala sermons there. We also have lots of websites. Wisdom of Asia website, Buddothpado.dhamma.com website, and Buddothpado.lk. There are lots of sermons there you can listen to. So, if you are someone who is searching for Nibbana, you don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to go anywhere in search of it. Because Nibbana is within you. That's when the fire within you is diminished. So, if you listen to Buddothpado sermons, you will feel it. You will feel that the fire within is diminishing. That's what we need, isn't it? So we are very grateful to you, Aryan Hansa, our noble friend, for giving this beautiful Dhamma to the world. If not, we would be still searching for Nibbana elsewhere. And also there are a lot of people around the world who live in happiness after listening to Buddothpado sermons. Therwan Saranai, Aryan Hansa. Therwan Saranai, everyone.
Therwan Sarnai or Dhamma.
So that you can bring back your mind to it when the mind strays away behind other thoughts. You have to learn to see the truth in each thought and let it go. You need to continue to maintain your awareness on your sati kamatahan. For example, breathing or the point of concentration. This is the only way we can explain how to be on the path at the initial stages. But what happens is when you see the truth in each thought and let go of it, you will always experience the nothingness. You must learn to practice how to go on the path. You need to be practical. It is a thought that tells you that the food you ate was tasty. It is a thought that tells you what you saw outside. A sound comes as a thought in order to name an object. Once you realize that all these that we experience outside are only thoughts, you would let go of them as and when they come to you. Once you realize that this illusion is created only by thoughts, you will begin to feel very calm and at peace. Once you practice awareness very well, there won't be any thoughts. It means that you will live without giving any label that the world has put on things. Sammati Prajnapti. In truth, there is nothing as living either. The labels that the world has assigned to things outside pops up only at that moment. The illusional self or the illusional person is created only at that moment. At the time of realizing the pure truth, all the false concepts and the belief in this illusion will be totally eradicated or totally removed in that one moment. The speed at which one could realize the pure truth depends on person to person. Most of the time, what happens is instead of realizing the pure truth in one moment, your mental fetters begin to dissolve little by little, and your inward progress continues to take place. Therwan Sarnai, everybody.
Therwan Sarnai Shani. Thank you for reading the book and starting the session from The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. This is our regular English Zoom discussion of Buddothpado Dhamma discussions, that is 2:45 to 4 p.m. of Sri Lankan time. So we have been talking about the thoughts, and it was just briefly mentioned again about the concentration meditation. As we discussed earlier, it's useful to start with to calm down the mind, which tend to run away every fraction of a second. Will run away to different stimuli. So, in an attempt to keep it calm down or to bring it to one point, even for a short while, we try to do the concentration meditation. And there are different types. The commonest one is concentrating on the breathing. So actually thereafter that is not the end, that is just the beginning, which will help to uh, get a clear picture of what is really happening. And what's the next step is actually to study and evaluate how these thoughts are formed, and uh, when this realization or when this understanding is stabilized, then a person or a system will realize that this formation of the thoughts are just simply a process, very fast process. So it's not practically possible to analyze each and every thought because it's so fast. But during the day-to-day activities, if there are any thoughts which is felt significantly, you can just analyze how these thoughts are formed. Actually, thought is the collective function of the other five senses. So, analyzing a thought which makes the system to understand that it is actually kind of past experience. It's kind of data which has been added to the system time to time. So this adding the data happens in the form of five senses at some stage. All five will not function at the same time, but one by one, the senses will accumulate to form the mental picture. Now, for example, uh, if you take a car, the car, when I say the car, you get a mental picture about the most familiar car that you are used to. Maybe if you own a vehicle, that picture will come to your mind. Or maybe a car that you really like, a model that you really like. You will get a picture, and then all sorts of information that you had regarding the car will right now spark at this moment as a thought. So this is actually just a process. No one is doing it, and it's a part of this system or the process that we explain. So understanding, when you understand this process, how these thoughts are formed, then the value which is added to these thoughts become less and less. So you can realize that the system will automatically feel that the discomfort or the uncomfortable feeling with some of the thoughts that we get will be less. So that is the only method actually. You can't control the thoughts, you can't slow down, and also you can't get rid of the thoughts that you don't like and keep the thoughts that you like. When you realize that this is part of this natural process, then the system tend to ignore this process, and then whether the thoughts are heavy ones or thoughts are pleasurable ones, whatever, we know that the mechanism is the same, then more or less they become almost same. So when the thoughts are not given a preference, the weight that was added to the thoughts become less and less. So that is just a brief thing to mention about what we read from the book. We can start the discussion. If there are any questions, we can start with the question, or we can discuss along these facts that we read from the book. Teruvan Sannai, Dr. Kokila and other Dhamma friends. Teruvan Sannai.
Teruvan Sannai. May Trikul bless you all. May will worship our Anuhanse. Yeah, we can discuss any question. Anyone can bring up like an idea or anything to discuss. Anything, Dr. Sakuntala, do we have like any specific area?
Maybe we can discuss further about how the thoughts are formed, because that is the way that the five senses are functioning, and then how the thoughts are the mechanism we can discuss, because we have been talking about that along that line for the last few days, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, usually the way I start that is going back to our childhood. So you can actually discuss it in many ways. You can but I think going back to the childhood, we can really feel that how the mind was not prominent at that time, and how things keep changing. So the small baby still can feel something, but there's no specific perception. Because perception, to have a perception, it's a thought. Like chair, it's a thought. Justice, it's a thought. Truth, that is also a thought. Even if someone says nirvana, that's also a thought. But underneath that, there's something, the vibration, and that's why we talk about five senses initially, because five senses, we talk about this, I think we have talked about this, because when if you talk about the touch, it's the fast vibration of the skin, sensory organ. If you talk about the taste, which can't be explained, because if you can explain, that's a thought. So the actual taste, that I think I brought this up that day when I was trying to say about the taste of salt, because taste of salt, we try to give so many examples. We have a word saying salty taste, but actual experience is just a vibratory nature. So it's not actually having a perception. But when it comes to the mind, in the sense when you hear about this is salty taste, and yes, of course, then you can understand how it works, because the perception, without a perception, you can't actually talk about anything. So every time when we try to understand even any idea, sort of what happens when it becomes idea is when it comes again and again. If someone is talking about justice and or injustice in that sense, or independence or being dependent, it just just a perception which has happened to you at one particular time in your time, whatever the spark, it has happened before, so that spark can come again. And when it happens again and again, you actually feel it as existent. It's really becomes a view. That's how the view happens. So the same with the self as well. You feel a change in here. You attribute that to self-perception. No one has done it though. No one has taught you. Even Tarzan, who just heard sounds of animals, sounds of trees, sounds of birds, still has the self-perception. How? Because anything, if he felt as a real thing, then the self-perception is there. So it's not done by anyone, not done by you. It just happens because of the process. So as when we hear this Dhamma, we just understand how this happened. That's all, actually. That's all. You just keep understanding how this happened, how the vibration led to the sound vibration. Just imagine sound vibration. And how when I say Niagara Falls, how can you have Dunhinda Falls in that sense? Because you may have seen the Dunhinda Falls. So when I say Dunhinda Falls, how can you have a quick recount of all about the Dunhinda Falls? How come? That's because this sound has all the other features as well, because to form a thought, all the five senses are used. In the sense it's it's vibrating at the same time. So when I say Dunhinda Falls, you get an idea about that is like water kind of thing, and it's flowing, and it is, you might remember that it is so beautiful. You might remember the like steamy air you get when you stand close to it. You might remember all the people, all the foreigners who were inspired by that view. So everything happens in one moment, just by saying Dunhinda Falls. Everything comes to play. This is actually a science, and this science has brought us so much burning. How? Because we feel that it's as a thing. When we feel it as a thing, that is how that change happens. And when that change happens, the burning happens, actually then it becomes a view that there is someone here. Always there's a duality, the subject and object perception. This is what we are investigating. How did this happen? And we understand it's just a illusory nature. So yeah, the thought, Dunhinda waterfall, you never think about like a rock, like Sigiriya when I say Dunhinda waterfall, because Dunhinda waterfall itself brings you different memory, different category, where it's liquidy, it's falling off water. You have the picture of that, because I just called you and said, shall we go to Dunhinda Falls? And you get the vivid picture. If you have never been there, you might remember the photo of that. So it's beautiful to understand how these thoughts are formed, how thoughts can carry you away to this reality show. It's a reality show, actually. So, yeah, can you add something, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah. Yes, actually, I mean, when you talk about the thoughts, there are so many aspects to discuss, isn't it? I mean, it's something endless. Uh, as you said, now when we mention a name, or it's simply a thought. Now, if you take the same example about the Dunghinda Falls, it's a sound actually. Uh, it's a word or a sound. Sound doesn't mean that always it is something audible to the ear. Even when you are thinking, that again is a sound. Now, if I say a TV, I can make it as a sound using my lips and the throat, or else it can be just a thought. So, in both ways, it gives a meaning. So, as you said, when we talk about a waterfall, we'll take the same example, Dunghinda Waterfalls. Dunghinda Waterfalls was a creation in the mind. What was seen was a vibration of the eye. What was heard, if you have gone near, uh, what was heard was just a excuse me, of the ears. And if you could sort of feel the cold, it was the vibration of the skin. And if you could touch the water, it was again a vibration of your skin. Maybe if you just put a little bit of water on your tongue, it will be just kind of appropriate taste, which again is a vibration of the tongue. So like that, of course, the smell may not be relevant. So these five sensors have vibrated, and the naming or the description is a mental picture as the Dunghinda Falls. Right now, when we tell the name, it's all creations which happened at some stage earlier. And all the sensors will not be vibrating at the same time, because this data or these informations get added time to time. Now, very first time when you hear the name, and if you see a picture, that will be your eye. And if you happen to go and visit the place, then there will be some added information. And all of a sudden, without any other clue, all of a sudden the thought about the Dunghinda Falls, even, I mean, no one mentions the name, suddenly you realize that just a simple thought about Dunghinda Falls come to your mind. So that is a creation of the five or four senses at some stage earlier. So what I wanted to say was that even if it is a thought, uh, it's always a creation of the five senses at some point. So there is nothing beyond the five senses. So when it comes to the animals, different types of animals, again, it's nothing beyond their sensor level. But what happened up to now, what happened up until we hear this true Dhamma was that everything was outside. Everything was outside, and then with the help of our eye, ear, nose, etc., we thought that we are getting that information from outside, and then created something. But now it has been reversed actually. Uh, Now we realize that something created within is projected outside. It happens to every animal species. So every animal, insects or whatever who are living beings, apart from the trees, have this problem. They have various senses. Their capacity varies. Now, for example, we know that the dogs can hear a larger range of sounds, and different now insects like cockroaches will have different sensors which recognize some form of vibration. That is why when you, rather than the eyes, they use those sensors to recognize the vibrations. Then the animals who are living in the deep seabed will not have eyes because it's dark all there. And then they will depend on some form of vibrations, maybe even things like radar. So the different animals use these sensors, and with the sensors, they recognize something. And all the animals, including us, we feel that this is what is exactly there outside. So this is what is described with the name, the word called anitya. In anitya is a Pali word, which means that what we think is not there outside. We don't know really. Really speaking, apart from this creation of the thoughts, we don't know exactly what is the outside world like. There is no way of finding, and each living being, depending on that sense of function, assume that something like this is called world is there. Of course, the animals, their intelligence level is much less than human beings, so their thinking pattern is much more limited. But we have a huge world constructed around us with all sorts of assumptions. So we can see how what sort of uh, uh, an illusion that we are embracing, thinking that this is the true world. So when you have all these assumptions, when you have all these illusions, without realizing that it is not true, the next thing is all sorts of defilements. That means you get attracted, clinging, and aversions, likes, dislikes, hatreds, all sorts of things are coming up as the next step. Uh, Now, the other thing I wanted to add was this. Now, the physical parts of this body. Uh, Now, where is this mind? Is there a place where the mind or the thoughts uh, is existing, or can you point out a place to say that this is where the mind is, this is where the thoughts are? True that the brain has to be there to have the thoughts. So, but the brain is just providing the background, like the stage for a drama, stage and the lighting system, or one of our noble friends' examples, beautiful examples are metaphors are the vehicle battery. The battery should be there to generate a current. So it has all the components, the cells, acid, water, the metal parts, all sorts of things are there. Without them, there is nothing to talk about a generation of a current. But the current is not something part of the battery. You can't point out to any place in the battery and say that this is where the current is. Also, if there are any alterations or changes in the battery, the current created by the battery could alter, could change. So this is something that we can explain by now. The brain has all sorts of various neuronal cells, nerve tissues are there. Then there's liquid parts are there. The blood is there. Uh, Various types of special fluids are there, and then of course chemical function is there, which is not observable by a microscope. There is chemical function. So when there is some change in this structure, it could be the chemical part or it could be the physical structure. So when there is a change, the current which is created or generated by the battery or the current generated by this brain, which we call as thoughts, could change. So you can easily explain, now this is again science, you can easily explain uh, how come that after a head injury, where a person was unconscious for some time, and when the person recovers, his thought pattern and even things like his the familiarity that he used to show with his familiar things, and even the things like speech, so many things can change. So in other words, thought is simply the current, and current is generated with the help of the brain. But when you do have a problem with the brain, the current generated can change. Similarly, if we talk about the other sense organs, for example, if you take the eyes, if you do not have the eye, that the physical structure, you can't talk about vibration of the eye. And if the eye has some fault, then the vibration of the light or the vision, what is seen, what is a picture which is created, is altered. So the two things I wanted to point out was that we need the physical part also. Physical part has to be there, but the current or the vibration created there is not a part of that. So there are some other beautiful sort of experiments. Actually, they are experiments. You can, your own experiments you can try and see. If a person is deaf from birth, you cannot talk about sounds, or you can't talk about the vibration of the ear. And if the same person is blind from birth, you can't talk about any vibration of the eye, and you can't talk about any pictures, any light. And similarly, just think, for some, because of some rare disorder, if a person loses the skin feel, then you can't talk about the hardness, softness, warmth, cold, liquidity. Those things are also out because there is no way of feeling them. One simple example is that when a person is getting some local anesthesia for something, that area, you can't talk about the skin feeling, and you can do any kind of operation or something without any pain to the person. So these examples I just wanted to show because these are actually some kind of researching that you have to do your own research and see. And then finally, you realize that we totally depend on these sensor functions. Uh, and finally, the sensor functions, the combination of the sensor functions means a thought. And thought has a power because it's a collection of vibrations. Each vibration has a power. So thought means there is a stronger power. And this is what makes us to feel that it is existing. And also it doesn't stop there. It is existing, and the person who is experiencing is there on the other side. So these are actually this is the beauty of Buddha teaching, because you can very well tally it with the science. Maybe if there are any questions, we can discuss on that. Or Dr. Kokila, would you like to add anything from from there onwards?
Yeah. It's that we tend to go by the concepts. We tend to go by the thoughts. We tend to, if you think about something, it is very important to you. And the way you think, you feel like it is correct. Sometimes you might say, oh no, what I thought was wrong. But still, you feel that it's real. That is the problem with this dream. We feel that it is real. This is the main problem that we are trying to solve as well. So, which part of the dream is actually true is what we are actually trying to investigate. And investigation never ends. Investigation goes on and on. And investigation ends one day when all the, when you understand that every thought is kind of the same way, and it happens only in one moment. So one spark at a time. This is very important to understand. One spark at a time. And this one spark at a time is actually bringing the whole power that we are talking about. And how does that happen? Because it's really the ignorance is the same thing, because we can't really differentiate them. When there is the ignorance, there will be fast vibration anyway. Fast vibration is there, the ignorance is there. Ignorance is there, the fast vibration is there. And when the fast vibration is there, you feel like the light is existing. You feel like that the sound is existing. You feel like the touch is existing. You feel like the taste is existing. You feel like the smell is existing. And now that's the baby's problem. But then when it comes to the mind, it's a complete different problem now. You have everything. How many thoughts have you generated so far in this system? You have everything. So the power keep increasing and the data gets so powerful. The waves are so strong. Waves are so strong. So if you talk about a very strong wave, well, I can't think about an example, but as we had a foreign invasion long time ago, the whole country became kind of slaves. So from that time onwards, they changed the way of our thinking. And we tend to admire the foreign type of attitudes. Another way of telling this is AI in future. If AI keep changing the views in the world, it's already changing, if you're actually interested in these things. So the AI will keep changing the views, and definitely if AI actually sends a kind of a message system where everyone would be like, just life is not worthy, or having a family is not useful, something like that. It doesn't matter what. The view is so strongly taken that the whole world can change. whole world can change. And nowadays, working physically is taken as less convenient. But if we go back 200 years back, working physically and country didn't need anything to import. So I'm just trying to say how the views change from time to time and how in future the views are going to get changed, and in 100 years time or in 200 years time how views can change. The views are views. Yeah, just simple as that. Views are views. But no one is going to take it like that. Only someone who has understood this Dhamma will be not affected by all these newer views that is going to happen. So newer generation, what is the latest? Is it Gen Z? I don't know. So whatever the newer generation, the way they think would be completely different.
The new generation is X.
I think there's one after that.
New generation.
Yeah,
Generation Y is at everything.
but anyway, everything, the view is changing. So one day, if the whole world is like monitored by robotics and managed by robotics, people will be okay with that. They will be thinking, yeah, that's the way to do. Why we should worry? Get all the work done by robotics. So I'm not talking about this the actual what is going to happen or what is not going to happen. What I'm trying to say is the views can change. But at one particular moment you feel that your view is correct and your view is actually there. You feel it so strong. That is what is so-called me is. Like, how do you feel like that you are existing? That is a strong weight of that perception. But only someone who has heard this Dhamma or felt this Dhamma, for sure, will be able to understand that none of these thoughts are actually true, and not to get carried away by the changing patterns of views. So you can understand that there would be a day that actually Lord Buddha has predicted this, that the views would be so different that no one would be actually thinking about non-vibration or trying to get rid of the suffering. It just would be just, harming each other, or people would be living just about like 10 to 20 years max, and it is going to change. The qualities are going to change. So we can see even the small signs that the qualities are changing. We hear so many things that are not similar to kind of 100 years ago or 50 years ago. But this is the change that the humans actually like change. People wish for change. If the life is dull and mellow every day, you will be like thinking, it would be nice to have something different. That's how this vibration is. You like change, you like chaos, even though you don't like it, because that's what you feel alive. You feel alive. So even it is chaos, it is making you to feel alive, just like that. And if it is happy, I will be very happy about that too. But at the end, if you are actually in like a area, like a room which is heavily closed because you have done something wrong, you can't see any light. The room is dark, and you'll be given a basic type of food every day. You will go crazy. How would you go crazy? Because you like the next moment. You like the next moment. You like the change. You like the to entertain the sensory organs. That's how this vibration works. So we keep understanding how this works and how these things happen. But main difficult thing is to feel the non-vibration. To feel the non-vibration, you have to fully understand that it's the spark or the stimuli or the aramana in Sinhala that which is there. And if you feel that as real, that is the self kind of perception. But when we understand Dharma, we actually turn this around because it happens anyway. You just listen to Dharma, but it just happens anyway. You start to feel more than think. You feel that the thoughts are actually how the thoughts are affecting this system, how thoughts can carry you everywhere, how thoughts are manipulating you like a Muppet. Yeah. So you will be observing this. It's not actually you. This is just a way I have to put it there. So you keep understanding so that thoughts are not real. It's just a manifestation of the sensory organ. And then when you come to the sensory organ, the feel, actually the feel is due to the fast vibration of sensory organs only. That's it. That's it. If you understand this, it's more than enough. More than enough. Whether it is skin burning you feel, whether it is very soft clothing you feel, doesn't necessarily mean anything. You will be very, very hot and you will be like, oh, I need to jump into a water to get rid of this hotness, yes, but actual burning is not there because you know it is a sensory organ function. It's like knowing that the mirror doesn't have anything there. Just knowing that. But a bird will keep knocking at the mirror because bird feels that there is another bird in the mirror. Even sometimes monkeys do that. Any animal would jump at the mirror. But humans, they have a sense that it's not actually true. The same way, we will be in this dream. We will be having pains. We will be having a severe headache. We will be having, knee pain. We will be having a back pain. We will be having a bad, stomach ache. Well, you will feel all that. It doesn't matter. You will feel all that. It's fine. But you're not going to be really sad about it because you know that's a sensory organ function. You don't really misunderstand it as, oh, why am I having a headache? Why am I having a stomach ache? Why can't my head not have an ache forever? If you have a head, it's soft. It can get any problem in there. It's very normal. But the thing is, self-view destroys the super happiness. It destroys the tranquility. Only brings suffering. Suffering has a lot of levels. You have to remember that. Suffering Losing someone is suffering. Yeah. Losing money is suffering. Yeah. Losing status. Yeah, it is also suffering. You can say that it's all suffering. When we talk, in this dream, you can have any kind of suffering, but there is also a suffering in the perception itself, because you are inside the dream. You can have any type of suffering in that dream. You're prone to any type of suffering. But even beyond that, in the field also, you feel that the consciousness is as something. It is felt as a thing because you misunderstood it as happening here. But when you understand that it's only a sensory function, you will actually feel the sensory organ without that power, without that vibratory effect. So that's very beautiful. So Joel can ask something if Joel has any question.
Mm, I'm kind of to say is that system is working and the sound is coming from my mouth. I've understood it.
Yeah, that's great. Actually, that's great because the system will work anyway. As I have told you multiple times, you can do whatever you were doing before. You can look after your parents. You can look after your family. You can treat people with so much goodness. You still can, help people. Well, probably I don't think you can do anything bad because it will be beyond your beyond your um, needs, and you can participate to anything, but you will be not there. So when you are not there, it's very easy for you to blend into anything. That was what I was telling that day. And as surely Araman said when he joined, he told, it's a field. It's a field. When you ask me the question, what do you mean by becoming like water? It's blending to anything so that you become mother, you become father, you become the person in front of you, you become the tree. It's kind of a metaphor though, but it actually has a meaning to say that there's nothing here. It's just actually you're not becoming. It's just kind of a thing to say that there's nothing here, and you just have the sensory function happening, the thought happening. Thought also can happen. Thought happening. So you know that this is your family members. These are your family members. This is the school. This is the home. This is the workplace. Whatever. It doesn't matter. You know how to. If you had a way of living, that's what you will do, because the way of living is actually the views that you have cultivated for all these years. If you are 35 years of age, you have some kind of pattern of living. How did that happen? If you're in America, it's another different kind of living. If you're in Australia, it's a different kind of living. If you're in Dubai, it would be different kind of living. If you're in Sri Lanka, it's a different kind of living. If you're in a Amazon jungle, in a tribe, it's a different kind of living. So how is your views? Do you think they are yours? Well, it's a funny thing to say, actually. Even without this Dhamma, you might understand that it's actually formulated in the system with all the aspects that you have as data. It's all the thoughts, though. So all the thoughts. When the thoughts come again and again, you kind of start to believe in them, or in the sense you feel them as real. This is such a beautiful science, actually, if you can actually feel it. And more you feel it, more calm you would be. not just calm like, in the mind. It would be a feel. And you actually, if you actually start, you know, getting the sense of it, you won't be carried away by a thought. But it will happen here and there. Doesn't matter. And, randomly you might be like, oh, what happens to the Mars then? Is Mars there or not? Are we not going to the Mars or not going to the Mars? Are we going to live underground in the Mars, or are we going to use the robotic science in the Mars? Suddenly we can get carried away. It's okay. It's just, sometimes our system goes into vibration, but then non-vibration, the pattern, the non-vibration also, if it happens once, it will happen again. And there would be a time that every thought would be a non-vibration. That's what is called arahant. But these names actually doesn't matter. The words really, they they have a meaning. Don't tell me that. I'm not telling that it's a manifestation. It's just a manifestation of sensory organ. That's all. It is happening in a fraction of a second. It's a spark which happened. Can't really say it is there because it happens only because of your sensory organs. If you had a sensory organ of a bat, you can see the night. You can't see in the daytime. You will be hanging from your legs and you will feel the outside with the vibratory effects of your sensory organ. You know that they feel they have a radar system to feel the outside. They can't really see much. So that's their world. So which world is true? None of these words are actually true. We have no experience of outside world. But we have a production of our sensory organs. Don't forget, it is there. Even an arahant will have a production of that sensory organs. Yes, it's fine. It's fine. Only the burning will be not there. And I'm so glad that we have a ability to even talk about this, because I think it is such a beautiful thing to know about the universe or everything in the world, the Mars or the moon, or you can go to moon, you can go to Mars, and all that is so good, but it is really beautiful, really important that you know about yourself. What is your vibration? And what is a non-vibration that you haven't surfaced yet? I think, have we run out of time? No, actually, we have 10 minutes more, I think, because, Sakuntala, can you add something? There was something.
Yeah, Thiruvasanai. Joel just now said that he he mentioned something. So in that itself, the same thing we can sort of analyze and see now. What was the process? What happened there? There was some ear vibration, and then that got telepathized with the outside sound. That means what Kokila was telling. So there was some synchronization of the vibration of what we call Kokila's voice and your eardrum. So this concept of hearing happened at that time. And then the eardrum, ear as it is, doesn't know what this sound is, but there was some sound. It could create some sound there. And then what happened was that within a fraction of a second, the mind the mind faculty was creating an idea of what that sound is. And then, so in other words, the ear faculty was followed by the mind faculty. And then mind faculty was followed by your what do you call the function of the body, your larynx and the throat area. There was some function in that faculty, and then some form of sound was created. So this is how you can explain. It's just a simple thing that I tried to explain. So every time the sensors, one after the other, in between, the mind faculty has a major role to play, because each time identification and naming is done by at the level of the mind faculty. Actually, there is nothing separately called mind faculty, but that ear faculty is followed by the mind faculty function. So in other words, there is some sort of, this is the pattern that happens. And now I just want to say, actually, this was a little video clip that I saw. It was shared in one of these Buddothpado groups. I don't know whether Dr. Kokila saw it. I will try to describe it and then see what your mind faculty is creating for you. It was a little video clip about a little girl. Caption was Radiant Mind. This place is a tourist attraction in China, where a glass bottomed passage has been created or fixed to the rock. The rock is very tall and it's like a rocky pillar actually. And this glass bottomed passage has been fixed to that very narrow one, and right deep down at the lower level you can see the jungle. So people were actually reluctant to walk along that because they seem to be scared, the adults. This was a little girl about maybe 3 years. She was smiling, she was running along that passage. And even the parents couldn't stop her because she was running straight forward. She didn't bother even to look down. She was looking at the front and running along that. Now, when I say this, when I describe this, uh, if you have seen that video clip, of course, then you have more perceptions. But if you haven't seen the video clip, uh, you have your mind just right now created a picture of this particular place and a little girl smilingly running forward. So this is how the thoughts are created. Just with the help of one sensor, rest of the picture is completed with whatever the information which is there, and it is a function of the mind faculty. And it can be the eye, it can be the ear or whatever, or maybe two faculties are functioning, but always only one faculty at a time. Because of the speed, we tend to feel that two or three faculties are functioning at the same time. But it's one after the other, one after the other, that pattern. So this is, this is what is happening every time. Either it is one sensor or maybe two sensors, and there is some mental picture which is completed with whatever the data which are available. So this little girl didn't have much memory, or well, I can't say memory. She didn't have much data previously about like falling and breaking this glass and falling somewhere, injuring, dying. None of those perceptions may have been there with her, but the adults had all those. They were scared to step on that and they were scared to walk forward because all sorts of negative perceptions were there about falling, injuring, dying, uh, uh, getting wounded, whether this glass is strong enough to hold of all of us. See, the millions of perceptions may have come right at that moment to that adult's mind, whereas the little girl had a very limited number of perceptions. So that is why she was so light and she was very happy and she was running along that passage. So this is what is happening every time we are manipulated, or these perceptions are manipulating, and the thoughts are manipulating, because the thoughts are powerful. It manipulates this physical body. So I think we are coming close to the end of our session. Anything else to add, Dr. Kokila or Joel? Anything, any comments?
I think we are actually running out of time as well, isn't it?
Yeah, okay.
So we'll continue the discussion tomorrow, and
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah, we'll have a like question, and like any topic is fine. Trying to look at it from the now self angle is the main thing that we discuss here. So we worship our Namaste for his guidance in this Dhamma, the truth, and thank you very much for all the Dhamma friends who came for the discussion today. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thiruvon Sarnai, all Dhamma friends. Thiruvon Sarnai.
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it, and the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, say, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, say, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, say, showed the way by asking see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. And nothing was the same.
Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, breath is soft and flowing free. loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light. You reawakened Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Ariyayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle boats.
In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling me. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpado on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. Wake up to the truth. Buddothpado. Awake, humans, be awakened humans. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin.
May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you, Haranwansa, for your noble guidance. We talk about no self angle every day, 24/7. There's so much Zoom discussion and sermons from Dhamma friends. When you talk about no self angle, it is very important to understand that after you understand that there is no self, you slowly change. The power comes down. And when the power comes down, it will be very, it will be like very easy to become the situation and be with the situation, whether it's a bad situation or a good situation. The situation, whether it is good or bad, it's just an incident. That's actually the practical side of this Dhamma. Whether you like it or not, the Dhamma changes you. I mean, Dhamma changes you in such a way that you won't realize that it is happening. There won't be any harm to anyone. Everyone will be okay. It's just that you would seem like a bit more practical, a bit more sensitive, okay with anything, even with death. So once you understand Dhamma, it's very important to live normally and see what happens. If your Dhamma is not strong enough, you may feel the changes a lot. But when Dhamma gets stronger, when self-angle gets stronger, you will have less and less problems. Remember, every day is another day that you tested. In the sense, Dhamma is everywhere. Dhamma is at each moment. Dhamma is the moment. So think about it. Dhamma will change you a lot, and just let it be. Just let the Dhamma change you. In the sense, there's no you, but it will change the system anyway. What do you think about this, I wish I mean there is a very good discussion in the discussion time, Sri Lankan time, 3 to 5 p.m. in the evening as well. And same Buddothpado PeoTV channel. So it is very good in a way because it discusses a lot of aspects of Dhamma, the questions. And the more I'm in the discussion, I feel that there are a few areas that is not covered or that is not covered in some aspects. At one point, I wanted to tell this is actually a Dhamma where you are researching about yourself. So this is not about because the light field came, the existence field, I feel, this power, existence field and the power came first. Actually, it came first. That's why avidya came first. It came first, and that's how the whole thing has been developing on that. The vibration is there. The power is there. The vibration is there. The power is there. It's very easy to understand. If the vibration is there, the power is there. The vibration is not there, the power is not there. Power can reduce, but the vibration can stay. In an arahant, vibration is powerless, but the vibration is still there as a skandha level, in the sense as in the initial level. So the eyes are functioning. The sound is there. So the skandha means any basic delicate stimulus. Can be eye, it can be light, it can be sound, it can be the touch, it can be the taste, it can be the smell, it can be the mind. Long time ago, before, I remember how they talk about how the Jaya will break down and you can go into the level of the neutron proton and to show that there is no Jaya. It was another way of saying. But actually, that is not the way we talk about this. That is not the way the Lord Buddha talked about this. Because you can't understand the mind through that way. You can't put peace you can actually understand the mind by breaking it into pieces, but that's not the way. That's not the way. You have to actually feel this. That part has never been brought up by anyone else in the world. You have to feel this. To feel this, you have to actually understand how to go back in this one mind, one thought. So just because someone says the chair is not actually permanent because it can be broken into pieces, that's not the point. If we say the mind is not permanent because mind can be broken into pieces, that's not the point. That's not the point. I think I had to bring this up in the discussion also. That's not the point. That is also one point that people use to tell this Dhamma. It is okay, but it is not the point that of experience, because you can't experience the pieces in the mind. You can't experience the neutron and the proton in the shell. What you can experience is the feel and the sensual level and the form level and the non-form level. That is all you can experience. So you have to be very careful. Mm? Just because mind has few pieces in it, we are not telling that mind is actually not true. That's not the way. You have to feel it. So how do we feel it? It's a very tricky area that you have to understand, because we are not breaking the outside chair into pieces and understand that chair is not there. That's not how it is. How are we then understanding it? We are understanding that the chair is a perception in the mind. If there is no nama, in the sense, if there is no this sensory organ side, there is no chair. That's what we are trying to understand. It's a creation of the sensory organ. Even the neutron is, proton is creation of the sensory organ. What sensory organ? The mind sensory organ. It's the creation of the mind sensory organ. So the mind sensory organ, the creation is the chair or the neutron. So that creation, if you go back, you have to go back to the mind and see whether it is true, whether the creation of that mind was true. The chair in the mind, is it true? That's a vibration. If it's the vibration, you become the vibration and say, what do you feel? It's just a feel. Vibration, you can't do anything. It's just a feel. And what do you feel? You feel like chair is there, in the sense you feel like something is there. No, because there's no chair anyway now. There's something you feel. That's a sensory organ vibration. That is what gave you the life feel. You don't get this properly, you will never get this at all. Very, very important. Very important. If you miss this part, you're not going to understand it. If you are looking at a chair and saying, oh, this chair is not there because it is a creation of the mind, also you can say that. You're just looking at it and making stories, then no, that's not that's not the way to understand the chair. You have to actually become the chair and to understand that. The chair thought. You have to become the chair thought to understand how the life field was there. So this whole Dhamma is not something you should be looking at. You can do that. That's looking at Dhamma from the outside. You can say there's no chair because it is in the mind. It is also a thing that you say from outside. That is not, that is okay, but that's not even the path that our Master says. So, and he says that the mind is actually not true. Then you have to become. The becoming this Dhamma is different. Understanding Dhamma, this Dhamma from a student perspective is different. Like just imagine someone says something and you just says, "Oh yeah, that's true." That's not the way to understand Dhamma. You have to become the Dhamma. I think this should be taken up in the discussion as well. I just realized that it is the most problematic thing in the world. Why the people are slow to understand Dhamma. They are understanding it from the outside. Even the things that are announced says that chair is in the mind. Mind is not true. The perception of chair is not true. It's a vibration. The vibration, if you become the vibration, you can see how much power you have. And that is also actually that existence field, that power is due to the existence field. That existence field is actually due to the speed of the sensory organ. And then you can become the non-vibration. At that particular moment, the synchronicity is for the non-vibration. So piercing one thought is never have been a thing in this Dhamma. In the sense, becoming the chair has never been a thing in this Dhamma before I don't know, as they started to talk. So if you become the chair only, you can understand what power it had and how the self wasn't there at that moment. Otherwise, you will just memorize some stuff in your mind, and mind will be very strong. If it's an activity like walking, just imagine it's an activity. So it's like walking or cutting or any activity. Also, you can experience this action without the self. The talking without the self, and as well as thought without the self. That's the first experience that will shake you. The thought without the self, in the sense the chair without the self, the ice cream without the self, or cake without the self. So actually, in any of these experiences, you have to pierce the ice cream thought, not actual ice cream outside. What are you going to do with the ice cream outside? Nothing, because it is. We always have an army rupa, that is a feel. We have this perception side. We have the feel side. We have a whole lot of the mind side. Mind side consists of Vedana, Sannyas, Sankar, Vinyas. Rupantiko Vaisu Rupang. The Rupa is actually due to Rupanya, that is manifestation. Manifestation is there, but the manifestation is there because of this side, mind side, the feel side. Just take it as light. If you take it as light, the light is felt as something. So the light is felt as something, and you have to become the light and see why it is felt as something. No, there's nothing to feel as something. The self-perception is gone. Self-feel is gone if you become the light. Yeah, it is. It is actually the whole thing is a challenge. It's becoming the chair. It's a challenge. But to become the chair, you have to understand the philosophy, what is being told here. What is happening in this side? What is the beginning of this side that keeps going? That keeps going. The chair, the table, what is felt this side there? There's feeling in this side. That is what we are trying to sort out. You feel like you are there, right? Yeah, what is that? That is what we are trying to sort out. We are not trying to sort out actual chair, but what we are trying to understand is what is this feel that there is someone here? Of course, if the chair is outside and you feel like it is outside, self is here, it's with the body as well that you feel that. Because the demarcation becomes very gross. Chair is there, I'm here. So the I am means its whole body as well. But then when you become the perception side, this body is not a part of it. It's actually the mind side. So when there is a car in front of you, you know that the car is in front of you. That's okay. But what we are trying to say is this is that the scenario is created in the sensory organs. Why then there is a life here is because of this vibration here. And we are trying to detect that vibration. What is that vibration? What is this? What are the taints? What is it? What is it called by the taint? What is this power in that vibration? Mm. So so everything came from yesterday's talk. I'm trying to put it into words. It's a bit difficult how I felt about that conversation. So this Dhamma can be shredded into pieces and understood as a puzzle in the outside. That is not how it is. So becoming the chair or becoming the ice cream or becoming the croissant, becoming the actual stimuli won't happen if you don't even understand the phenomena here. The first level of contemplation is whatever you experience outside is a perception in this system. And in the mind, is it there? Just imagine you are looking at a flower. Flower is a perception in the mind. Then actually, it is directly now you are in the perception level. So the perception level, is it true? perception level. Even the shape of light, is it true? The perception is usually the shape of light. If that is not even true, right? If the flower is not there, it is a perception of light, right? Perception or shape of light. Is the shape of light true? No, the shape of light is actually a vibration. And that vibration, if you become the vibration, you will see how much power it has. Those are the trends, and that power is actually, if you fully realize that this existence idea only has gives this power in the, and if Dhamma comes properly, actually, that if the existence perception is gone, that if you fully realize that it's actually nothing to do with the self, it's a past vibration of the light. Non-vibration may arise. You might become the actual light. That's how you feel like. But if you try to do this dissection outside, like you put all these theories in front of you and keep saying, okay, chair is not outside, it is in your mind. Mind is actually not true, it is a vibration. That vibration is felt as something that is the speed of the vibration, that's all. And that will be just theory. That will be just theory. We don't become the light and see actually what this means. So theory doesn't matter. So it is very important. Now, rehearsing one thought or understanding this one stimuli is the prime importance in this Dhamma. And that doesn't happen if you don't understand Dhamma either. So what I was trying to tell is a lot of Dhamma friends are actually putting it on the table, the Dhamma, and trying to understand as if something is something on the table that is not going to work that will be the mind again. But understanding one stimuli is very important here to get getting to the level of your tense, your power. Time to time you will feel the non-vibration. Become the non-vibration. It is it has to actually become the normal. The non-vibration should become the normal, so that to become the non-vibration, that is another. So that becomes the new normal. The no self-perception become the norm. No self-perception appears for the first time if you feel the absence of you losing you, then only the no self-perception appears. Then you get the idea, wow, that actually there was never a self here. And they're not there when the ice cream is not a thing, when the cake is not a thing, when the mother is not a thing, or when the chair is not a thing. But to tell that the chair is not a thing, you have to find out what chair was. Chair is just a production of the mind, but then what was underneath that? Underneath that was a fear. That was the reason for this whole me concept. So there's a fear. So it gives you that separation. Any consciousness gives you that separation. What do you think? So this whole thing, understanding this Dhamma, is very important for you to get this properly. That Dhamma is not for you to just keep thinking about anything. When you understand that placing of one thought, why it is so important, why becoming the chair is very important, is because otherwise you don't know about the taints, you don't know about this power which gave you this strong idea. You don't know that it is not there when the Dhamma is fully realized, the life it is not there. So you losing your moment has to happen at least once, in one stimuli, for you to fully realize that this is what is told by Lord Buddha. So a lot of even venerables put this whole thing on the table and say, look at the chair, look at the chair. Chair is made up of a lot of things, so we can't call it a chair. That's not Dhamma. That type of breaking it into pieces and understanding that there's no chair is not the way of Dhamma. It's actually understanding that's the perception in the mind, that the chair, the actual chair, is never ever there. We have we see something, yes, if you touch, you can have a touch sensation. If you see something, it's a shape of light. If you hear something, it is a sound vibration, yes. But you have never ever had a chair there. So the chair is a production of the mind. The sound wave and the light wave coming together, the chair wave has come. That chair wave, the chair perception, actually understand that chair perception is not true. It's not there anywhere. It's not there anywhere. You have to get this, you have to become this and see, yes, it's not there anywhere. It's just a vibration, then you can feel it. It's a feel only. Where? You can't say a place. It's a feel only. Feel has no place. Feel has no nothing, actually. That feel, if you get into that level, if you go into that level of feel, you understand that it's actually a fast vibration of the eye, or fast vibration of the sound, or fast vibration of touch sensation. To come to that level, you need to fully know the Dhamma. So fully knowing the Dhamma, you understand that the chair is actually not there. There's a vibration, in the sense it's a feel. That feel also is actually not through just the speed of the sensory organ. It's not actually the chair. You get into this level, you fully realize that none of these things, they don't really matter. They don't matter. Very important. to get it right. So thank you very much, friends. Hopefully, we will try to clear some thought and see what happens with prajna, with wisdom, and see actually what is there. Otherwise, you will be just making any other assumption, do assumptions and stop your research. May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you, Arana Hansa, for your noble guidance. May you all understand Dhamma and feel Dhamma as well. Devasana.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and welcome to the Buddothpado 24-hour English channel, which is known as the Buddothpado PeoTV channel. So this channel operates all 24 hours of the day under the guidance of our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, who has discovered or explored the nature of mind based on the Buddhist philosophy, and has experienced the true meaning of this true Buddhist philosophy through Vipassana meditation. So this truth goes beyond all boundaries like language, geographical location, or the religion, race, nationality, etc. So this opportunity is for the non-Sinhala speakers all around the world to understand the true nature of self. Actually, the truth, the absolute truth disclosed to the world by Gautama Buddhāchanan Wahanse is the absence of a self, or absence of this external world. That is the fact that the things or the entities that we believe to be externally are not permanent entities. So they are just temporary phenomena that arises and ceases instantaneously. So to understand this Buddhist philosophy, we make all efforts under the guidance of our spiritual teacher. So these Dhamma talks revolves around the fact that the instantaneous stimuli are mere projections of the six sense faculties of the human system. With that, one can realize this notion of self. It itself is a misconception that we have begun to believe due to the power generated in each and every stimulus. So today, let's look at another important aspect of the Buddhist philosophy known as kusalaya, or the true skillfulness. So this true skillfulness is nothing but the ability to see the truth of the stimulus. So actually, when someone attains arahanthood, or the super awareness, or certain internal transformation should occur, and it happens initially through the understanding of Buddhist philosophy. It is explained as Satyajnana, or the wisdom of truth, which is the initial phase of the path. But for that, mere intellectual knowledge is not sufficient. So for this internal transformation to happen, one must directly experience and also be aware of how a stimulus become real, or in other words, how a chair, mother, table, or some entity becomes real. So actually there is nothing but the presence of certain vibrations. So this inner awareness must be awakened. Otherwise, this human system cannot capture the vibrations that arise and cease. This should happen through wisdom. So this wisdom happens out of true skillfulness. That is, in other words, all thoughts are illusions. They are created by mind consciousness. So a skillful mind is simply this awareness in the sense it should be self-evident to you that all these thoughts are just illusions created by mind consciousness. This doesn't happen without effort. For that, we must make all efforts to understand the mechanism of the sense faculties. So, this awakening actually also should be consistent, like holding a torch steadily pointed inward. So that is the example, that is the metaphor, because it's actually seeing the truth of the stimulus or penetrating through single stimulus to understand the nature of all phenomena is essential initially. So in the Buddhist philosophy, the example to this situation, this understanding given by Lord Buddha is, if someone sees the stem pattern of a single mango leaf, he or she should not have to observe each and every mango leaf to understand the stem pattern. So similarly, if a single thought is fully understood, thought, stimulus, mind, all these words we use interchangeably to refer to the thought or arising of mind. So if someone understands this a single stimulus, how it arises and ceases, that leads someone to this internal transformation, though it is a gradual process. So actually, when we initially maintain the one pointedness or mind that is actually a kind of concentration or awareness, this awakening arises. Avadiya. This awakening is something that is consistent. So when this awakening is there, this internal transformation is there, we can observe ourselves whether a certain stimulus become real for us. So if now I said all these are illusions created by mind consciousness. So, if someone believes in the illusions of mind, actually he is not on the correct path to Nibbana. So, the topic, the skillfulness, is actually to understand this illusory nature of the mind consciousness, and with that one steps into the right path. So in Dhamma, this skillfulness is also described as actually it is the fact known as kusalaya, that is nothing but the ability to see through the stimulus through wisdom. So true wisdom actually lies in not being misled by stimulus, or the creator of the stimulus, mind consciousness. That is the ability not to be deceived by the mind consciousness. So the bottom line is actually the Buddhist philosophy is about seeing the truth of the stimulus through wisdom. Actually, although we feel as if there is an existing mind, before we listen to true Dhamma, we actually felt that there is an existing mind, but it is merely a stimulus that arises and ceases. So what we have known as the mind is nothing but a string of stimuli. So when the stimulus is perceived as real, that is when the mother becomes real for you, when the flower becomes real for you, when America becomes real for you, when president of Russia become real for you, what happens? We fall into the mundane and deluded realm of wrong view. That is, we are in the ground of wrong view. So all religions, unfortunately, operate within the same ground of wrong view, because no religion talks about the absence of self. So this we do all meritorious deeds, good deeds, and even the meditation with the belief of the self. So that is that angle that we perceive the world decides whether we are in the wrong view or right view. So even the beings in the animal realm, actually they are also definitely in the wrong view, because the external world is real for the animal system, and the animals also feel the strong existent feeling or the notion of self. So if we try to understand the mechanism of the sense faculties, this form, sound, odor, taste, and tactility arise due to the interaction with the sensory faculties. So these tables, chairs, beds, and all so-called entities are nothing but mental fabrications. So every day we talk about these mental formations, how the entities gets generated, the interaction of vibrations of similar frequencies that happen in the five sense faculties initially. Always a single sense faculty initiates this stimulus, and it happens in 2 rounds. Actually, no gap can be identified by a human system. It was the truth revealed by Gautama Buddhachanan Vahanse that in the first round, Patigha Sampassa, the contact that happens at the sense faculty, it may be eye, ear, probably nose or tongue or the skin. However, when one sense faculty is in contact with the vibrations of similar frequencies, naturally all other sensory inputs or prior perceptions instantaneously spark, and that is the arising of mind consciousness. And with all the previous sensory inputs, mind consciousness identifies it as an existing entity. So that is how tables, chairs, beds, mother, sun, moon, world, all entities arise. They are mere mental constructs, just thoughts. So seeing the truth of these name and form constructions, actually name and form constructs rather, is the true skillfulness. So to further explain that, when let's take a single sense faculty, as every day we discuss this mechanism of the sense faculties in every Dhamma talk, because this is the basis of the Buddhist philosophy. So now I perceives a certain shape of light. So the mind, at once the mind consciousness identifies it as a sunflower. How does this happen? So simply these are the 2 rounds, Vattang Vattati, or Patika Sampassa and Adivachana Sampassa. The eye perceives certain shape of light, and the moment that arises, the texture of the petals of that flower, smell of that flower experienced by the nose, and the texture of the petals experienced by the skin. Then if as a child at least someone has licked the flower, the taste of the flower. So 3 sense faculties: shape of light, texture, smell, taste, and the sound given to the ear previously when the system experienced this. That is sunflower. Sunflower, the name. All spark instantaneously. First, the shape of light arose in the eye faculty, and in no time, all previously experienced sensory inputs related to this shape of light spark at once. This is nature. This is not done by anyone. So this collective spark is the Adivachana Sampassa, the second round described in Buddhist philosophy. and that is the rising of the thought, mind consciousness, or the stimulus. So this was spread out, this instantaneous uh, rising of stimulus was analyzed and was seen in greater detail by the wisdom of Buddha. Otherwise, any system in the human realm or animal realm or any other realm won't be able to do this. Now, since this truth is shared with us by out of immense loving kindness by Gautama Buddhacharyan Vahase, and it has been vividly explained in simple language by our spiritual friends, we can see it. Actually, we can see it through wisdom. It cannot be seen through human system. You wouldn't see the gap how these two cycles, two single sense faculty initiates and then other faculties spark together. No, that cannot be seen through the human system sense faculties, but we can discern it through the wisdom. So that for that we should have that kusala, the skillfulness. We must contemplate Dhamma so much so that naturally this liberation happens. Naturally, this actually we will not be deceived by the stimulus because we know that it is merely a mental construct. So let's again take some other stimulus initiated by nose. Now, some smell arises, some smell is felt by the nose. The moment the smell rises, the shape of light and the texture and the taste and the sound made to the ear, pizza arises at once. Just the smell occurred, but with that all other previous sensory inputs arise and the identification, the pizza, the first round only the nose, the birth of the nose happened, one sense faculty happened, then all other sense faculties spark, that is previous perceptions, arise instantaneously and mind consciousness identifies, okay, it's pizza. We cannot actually stop at that point. So what happens is with that identification, the feeling that this pizza is something that exists, that pizza is somewhere there, I am here feeling the smell, that cannot be prevented. The moment we accept something as pizza, this underneath feeling that pizza is there and I am here arises. So that is the self-perception. That is the cause. Actually, that is actually the effect of that instantaneous spark, and that is the effect of the instantaneous spark of all sense faculties, and then it becomes the cause for us to go on and on in sansaric cycle, because self-perception that arises with the stimulus is the danger. So it is like an equation. The pizza equals the self. That is, the self is a fake notion. Actually, there is no self. That stimulus itself, the feeling of existence of pizza itself is the self. So we can, now when we explore the Buddhist philosophy, we feel the gravity of this illusion of self. So actually, so the thing is, awareness actually that discerns the truth within consciousness or the mind is the true skillfulness. So actually, one who has not explored Dhamma does not understand the awareness or actually awakening. They may not have awakening to identify the illusion of the mind consciousness. So such a person definitely lives under the belief in a self or clinging to a self that does not exist. Definitely will be deceived or deluded by the power generated in the stimulus. So actually, Lord Buddha beautifully explained this in through different gathas. So sabba papassa karanam, that is, all these thoughts or illusory consciousness are expressions of unskillfulness or akusala. That's clear. Akusala means inability to see the truth. Kusalassa upasampada, that is the cultivation of skillfulness or kusalaya arises when one understands the nature of illusory consciousness. Actually, for that one should have mindfulness, that is, now seeing the truth of stimulus is having the ability to understand the true nature of stimulus, how the sense faculties generate these entities instantaneously. So actually, he says to develop yatabhutang pajanati, that is the seeing things as they truly are. Actually, that is the basic. Seeing things as they truly are means seeing within or through wisdom. One should discern that whatever the entity is an outcome of the 2 rounds that happened in relation to sense faculties. First, one sense faculty initiates, then all sense faculties arise, and that is a mental construct that happens due to previous perceptions arising instantaneously, previous perceptions triggered by a particular sense faculty experience spark instantaneously. That is the truth. So one must cultivate yoniso manasikara or wise attention to, naturally apply this concept then and there. So that's why Lord Buddha said this yoniso manasikara and yatabhuta jnanada are like 2 poles of a ladder. Otherwise, one cannot climb without the two poles of the ladder. One cannot climb the ladder, or one cannot progress in the path. So, this truth of thought generation and the proper attention, proper concentration or mindfulness to see it are essential. So one can actually recognize this understanding when they are liberated from the influence of stimulus by seeing its true nature. Otherwise, this deception or being deceived by the stimulus cannot be prevented. It should happen through wisdom. So the next part, actually the Sachitta Pariyodapanan, is the purification or mastery of the mind. Actually, that happens with the true control over the mind. So this actually the true purification of the mind happens only by seeing the true nature of stimuli. So all Buddhas have taught this truth, that is etam buddhanu sasa. So this is the teaching of the Buddhas. That's what it means. In such a state, one awakens to their Buddhist nature. Now, actually, with this beautiful gatha of Buddhist philosophy, Sabba Papasakaranang, Kusalasa Upasampada, Satitta Pariyodapanang, Etam Buddhana Sasanang, it becomes so meaningful to us. So, then Lord Buddha said, if there is something perceived in the stimulus, that is, again, if something becomes a shoe flower, if certain shape of light becomes a house, or if certain smell becomes bread, if certain taste becomes pineapple, if certain tactile sensation becomes coldness, if certain sound becomes the cross sound, or if certain thought that arises in the mind becomes the son or the daughter. So it would lead to actually the acceptance of the external entities, resulting in the self, the feeling of self or sense of self. And if one is not skillful enough to see the truth of this, what happens is the thoughts, further thoughts naturally arise. They are known as vitakka and vichara, initial thought and sustained thought. So now let's try to understand this true ignorance. Now someone did not have the skill to apply yoniso manasikara and yatha bhuta jnana. Just imagine now the sense faculties function. So someone doesn't have the skill or kusala to apply yoniso manasikara, that is to instantaneously see the absence of this entity, or that to actually fully feel that it is a mental construct. If so, the smell becomes pizza. So the thoughts, oh, pizza is real. I mean, you may not talk, but pizza is there and it's very expensive. Or they may probably have offers. So unknowingly, lot of thoughts flow. It's kind of fast food, it's healthy, unhealthy, it's so unhealthy. So these vitakka vichara definitely arise. But if someone has this yatabhuta jnana, the proper knowledge actually, or the wisdom of truth of phenomena or the generation of stimulus, and yoniso manasakara instantaneously to apply these initial thoughts and sustained thoughts, vitakka vichara may not arise. So when actually someone sees the true nature of stimuli, such a person is in the level of savitakka savichara. Savitakka savichara means actually the Dhamma, natural Dhamma contemplation may happen. So this indicates the presence of the first meditative absorption, that is actually in penetrative insight. Also, this meditative absorption of Pratama Dhyana, these dhyanas come in here also. That is actually when someone fully liberates from the stimulus. It is so here in penetrative insight or vipassana, when this consistently the liberation from the thought or the stimulus happens, what happens is kind of certain meditative state arises. So this is actually the true skillfulness. So then when one is liberated from the influence of stimuli, that influence means that the feeling that something is there. I mean, the stimulus does not become real in any case. Then avitakka vichara samadhi arises. So it's beautiful, this penetrative insight. The savitakka savichara nature may be there at the beginning, that is contemplation of Dhamma. So that will also gradually go away. So when the contemplation deepens and when the world is no longer experienced as real, definitely this state is marked by the absence of thought. So in this state, samadhi develops naturally, and that is the skillfulness, because this samadhi state arises when one liberates fully from the stimulus. So with that we are able to contemplate the truth. So when one actually experiences the absence of thinness in the stimuli, the that inner realization is the skillfulness. First, someone may know the truth, hear the truth, like you all listen to this Dhamma talk. Then the realization happens gradually. So, what we should then understand is, so as long as someone remains in the wrong view or ignorance, this unrest of samsara continues. That is, someone has to go on and on in this terrifying cycle of life and death, because each stimulus generates power, additional power, which actually is caused by the taints, that samsaric vibration that telepathizes into the zygote. But when one is liberated from both external stimuli and internal self-view, this vipassana samadhi naturally awakens. So this vipassana samadhi is not something that one trains, or some experiences in a certain meditative posture. It transcends all four postures: sitting, standing, lying, walking. It is inner wisdom actually. This vipassana samadhi arises when one liberates from each and every stimulus, each and every stimulus with yathabhuta jnana and yoniso manasikara. So if actually you practice this will become self-evident. So that is why our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Vansi is capable of sharing all these self-experiences. He involved in this exploration for so long. Actually, he practically experienced the truth disclosed to the world by Lord Buddha 2500 years ago. How the world gets created through stimuli due to the mechanism of the sense faculties. So Lord Buddha revealed this truth as the middle path. That is a way that avoids all extremes, because illusory consciousness, this vijnanaya, belongs to the realm of extremes. The perceptions are shaped by delusion. That actually important to understand what this the concept of extremes, that is actually the duality. That is the shape of light occurs in the eye when it becomes the sunflower. There are two extremes. Even though we are not paying attention when we behave in the mundane world, the moment the sunflower is perceived as the stimulus taken as a true entity, the duality that the sunflower is external and the I that belongs to me is internal, the two extremes, two ends or two sides immediately arises. That is the Ajjatta Bahita referred to by Lord Buddha. So when this duality is there, we cannot get rid of this sense of self. So the person that sees the sunflower, the person that smells the pizza, the person that feels the coldness, the person that hears the sound of the crow, the person that think of someone or somebody, the person that tastes pizza naturally arises. So when someone fully realizes that it is not an externally existing entity, had someone not introduced these shapes of light, sounds, smells, tactile sensations, and tastes, at some point they may not develop into full stimuli or thoughts. So we should discern, we should contemplate it through skillfulness. That is, when a certain child is at the age of 3, 4, or 5, probably, when he tastes something, somebody whispered to his ear, it's milk, milk, water. Or sometimes when when the shapes of light arose in the eye, somebody whispered, it's the sun, it's the star, hat, sand, the river. And when at that age, when the sounds occurred in the ear, somebody whispered, somebody said, it's the coil sound, it is the peacock sound, it is the sound of the wind, it's the sound of the rustling leaves. So when some tactile sensation was felt, or you feel cold, you feel hot, you feel this pillow is soft, this cushion is hard. So somebody said, so that those perceptions that came along with the experience reoccurs. It is repeated. It's a natural phenomenon. So when at that age, when the nose perceived certain smell, somebody whispered to the ear, it's the smell of dog poop, it's the smell of yak poop, it's the smell of the jasmine, it's the smell of bread. So now what happens is, whatever the sense faculty initiates a certain sensory input or experiences a certain sensory input, all previous perceptions, all previous data spark instantaneously, and the mind consciousness skillfully creates the notion of existence of a certain entity. So with that the two extremes, Ajjatta Bahita, external internal duality arises. The moment the pizza becomes real, I arises. I who observes. The moment the peacock sound arises, I arise too. So this is the knot that we have to untangle. So that is where initially the yoniso mansikara, the wise attention, and the yatha bhuta jnana, the two rounds, how this stimulus become real, how a state, the individual sense faculty experiences it initially, and how it gets developed into a full thought due to the previous perceptions becoming current perceptions instantaneously, which actually causes mind consciousness to arise, and then which results in the self perception to arise. So this phenomena is beautifully explained by Lord Buddha in Patigha Sampassa and Adivachana Sampassa. So Patigha Sampassa is the first sensory faculty contact that happens at an individual sense faculty. That is nothing but the synchronization of vibrations of similar frequencies. The sense faculties are just vibrations. Nothing exists permanently. So always, as a law of nature, the vibrations of opposing charges interact, resulting in some power, which in other words is taken as the felt as the self. So this philosophy, this mechanism of thought generation or mind generation has been described in several levels. So what we today have to do is to listen to the sermons that discuss the true philosophy and develop mindfulness to apply it instantaneously. This is the initial level. So conscious application of Dhamma, the contemplation. So then it naturally arises, because in Buddhist philosophy the path is beautifully explained. Path is beautifully explained in 3 stages as Satya, Krutya and Krutak. The first, the listening to the Buddhist philosophy should happen. Then the contemplation, active and passive, the Dhamma is seen in every stimulus. You need some effort for that, actually a lot of effort. So at Krutak, the third level, unknowingly, Dhamma acts, and without the knowledge of the individual, Dhamma acts on stimulus, and the liberation happens. That is, everything happens without that sense of self. Actually, this sense of self that arose at the instant the stimulus becomes real is nothing but that burning, which happens at subtle level. So at the Krutak level, the full liberation happens without any burning. So for everything happens with wisdom. So when one realizes the truth of what is seen, heard, then felt, no longer becomes real, or they won't feel as if they truly exist. So liberation from the influence of stimuli occurs. The influence of stimuli is the sense of self. So if the stimulus is a wall, the act of seeing it and whether there is actually a person seeing the wall is discerned only through mindfulness. So it is mindfulness alone that knows whether the wall has become a thing in the mind. So that's why the path to Nibbana consists of a step-by-step approach, moving through Satya, Krutya and Krutak. Satya, the truth; Krutya, action, you active contemplation, passive contemplation, and Krutak, the completion of the task. It happens automatically. So this is mirrored in the teachings of Anupubba Kriya, Anupubba Sikka, and Anupubba Patipada. That is gradual action, Anupubba Kriya, Anupubba Sikka, gradual training, Anupubba Pratipada, gradual path. So one gains insight through Satya Jnana. First, there is Janato, and this is being repeated daily, and then Passato, that is experiencing, seeing. So that is true discernment. So just like we cannot force a chili plant to grow by will alone, you must water it and nourish it with fertilizer. Similarly, skillfulness or kusalaya cannot be forced. This kusalaya, that is ability to see the truth, grows through consistent care and practice. So when one enters the path to Nibbana, it reflects the degree of one's inner skillfulness. So actually it's so beautiful. The higher ordination or upasampada of monks is not a ritual, it is a spiritual commitment to prevent upadana or clinging. So actually the clinging is nothing but accepting the stimulus as real. So true higher ordination arises when one sees clearly that there is no permanent self or soul. So this realization secures the inner upasampada, the spiritual maturity of all four types of noble disciples: bhikkhu, bhikkhuni, upasaka, upasika, that is monks, nuns, lay women and laymen. So without such realization, even someone like Gatikara would not attain the noble state of a non-return, anagami. So everything, the all steps of path stream enterer, once returner, non-returner, arahant, are achieved only through yathabhuta jnana and yoniso manasikara, that is seeing the truth and having the skillfulness to see it. So this is the path disclosed to the world by Lord Buddha and being reiterated and actually having been explored through utmost effort. Our spiritual friend Buddothpado Aryan Hansi shares it with us. So let's all make use of this beautiful opportunity to liberate ourselves from suffering. So I wind up my Dhamma talk paying homage at Buddothpado Aryan Hansi's feet and worship Noble Triple Gem, and may you all be blessed by Noble Triple Gem, and see you tomorrow at the same time.
So,
Yes, sir. It's okay. Other Zoom is now starting. It's a Buddothpado. Yeah.
Like to meet you. I felt you today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's okay, everybody. Tomorrow we can join again. Teruwan Saranai Suranka, Teruwan Saranai Kokila, Teruwan Saranai Teruwan Saranai you are a good friend
thank you
for
for the
me.
beautiful
It's okay, Teruwan Saranai.
namaskar.
Teruwan Saranai.
Terus
Good afternoon, everybody. Teruvan Saranai, sir. Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 74. When you let go of thoughts, the attachment or the dislike towards thoughts begin to dissolve. This is called viragaya. Tatra tatra vipassati. The stanza above means letting go of each and every thought that you receive at that moment. Even though we talk about letting go, of every thought, what we receive is a long string of thoughts. Whichever string of thoughts you receive at one time, let them go. You need to have a huge wisdom to let go of thoughts, and this does not happen all at once. To let go of thoughts, first you have to be aware of the thoughts that come to your mind. Second, you have to know that thoughts are akusal. Thoughts take you in a cycle of rebirth and death, samsara. Third, you have to know that right path to attain nirvana is when you develop an awareness not to get attached to thoughts that you receive. Fourth one, in other words, letting go of thoughts is a kusalaya, a skillful action that helps you go on the path. When you maintain awareness according to the 4 points given above, you automatically begin to increase your mindfulness and you begin to come to your base every moment. This practice of mindfulness will take you on the path to nirvana. When you maintain a steady mindfulness to analyze every thought that comes to your mind with awareness and wisdom, your practice of seeing every thought begins to improve. It is very important that you learn to see each thought that comes to your mind. It is necessary for the Vidarshana meditation because if you learn to see a thought as soon as it comes to your mind, you will immediately be able to apply the truth to that thought and be aware that the thought does not exist outside and know that it is only a thought. Terosana, everybody.
Shani, thank you for reading the 2 pages for us. I'm sorry I joined a bit late because I had a problem with my connection. So as usual, we all worship Aryan Mahanse, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse, and we warmly welcome all of our Dhamma friends who have joined the Zoom discussion at this moment, and also our listeners via other means like YouTube. So this is our English Zoom discussion from 2:45 to 4 p.m. We have been discussing about the thoughts and the mind, and also the importance of understanding this process of thought formation and how the mind is working. And we briefly discussed about the types of meditations also. And we now know that the concentration meditation helps in some way to calm down the mind, but it doesn't actually help to complete the process of this full understanding. And we also talked about the mindfulness, and we mentioned that it is slightly different from what is generally practiced in the most of the Western world and also some other countries. So basically, in Buddhist teaching, what we have to try is to understand how these thoughts are formed, what is this process, and what is meant by the mind. And also, when you understand this process, we know that there is no owner to this process. There is a system functioning, and that itself, that understanding itself, helps to sort of cool down or some form of uh, calm down the agitation of these thoughts and the mind. So that is what it really means. That is what is it's necessary or the important, because we know that thoughts manipulate uh, this physical body. So whatever we are uh, doing as day-to-day functions, whatever we are talking, all are manipulations of the thoughts. Thought has a power. That is how it acts uh, with this manipulating process. So I think I will invite Dr. Kokila and the other Dhamma friends to start the discussion. Theruvan Saranai.
We can start the discussion on any topic. Actually, I also joined a little bit late, like 1 minute late. So the book reading was, I think, about what was it roughly about? Mainly about the Pratipada, is it? The Pratipada or the...
Yeah, actually I missed the first part. I don't know whether Surangika was there or Shani. Will you be able to just tell us briefly? It's okay. I think we can start on a topic that maybe from a question, or we can start something discussion around those facts, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, mainly the Pratipada, I actually didn't hear that part. But anyway, when we talk about the 4 steps in the Pratipada that the R.N. Vanse has introduced, it's actually this understanding mind again, which is no other different thing, which is understanding how this mind works. So we usually have we have chair, we have everything outside. Usually understanding that it's a perception here is kind of the first step, because the mind, if you dream about the chair, you just understand how do you feel that the chair is in the dream. It is the same chair that it is outside if you dream about the same chair. So how come you get that perception again? This is actually science as well, how these perceptions work. So we keep understanding that the outside is actually, even though we projected it outside, there is definitely a projection, that's fine, that's normal. But even though it is projected as outside, it is actually a perception in the mind. And then the next step would be the understanding the perception of the chair or the sun or anything in that sense is actually, it's not actually real. It's formed from the vibrations of the collaboratory effect of or the collective effect of the 5 sensory organs. If there are no 5 sensory organs, there's no formation of a mind. So you can understand how even in, if you think about in scientific way, how the sound. So if we talk about the apple, which we have taken before, the apple sound, how these things, the picture, the color, the taste, the smell, this all there in the thought of the apple. So understanding how this system works is so beautiful. It is the most important thing is understanding the truth. So understand the science, basically, science of living, or science of how we feel alive, or how this world of us is happening, how this film is being broadcasted, basically. So when we understand that it's just a vibration of the sensory perceptions, we go deep into the sensory perceptions. It's just an experience of vibration. What happens there is the fast vibration. Only that's the feel. Even the 6-week baby, which where there's no information yet, there's a feel. They don't know whether it is, whether it's a blue or the pink. They don't know whether it is, even, good smell or the bad smell. They don't have any specific perception, but there is a feel. There's a vibration. So there's that power is coming from rapid vibration of the very speedy occurrence of the vibrations lead to feel the light. So when they vibrate together, when these sensory organs vibrate together, the thought or the chair, in that example, chair is there now. So after some time, we directly, repeatedly when the chair comes, we have so much ideas about the chair, so that comes as well. If you like the chair, you just get, you have that idea about that. So we have so much whims like this. The way you like things, like if you are in a tribe in the Amazon, what you like there, or what you get inspired by is different to like a city dweller who would be having a pattern of living. But the problem is because that this is all felt as happening here, and then the view has come that this is I'm doing these things, I'm saying, then there are my way as well. So whatever the dream, whatever the environmental factors, whatever the cultural aspects, social aspects, so everything brings about my way, my things. You can put anything there actually. It can be my attitude, it can be my way of clothing, or my way of living. So these things keep increasingly, like you get used to that, and it becomes you, basically. So if you really question who am I, there's a problem when where you keep researching about who am I, you can't find you. So then actually you keep understanding this is the power that we have. Because if you say my body, it implies anyway that the body is not you because it's my body. Then how can't if it's something mine, my bottle, definitely it doesn't imply that it is you. But then we keep saying it's my eye, my body, my leg. So we keep understanding that it's not that. Then body can't be me. Then what is you? Then you automatically goes to the thinking process. Maybe thinking process is mine. But then we say again, my thoughts. The thinking process, if the thinking process is me, whether we have some power over that, we don't. It works on its own. Even if it doesn't want that to work, it keeps working. So, and then we understand that there is a power though, there is a feel that we are alive even though these things are me. So then we understand by Dhamma, the truth, that actually this misunderstanding or the understanding of self is a misconception, where it is because there is a power here, we have actually got the view that there is a self here. So that's how it happened. Yes, Joel, do you have a question?
Yes, doctor. Day before yesterday, you mentioned flow like a water kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain how it works with Dhamma? Flowing like a water, that life has to flow like you live as like you're flowing like a water. You have to just go on. How does it work, doctor?
Well, you can look at that's like a sentence. When we use that sentence, we can look at it from a different angles. Yes, but we look at it from the no self angle. When we look at it from the no self angle, because there can be self angle as well. When you look at it from the no self angle, when there is no self here, in the sense there's no additional power here.
It's a feel, no?
It's a failure.
Yeah.
Yes, Saran.
It's not a thoughts. Non-soul. Non-soul Dhamma is the Buddha's explain. It's a feel. We can experience it. So why we are understanding the truth? Because internal transformation is happening. It's nobody doing. No, it's a happen. It's automatically happen. You can experience it. You can't do that because who is doing? Somebody is there. There is no non-soul Dhamma. Somebody is doing. He is there. No? How is talking about non-soul? That is why. It's experience. We are understanding the truth. What is the truth? How is creating the lights? How is creating the sounds? How is creating the smell? How is creating the taste? How is these senses are creating? How these senses are created? this sensor creations is your everything. You haven't experienced without sensor. That's it's normally guys, they are in the world. What is this world? Their own sensors systematically. So it's a creating. The effort is your sensors. Your sensors given this lights, this type of 7 color lights. Your eye creation, eye is a sensor, and your sound, your ear creation is a sound also. Otherwise, your taste, smell creation, your nose is like a factory. It's a product. Your nose is a sensor. Yeah, it's a product. It's a there's a process is there. It's a creating. Important this understanding is realizing very important. You know this the final what is the final one? You see the eye creating sound is the eye creating the picture is the product. Is okay. Is a ear creating is the sound is the product. The nose is creating the product. The effort is your systematically it's happening. Nobody's doing smell. It's a mouth also. It's a tongue given you to taste spicy. Otherwise, your body sensor creating is your feeling. It's a hot and cool, smooth and rough. This 5 sensor, one time is this present moment is okay. One time is okay. What you are looking is a chair. What is the sound is here? What is your pitch? Eye creating? What is sound? Eye ear creating? What is this smell and the taste and the body creating? This 5 sensor creating one time. What is the sound? What is the picture? That's fine. That's together combining this 5 sensor creating. The effort is a thought. It's a thought. It's a sixth one. It's a mind sensor. Mind sensor is this 5 sensor creating together. This effort is a thought. It's a mind sensor. It's a spark. It's a one spark. What is this example? Is a chair. Chair have picture. Chair have sound. Chair have smell. Smooth and rough. This your senses given you to eye given to picture, ear given sound, and body sensor given the smooth and rough. You see, the kindergarten time. What's the teacher? What's teacher doing? Teacher given this picture and given sound, and you can touch. Yeah, that's a that's a thought. That's a thinking word, the mindful word. That's why Buddha's word is there. Chittena niyati loko chittena paras. The meaning is you are living on your sensor. Within your sensor, you are living. What is this word? Is your sensor given this word. That's why cause and effect. Dhamma, cause is the sensor, effort is together. No, together coming. The effort is the mind sensor. The 5 sensors together coming. Mind sensor is the effort. Otherwise, especially the thought, how is coming the power is very important. That is why science is here inside. It's a mechanism. The speedily sparking happening, that's the mechanism is I creating the light. Otherwise, it's speedily sparking. It's a vibration. Eardrum like that. It's your ear creating your new to sound. You know, this one spark have the power. Because different in somewhere, the power is there. It's the Buddha's word otherwise. Panchisutra. Yobante viditwana majjamantana lipati tambruhi mahapurusho seda simbali maga. It's a part, it's a Buddha's word. What the meaning is that the power somewhere different in power is there. That is why spark is meaning is different and is there. Spark. You know, that's the power is there. The example is something drop in the water, waves are there. How is waves are going? The power is there. That is that's why is waves is happening. That's something drop in the water. That's a spark. No, that's why power is coming. That is why different in somewhere. There's a power is there. North and south like that. There's a earth also. Like that, magnetic, no? Magnetic power like that, different is there. Electric power also, you know, that's the, how is coming electric power? It's a rotating in the different ends, no? A huge magnet rotating, no? Especially this power. Why we are talking this power? You see this existent field. How is thought coming to power? No. You are looking the chair. You have field. Chair is existent field. Chair is there. How is that coming? That is why we are talking about power is there. Because something there, other side is someone is there. The existent field is there. Alive field is other side. That is why. Very important this understand. What is this alive field? How is alive field is coming? Nobody is doing. No one is doing. That's a Tripitaka is there. That's a Sela Sutra. It's talk about this. Nahidang Atakatam Bimba, Nahidang Parakatanga. You also not doing. Nobody is doing. Systematically is happening. What is? Power is there. Existent field is there. Otherwise, alive field also there. So how is alive field? How is coming? Existent field where? So what is existent field? It's a chair. That is why. There's a power is there. You know, there's a power. After that, kindergarten time is happening this. It's the Buddha's word. Your eye is the world. Your nose is the world. Your ear is the world. Ear given you to sound world. No, I given this picture world. This sensor given you to this world. Your senses not working. You haven't a sound world because you are deaf. Your eye not working. You are blind. No, you can't see. So like that. This world is our senses. That is Buddha's word. Otherwise, Salata Loko Loko. This senses is your world. That's the meaning. This senses not working, you have the world. That's why. You also not there. Other side. This world is you. It's very important. So, someone understood this. What happened? What is we are talking about internal transformation? Power is disappearing because you know this is not real. It's a thinking world. It's not real. After power is fading. That's why defilements are fading. We are talking. That's the Buddha's word. That's the Buddha. But what Buddha want to do? End in the suffering, end in the sadness. It's happening. No. How is this happening? Because you know the truth. Easy, no? Yeah. Dhamma is very easy. Truth is to be feel. Yeah. Truth is not to understand. Truth is to be feel, but truth won't understand. No? First, you won't understand. Second, you can feel it. Feel is the truth. No? Feel is the truth. Knowledge is not the knowledge is the knowledge is in your mind. Yeah, knowledge only the mind. It's not truth. Knowledge can be changing. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. Lord Buddha, yeah, what should the Lord Buddha want to do? How is liberate the mind? No? That's why it's very important. Yeah. How to awaken? Yeah, how to awaken this dream? Yeah, yeah. How to feel beyond the sense? It's very important. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Otherwise, this is a freedom now. How after that is a tranquility. No, it's a peaceful mind. It's coming final. No. Yes, because someone understood the truth. He have a cage because no ego is there. He also not anywhere. Everything is like a nature because he know nobody is here. This is a system. It's a creating. It's very important this understand. That is why inside meditation is not a concentration meditation. Inside meditation is understanding one. That is why dependent origination very important to understand. First Dhamma discourses Buddha's one is Dhamma Chakrapavatana Sutra. Is the Tripitaka is there. You can realize Buddha's word. What is the Dhamma? Dependent origination. What is never heard before Dhamma? What's Buddha explained, the 5 teachers? It's not concentration matter because 5 teachers already know that. This important thing is experience. I think someone won't find the truth. He is doing concentration meditation. It's okay because he won't experience. After he this concentration meditation is not the way. Yeah, it's okay, calm and cool is coming, but it's not permanent. It's impermanent. Your posture is leg cross sitting and you are doing exhale and inhale and you are doing concentration meditation. At that time it's okay, but after you wake up in the Bhavana, what happens? You are in the normal life. You are in the normal life. There's the defilements. Defilements are not gone. Defilement is there. How is defilements are fading? How is defilements? Oh, you won't stop in the defilements. How is that happening? Understanding. Understand is the very important. But you don't misunderstood. You don't misunderstand because understand only this process someone want first you won't understand, but it's not the final. Final one is the field. What's the field? You are understanding how is this mind is creating, how is this alive feel is coming. After you can experience your inside is ego is fading. Defilements are fading, same this. That's why your inside come in tranquility. Is peaceful mind, calm and cool. Because nobody is here, you understand after what's happened is okay. You haven't any inside any pain, inside any vibration, not happening. That's why finally you have cool mind. Mind is normally is happening. It's okay. Thoughts are normally coming. You can't stop it. But thought power is disappearing. That's the happening. Understand now. It's very important. That's why inside meditation is understanding. But not enough understanding. You won't experience. Satyajnana is the truth. Is here. You won't understand how is creating this. How is creating these senses? How is coming the life feel? How his thoughts are coming? Right vision is very important. After you can experience it. That's the Krutya. Buddha's word is Krutya Jnana. Second one. You can experience it. Nobody here. Everything is happening systematically. After third one is, that's the effort. Tranquility. It's very important this one. Joel, no? Joel. Yes, Joel, do you understand what I said? This experience is important.
Yes, Aryan. Thank you. I want to feel it more.
Joel, you are Christian, no? It's okay, it's no problem. This Christian or Hindu or Muslim or yeah, it's a religion, it's okay. This is not a religion, this is Joel, now I think you understand. Joel, what's your really problem? What's your really question? Your internal, what is your experience?
My experience is like these days, I am really calm and cool with myself because before listening to them, I was like getting angry for certain things and getting mad. But after following this, I think
Yes, okay.
I have,
You're talking about jail, angry.
yeah,
How long you are here in this Dhamma?
for I think 1 week.
1 week. Last week or no?
One and
Couple
a
of
half weeks I've been here. Yeah.
it's okay. What you are finding? You are finding truth. What you want?
I
Yeah.
mean, like that, you know, just to come out of the mind and live out of the mind without
Come
getting
out,
stuck in the mind.
come out of the mind and what are you talking? Come out of the mind and
Come
yeah.
out of the mind and come
Yeah.
out of the senses and live in that, nice feeling, peaceful feeling.
No, Joel. We are not talking about like that. We are talking liberation of mind. No. Who is come out of the mind? Nobody is here. No. System is working. No. Do you understand what I say? We are explaining. Nobody is here. System is working. Liberation of mind. Freedom of mind. Nobody is come out of the mind because nobody is here. That is the Buddha's explaining. None of them. System is working. Nobody is doing. Mind says also system Oh, I think so doing Papa Charna is so that's a real Christian. He's the father, who's the father, father's nature. That's why we are the sons. So otherwise, loving, talking about Jesus. What is the loving? Jesus talking about the loving. That's nobody is here, everybody is same. That is why it's a real loving. Is asalvasita premakaram is a singular word. Is Buddha is talking about no, Jesus talking about uh, loving, loving to everybody. So after I think is first. I think is this is the I think is the my feel my feel is Jesus talking about the Buddha. Same Dhamma, same Dhamma, truth. Jesus talking about. But people write in the book, various of books. Hindus are talking about the other book, Muslims are talking about the Quran, other book, and the Christians are talking about the other book, and the Buddhist guys also today also write in the book and talking about, but not the book reading. I think religion is, I think, it's a fail. 100 years sometimes. Sometimes it's okay. Religion is over. I think it's the coming to root truth, whole world, because religion is a lie. It's not truth. It's not. It's not real because it's a programming. Hindus are talking other programming. Muslims are talking about the other programming. One God they are talking about other one, but Christians are talking about the other program. Buddhist guys also talking about the other program. This is not a program. That is why truth is no programming. No programming here is a blank sheet like that. Nobody is here, no one is here. System is working. That is the truth. Someone understood this. How what is this happening here? It's okay. No problem anywhere because nobody is here. Or nobody is here. Who's suffering? Who's sadness? Nobody is here. No. Who have sadness? Who have suffering? No suffering, no sadness. That's why tranquility is here. The system we want to understand is a system. What is the circle of birth? After death, nothing happen. Anything is not. It's not a truth. Someone is thinking after that everything is over. Everything is over. Someone's thinking, yeah, we don't want religion. Someone is talking about after death everything is over. I think it's not. It's not. That's not the truth. You don't know the truth because the science is here. It's a vibration science. We are talking about the how is talking about the waves, vibes here. Vibes is power. Power is over. Is a circle of birth is also over. But circle of birth is happening because vibe is here. It's like a waves, like a electric waves, like a the satellite waves is a TV waves, radio waves, our phone also waves have like that. Everybody humans we are talking about 800 million all world 8 billion humans. So they all of them have phones. The meaning is they have the numbers, phone number individually. The meaning is that that's a wave, no? Everyone have a one wave. Everyone have a wave, no? Your number, what is your phone number? Everybody can call you because that's your wave. That's your number. This example is the phone number. But you know what I want to say? Does your mind also like this wave? This wave is systematically is happening. It's like a power. But power is disappearing. Your wave also disappearing. That's your end of the circle of birth. It's not happening. It's happening in everything. That's why we are explaining that because we have experience. We know that one is the happening here. That's why we are talking about that. We are not talking about the religion because religion is a Latin word. It's a religion after death. You are going somewhere. That's a religion. But Buddha's word is not that type of. Buddha's talking about that after death everything is over because you know the truth. Truth is nobody is here. You understood. It's a power is disappearing. It's over the wave. Wave have a power. That's why. It's not a religion here. It's a truth. The religion is we are talking about. Latin word is after death. Where are you going? The question is wrong. Why? Someone understood truth. You are not going anywhere because you are not also here. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. But wave is there. Yeah, that is you. That's your circle of birth. Wave is there. Power is gone. Wave is disappearing. After you are not anywhere. That's the truth. It's not a religion case. It's a truth. True Dhamma. It's not a Buddhism or anything. It's everybody saying. Everybody want to know the truth. Someone don't know the truth. It's like a blind. Otherwise, someone is talking. I don't want religion. I don't want religion. It's okay. You don't want religion. It's okay. But something happened to you. Fever or something injured or something happened. You don't like to death. You want to still here. Why? You are inside. Why? You want still here because you are here. You are thinking, someone thinking after death everything is over. He don't know, he's talking, he don't want religion. But something happened to him. He don't like to death. He won't still here. But it's not happening. He's in suffering. He's in sadness. Sadness is there, suffering is there. He's not ending the suffering and sadness. He's worried. That is why. The silly mind is very important. This truth, someone understood this. Everything is happening in this present moment. You are thinking something. Future is present moment only the thought. You are remembering something is a history. That's this present moment only the thought. Otherwise, this present moment, one thought is here. Someone understood this. How is these thoughts are coming? That's your mind. No, that's your thoughts. How is coming? It's not real. Sound and firm together coming. That's the thoughts. Is power is sparking power. Is combined. Is coming this more power. Exists a field. That's the life field. Nobody is here. No one is here. After what happened? You are living only the 1 second. No? This present moment. It's not real. No pain. No anything. That's why I awaken to the moment. Because this moment is the everything happening. They're like you are wake up in the dream because something is here, something you have is a coming history or any, that's type of talk. That's why tuning fork like that. Same spark is here. Today how is coming the chair? When you are baby, it's a chair. Now today also chair because it's the same sparks. Tuning fork, same tuning fork. Yeah, same vibrations. No memory or anything. It's a spark only. Every moment, every second, spark is happening. Only that part. No. What do you think about Suraka? Yes, Suraka. Do you understand? Do you hear me?
Yes, Saran,
Suraka, what do you think about Joel? No, Joel question is come out of the mind. Nobody is come out of the mind. It's only the thinking. It's not out of the mind. It's in the mind. I'm not kidding. It's not happening because someone is there. What do you think about Sri Lanka?
That is a gradual understanding, Aryan Mahansa, because the more and more he realizes that without the senses there is no world, and if there is no world, there is no I or self, then the question itself, or the question itself, yes, that he asked itself won't be real to him. So he'll understand that gradually. So the more the senses and the world, how it gets formed and how the mind is constructed, I think he'll understand that gradually.
Yes, it's very important. It's very important. Nobody's here, no one is here. System is here. Sri Lanka, what do you think about that Dhamma, real Dhamma? No one is here. What do you think about?
Yes, Harim answers. So the more and more the realization comes, the deeper the understanding is. There's only the process that is occurring here. The sense of self was always tied to the fact that we believe the world to be true. And when we understand that this is only happening due to the speed of vibration and it's the function of the sensors, we know that the entire world is arising out of these sensors only. And the self-view is also being formed by taking this world and objects to be real. And with that, when we take the objects to be real, only we get that sense of these things existing, that these things are there. So with that feeling of existence comes the
feeling that I am here, and the feeling of a person here being alive, experiencing the so-called world. And the more one sees the truth of that these are things that are only perceived, and the perception, how it gets formed, then the underlying current is gradually fading, because the notion of self and the self-concept itself falls away, and the inner transformation gradually occurs. And only with that the feeling of I-ness and the self-view and the perception as well gradually starts diminishing. Yes, I have answered.
What's thinking others? Oh, Kokila, what do you think about?
Yeah, Haranhans, it was a so beautiful sermon. Actually, Joel joined us seeking. He didn't like the anger. He didn't like the irritation he got. He didn't like the, anxiety he felt. He didn't like any of those things. So he came seeking happiness to this discussion. He actually felt so good about, and from the moment he listened to them, he felt so light. Getting this no self angle is not that difficult. At the same time, it's not that easy as well, because we are so used to that. So there's always someone seeking happiness. So that someone seeking happiness is actually there because of the self-view. Because I'm seeking happiness. I want happiness. I want to feel better. I want, light feeling. But this Dhamma is quite different to that, because concentration meditation, why people in even Buddha's era, they did the same thing. They were seeking happiness. They didn't want the suffering, but they were trying to find a solution. Nowadays also the same thing. They are trying to find a solution. They can do chanting. They can do, concentration meditation. They can do a lot of things. They might go for hiking, a lot of things. But the problem is the temporary effect of these things are not going to, it's not going to last. So we all know that it's not going to last. So as soon as there's a trigger, there will be triggering points everywhere, you go back to square one. You go back to where you started. So how this Dhamma, the truth, actually understanding the truth is so imperative, so important, that there wasn't a self at all here. And then how we are seeking is due to this power. We seek every moment. We seek even the feel, we seek the feel. We seek the dream. We can like chair, we can like money, we can like the job, we can like the kids, we can like the family. We can even kill for anything, like for an example. So it can go to that extreme, but
Kokila, I won't say people
yes,
won't
sir.
enjoy because it's a mind, it's a consciousness. It's a
Yes,
mind concept. It's a consciousness won't existent. Conscious meaning is existent. The
yes, sir.
conscious can't understand this stuff because it's a mind. It's a consciousness. You know, this eye consciousness and the ear consciousness together coming, that's the mind consciousness. Consciousness meaning is perception, how becoming the consciousness is the power. That's why
100%.
what every thoughts how we are using the thoughts with the power. The chair is there, something there. But what is Dhamma? How is chair is coming? Someone know. No power is there. So no consciousness power is there. That is why Anidasana Vinyana. Vinyana, we are talking about the consciousness. Anidasana Vinyana, consciousness have the power. Power is disappearing, consciousness normally going. That's why. The experience is very important. What is this experience? Practically, experience is nobody is here. That's a tranquility. Tranquility is the experience, effort. Was an effort. Dhamma effort is a tranquility. Tranquility, no, the feel is non-soul feeling. System is happening, you can see, you can hear, you can smell, you can taste, everything is happening. Nobody is there. Because no any value. Stimulus are normally happening, but value is not there.
Yes.
It's very important because very important is this is the truth is very rare. It's not a common because no it's an experience. It's an internal transformation happening. Nobody is doing this. It's not a common. This Dhamma is not a common. It's not a rally. It's not common. It's very very rare. This Dhamma is not easy to understand because people how understand this because people want something to they want something. No, everybody wants something because it's the mind. Mind want another step. Oh, that is why people thinking after death they are going heaven or anywhere. But you know, someone understood this truth. What is death? Death is only that. So no. So okay, now our time is gone. No, we have 5 minutes. Joel, what do you think about non-soul Dhamma? Nobody say that's the experience. That's the Buddha's explaining. That's the real Buddhist philosophy. Is a different. What is the different origination? Nobody is is a thought. How his thoughts are coming? How his thoughts power is coming? How finally none alive field is here. None alive field. That's right. Nisato Nijyo Sunya. The Buddha's word is yeah. Netam mama. Neso hamas venameso atta. Netam mama. Who am I? Nobody is here. Netam mama. Nobody is here. Neso hamas. Nothing. So what's outside is real? No, it's not real. So, Neta mama neso hamas. You haven't anything because you are also not here. Everything is not real. That's why everything is raw thoughts. That's why neta mama neso hamas nameso atta. That's why life feel is disappearing. Nibbana is there. It's a tranquility. That's truth.
And that tranquility will be there.
Yeah, tranquility is there.
Whatever the circumstances of the life, because the life actually flows like kind of things will be happening because you have the 5 senses and the breathing is happening. There will be something happening every day, but this won't change. So the feeling, this feeling is not going to change by whatever the experience. Experience is there, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything. It just flows. That was actually the answer to that question also. It just has to be felt. That was our answer to that. Just has to be felt. I think Joel can feel that because Joel is actually into this some or other, because he's getting more than just happiness, just not getting angry, or just not getting irritated, or just not getting anxious. That's not the target here. This
Yeah.
is something permanent.
No target here, nobody is here. So the experience is we want so we want to see our ego. Someone don't know he have a ego. He don't know how is talking about the nibbana. Ego is disappearing is the nibbana. Everybody have ego. Ego is fading. That's an ego nibbana. That's nibbana. Firing is fading. What's the firing? Is ego. Ego is fading. Is the nibbana. Nothing here any nibbana. Nibbana only the word. We are using this word. Fading the difference. Fading the our ego. That's a nibbana experience. Nibbana is nothing, anything. You see, the material, Patavi Apotejo, also vibration, no? That's why. The light also waves, no? Sound also waves, no? Heat also waves, no? Hot also waves, no? Everything is waves. The meaning is vibrations, sparking. Speed is a sankara. Is a theory. That's the Dhamma. What is Dhamma? Is for this. How is life really coming on? Who are you? How is this world? That someone understood. Everything is this spark. How much you have value? How much you have? How much you have the? How much you want this world? You have world. How much you want this world? That's your ego. That's your level of ego because you are there. So your eye given you to a mountain, no sun, no moon, everything is your eye creating. And something happened to your eye, is you are blind, no? You think you are first time this world is coming, what's the date? That at that day also you are blind. Have you sun, no moon? Have you earth? Have you galaxy? How silly. You know, insect have the world. Insect have on the Jupiter or anywhere.
Okay, I
Anything.
found this on the web, but do you know how the world? Check it out.
What's that? Circus system is coming. He's a AI, I think. It's okay. It's unbelievable, no? This Dham is unbelievable. I know this many guys who were other religion have question because they are talking about they are in somewhere galaxy or universe or somewhere, but this Dham is not that one. That is why we are not talking about the religion. Religion is why they are talking about religion, because they are going after death somewhere. But this Dhamma is nobody is here. Who's going? This is not a religion. This is truth.
And after feeling this truth also, you can go to the church, you can light the candles, and you will be with your family, you will be doing everything, and there you are. You're not you just do that, the function of the system. That's fine.
Oh, otherwise, we are thinking this this body is me. We are thinking. Death also thoughts. Birth also thought. So only the happening exhale and inhale is system. Nobody is here. What do you think about God?
Yes.
Who have death? Who have birth? No death or birth is here. That is why liberation of the mind. Everything is, you have freedom. You are not in anywhere. That's a real freedom. Everybody is you otherwise, because you are not in here. Everybody is you. That is why Asal was into Premakaram. Is a Christian. Jesus are talking. I love in Jesus. Why? I know he's a Buddha guy. Why? He's not a religion. He know the truth. Why killing the Jesus? Because he is talking about the real one. But after writing the book, it's not a Jesus one. Real Jesus is truth. He know nature is everything. Nobody is here. No one is here. That is why he's talking of loving kindness is because nobody is here, everybody is him. That is the real. That's the Buddha's word, no. It's the same, no. It's a real. Really, no religion is here. Truth is the everything. I can explain Quran also. I can explain the Hindus also. What is the Brahman? Brahman made this word. Brahman is squirrel, no? Spring. Spring is the Brahman. It's a speed. Spring rotating speed is happening. That's the earth is coming. That's the material also coming. That's the waves, no? Is a Hindus are talking about Brahman. Yeah, it's a Brahman is the made this world. What is the Brahman? It's a nature, no? Who's the God? Who's the Father? It's a nature, no? What is religion? Every religion is fail. One is happening. Is everything is a system. You won't understand the system. What is the system? It's a nature. Is the everything. Nobody is here. No one is here. You won't understand how is coming thoughts. What's your thoughts? It's not real. It's not a Jesu. It's not a Brahman. No, it's not anybody. It's a system. That's the word of real. That is why Buddha talking, nobody is here. I said Dhamma, someone understood the Dhamma, he knows everything. Dhamma is the first. No? That's a Buddha's word, no, Kokila?
Yes.
No, Buddha is not a person. That is why. It's
Yeah,
after
even that can be
becoming
misunderstood. Yeah.
after becoming a Buddha, Upaka asking the question, who are you? Buddha talking about, I'm not a person. Nobody is here. That is why. I'm not a god. Hey, Upaka asking, are you a god? No, I'm not a god. Are you a person? No, I'm not a person. Are you human? No, I'm not a human. Are you a Brahman? No, I'm not a Brahman. Who are you? Nobody is here. That's the Buddha. Buddha is nobody is here. Meaning is, Buddha word is, meaning is nobody is here. Jay, that's the real Dham. It's not a religion. I don't know. People in misunderstanding, people in misconception. I don't caring about it. Because I want the truth. I don't want any religion or anything. I want truth. I want telling that this human want truth. We are not a blind. Why we are not? Why we are in the blind? We want to explain the truth. Whole world, every humans. No religion is here. It's a programming. We don't want our programming humans mind. Why? Human mind, more huge mind is human now. They can't tolerate. That's why they are thinking after death they are going somewhere. Why? Animal have a religion? No more mind. Feel is only the feel. It's nice feeling, no? What you think about Suranga?
Yes, Saran Mahansa, very beautiful.
Yeah.
And the more and more, I think I remembered Maat ekka mama gamanak yanawa because even in the Buddha's days.
You can speak that English. I'm going with me.
So,
After,
I mean, even during the Buddha's days, the Prince Nanda also went in search of something. He thought he can gain something, and in the process, he listened to the pure truth and lost himself.
Suranga, someone know the pure truth? What is your board? Christian no, Buddha or Hindu or Muslim? That's only the board no.
Yes,
On
of
the
course.
programming, no. Wow, we are silly. No, we are not a silly. We can understand what is happening here. That's okay. Circle of birth is happening, misunderstood. Circle of birth is happening, misconception, guys. No, it's a mithya dusti. Yeah, it's a dusti is there. It's a power is there. What is this dusti? It's a
Misconception. Yeah.
misconception. It's a dusti. Otherwise, it's a power. It's a wave. That's a circle of birth. That's like a sirasa, like a dharana. It's a waves. It's a radio waves. It's a mindful waves. it's a chittaro waves. What is this? Waves. Oh, we can explain. You know, body is not you, mind is not you. Who are you? It's a power. What is this power? It's a waves. Waves is not is stopping. Yeah, it's a body is okay, collapse is okay. One day it's a death is over. We are talking. Yeah, body is over. Exhale and inhale is the last briefing is here. It's okay. You don't know the truth. His power is there because he's thinking this world is real. The power is there. It's a waves like a sirana. That's a radio waves like that. They like that phone number like that. No, the wave is not stopping. Yeah, somewhere this is a telepathy. It's the same tuning fork like that. It's the same viber is there. It's okay. It's this one is a body is a collapse. It's okay. Other body is there. It's okay. That's a zygote is there. It's okay. Mom's zygote is there. The vibration is same is there as you. That's a circle of birth. Is how is this happening? It's a power. How is this power is gone? Yeah, it's a vibers. It's a waves. It's a system. This system we can stopping. How? Yeah, power is over. This system is over. Nobody is here. No one is here. It's a waves. Is how is there waves? Waves is there. His power is there. You are the power. Power is disappearing. Nobody is here. That's the real dumb. You can experience it. It's a tranquility. Yeah, it's a tranquility. Yeah, endless happiness is here. Why? Nobody is here. It's not a thinking, it's not a thought. You can experience it. It's a wisdom. That's why wisdom of Asia in Sri Lanka is Buddothpado. It awakened to the Buddha. The Buddha is not a person. It's non-vibration. Yeah, non-vibration is we are talking. Yeah, you can experience it. I'm only given the message only. You can experience it. You can find the truth. You can find the truth and you can experience. It's okay. You haven't done the experience. It's okay. You left this. You leave this. It's okay. No problem. Because why we don't want to cheat anybody. We don't want to tell any lie. This is our experience we are talking about. That's why tranquility is there. You know, chair have power. That's you. You are not in the chair, this body. You are not in the mind. You are in the chair. Outside. Yeah. It's a power. It's an attaching power. How's telling this? Yeah, it's a consciousness. Buddha's talking about apatitita vinyana. This apatitita vinyana is the nibbana. He's talking about the power. Perception have a power. Consciousness have a power. Perception, how is converting the consciousness? Is the speed. Speed is vibration speed. That's why skanda is Buddha's word. Everything is skanda. What is this skanda? Is like a quantum theory. Is waves speedily happening. That's why is mirror is that's why is your how is talking about mirage, no? Is yeah, illusion is there. Someone don't know this. Is illusion is there. Something is there, illusion is there. Someone understood this. How is this happening? This like this lighting ball circling the speedly. This circle is there, but not circle is there. But you can see the circle. How circle you can see? The speed given you to this price circle. That's the concept. How is this combine this lighting ball rotating? combined. How is this combined? It's a mind. That's why consciousness we are talking. Perception is this perception, how is becoming that consciousness. It's very important. It's a power. One is spark, have a power. It's very important, Madhya Sutra. No spark here, no power is here. So power is here, spark also here. Power is disappearing, spark also disappearing. Vibration also disappearing. That's why. So power is an existent power, otherwise the life power. Life feel is an ego. Ego is disappearing, that's why defilement also disappearing. Same. His power is disappearing. It's the same. It's a zero, it's a power. It's you inside, you are in tranquility. Sometimes outside, rush is there. Many people is there, but you are in alone. What is this? Inside power is like that. Zero. That's the tranquility. That's the Buddha's words. Nibbana. Nobody's here, no one is here. System is happening. No being, no living being, nothing exists. Nisato, Nijio. That's Buddha's final word. It's okay, I think it's our time is now over, no?
It was so beautiful, Aranaz.
Yeah, because the truth is very beautiful. We can express everything. What is the God talking about? What's the humans are talking about? God, I think it's a Joel. I think I realize Joel can because 1,000 is Dhamma discourses is their single language also. So you can search what I say. What is the 31 worlds? What is the 3 worlds? Kama Bhumi, Rupa Bhumi, Trilokanatha, Samma Sambuddha. What is how is Buddha talking about this 3 world meaning? It's not anywhere. It's our mind. It's thought. Haven't power anywhere. That's why it's gold also. It's a our vibration is a not high powerful vibration is here. It's a world is smooth is here. Rough world is here because the vibration is huge here. Power is there. Huge power is there. Ego is there. Mania, Makato, Atimani, Kukuro is a Buddha's word is. So power is more than coming after death. You are becoming a monkey, but you more than ego is there. You are becoming not a monkey, a dog. That's right. Dogs, moms, I would have. That's you. Vibration is same. That's why it's vibration every time. Is converting every time. Vibration is various of type of converting. No, that's why the spark. This vibes not same here happening every time. This vibe is changing happening. That's why this 31 world we are talking about is very important, no?
Thank you, Aran Vansi. Thank you.
Yes, you want to study because you want wisdom. I know you are in thirsty, you are in hungry, you want thought, you want truth. I think you are in, you have you are like that me. That's why I'm talking about to you, because you are finding the truth. You want truth. That's why my duty is I would do. I won't tell you the truth. That's why message I won't give you. So your part is your side. You can find the truth. It's your part. It's okay, Jay. Yeah, Jay. I'm glad to meet.
Me too.
Yeah,
I like to meet you as well.
yeah.
I like to meet you. I felt you today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's okay, everybody. Tomorrow we can join again. Teruan Sanai Suranka, Teruan Sanai Kokila, Teruan Sanai. Teruan Sanai, you are a good friend
Thank you
for
for the
me.
beautiful
It's okay, Teruan Sanai.
Namaskar.
Teruan Sanai.
Terus
Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to open your eyes. Open your eyes. It's time for Nibbana, for Nibbana. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Awake humans, be awakened humans. It's your liberation that comes through.
Good afternoon, everybody. Iron Sun Hearing Answer. Iron Sun, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 72. Therefore, you should be very careful and be mindful not to go to the extremes, anta, and avoid creating a duality which will deviate you from the path to nirvana. Supposing you concentrate on the statue of the Buddha, you might develop a strong liking to the statue, and if you are not able to come out of that excessive liking for the statue, you would again create an extremity at this point. If you create a duality, you would not be able to experience the nothingness or the emptiness. Whenever your mind goes to an extreme by getting attached to either the Buddha statue or the feeling of bliss while meditating, you should use your wisdom to come out of all those distractions. They create a duality of like or dislike. For example, if you develop a strong liking to the Buddha statue, you will have an attachment towards the statue. Attachment means they are thoughts. You need to maintain awareness and wisdom to detect how your mind works. If you have not generated any thoughts, then there is no problem. If you have generated thoughts, that means the thoughts will take you in this samsara, in this endless cycle of rebirth and death. To be honest, thoughts are the most dangerous to have because thoughts generate even more thoughts. Thoughts prevent you from going on the path. It is not easy to prevent the continuous stream of thoughts that comes to your mind. If we escape from our thoughts, we would be able to experience that lightness and the emptiness. Let thoughts come and go. We should avoid generating greed, tanha, pride, man, and I-ness or any other feelings towards the thoughts you receive. Avoid feeling that the thoughts belong to you, Ditya. By letting go of the thoughts that you receive, you would not generate feelings of lobha, attachment, dvesha, ill will, and moha, delusion. You should let go of thoughts without creating an attachment or dislike towards them. When you let go of your thoughts, you don't create a feeling of burning within your mind. තෙරුවන් සරණයි පොඩි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. Let's worship our and say. And yeah, so I think we are discussing on the same kind of aspects we discussed yesterday about the rebirth, how this samsaric journey works. Actually, we can talk about it today. Surangika, how about joining in and starting the discussion? Is it possible?
Therewans sannai, Dr. Kokila. Yes, certainly, but I couldn't listen to any of the talks today, this morning. I was out the whole day. Maybe we can think of some topic. I can see that Joel has not joined, but we seem to have another guest. Maybe we can ask whether they have a question for us. Kamala, who has joined the discussion, is there anything that you'd like to ask? I think she's just left the Zoom.
We can start discussing anything in that sense. Actually, Aranhanse's sermons these days are very comprehensive, very deep as well. So, but we have discussed this to a length that you know how to stop this cycle of birth is not that easy, but it is possible with this no self anger, no self. It's not a new view. It's actually understanding how the self view has happened and how the self perception has occurred. And because it wasn't done by you or anyone else, it just happens because of the system. And if we understand how this works, actually there's nothing will surprise you, nothing will like make you really into this dream. This all the perceptions we have, I mean, from a time you can remember to now, you have maybe don't know, maybe millions or what, how much thoughts we have, how much data we have, and all these carry away because we felt them as real anyway. And after listening to R.N. Hanse's discussions, R.N. Hanse's sermons, we have realized that yes, we feel like that, yes, it is there, but how did this burning come from? How did this feel, the alive feel come from? If we take a baby, actually baby also has this taints. We call them taints, but actually we can say like it has a power as well. So when this power is there, it continues to build up, and the sensory organs, when they vibrate together, they form the thought. This is a beautiful process which we have to understand, where humans have that thinking ability. It's not unique to any other animal, not unique at all. It's just the humans who have this ability of thinking, an ability of having thoughts. So this constructive thinking power. We are not saying that animals do have perceptions, but their thinking ability is very minimal. They have perceptions. They have perceptions of food. They have perceptions of threats. Their bodily reactions all depend on them. So if you take a mouse will have the scent, and they get trained. If you actually do a research, you can see how they are trained, how they not get practice, but how practice food and also run away from danger. But the thing is, there's no much thinking ability, even though they have those minimal perceptions of food and the threat to the life. In an animal like worm, they have just the skin. They don't have the vision or the sound kind of thing, but they can feel the vibration. That's how they can feel the vibration. That's the function of the skin. So these abilities of the animals are different, and we are talking about the humans. So the humans have the ability, they have 5 senses. Usually they have 5 senses, which are namely as the eyes, ears, skin, nose, and tongue. They have the basic ability to feel, main feelings. The feel is the function of the sensory organ, and in there also the sensory organ function. The consciousness itself is due to rapid vibration of the sensory organ. It's very imperative to understand the quality of these sensory organs, because that's all we have. We don't have anything else. It's just sensory organs. And why we felt it's my sensory organ is the problem, because we have been feeling that it is my skin, my eye, my ear, my ears, my tongue, my nose, and kind of have that perception that everything is mine. So where does that come from? Or is it someone else's if it is not mine? Well, actually, this if you really try to get into this system, you will understand if you actually in the field, it's just the field. You don't have the big story. So it's just a feel in the sense it's not giving perception of chair or book or table. But once the mind is setting in, once the mind is formed, kind of the thought is formed, the thought itself, like chair, has all the qualities of the sensory organs, but at the same time, that power behind the consciousness, that the feel that it's happening here, because of the fast vibratory effect, is giving the power for the thought as well. So that's what happened. So the thought, you feel that the chair is existent, that chair, you just feel it first, and then there's always a perception from whatever the data we have. The perception itself gives rise to a view, because we have the thinking ability, gives a view that, okay, this is chair. And when we have that outward manifestation like a projection, there's a thought like, it's me here. So the I, me, mine, my ear, my eyes, my skin, my thoughts, my body, there's a whole lot of things. It's okay. I mean, we just use the words, but the actual thing is, what we had was only the experience. That's the main thing. If you see something, that's the only experience that we have. The I, me, my part is just a additional thinking pattern. So we keep understanding this, how this works, but important thing is to feel this as well, because non-vibration is always there, but we can't just the manifestation of non-vibration is very, 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 very rare. I mean, we can't really say very, 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 because the Lord Buddha has given so much example to say how much very rare for that is. So, so the feel of non-existence, or feel to absence of a life feel, when it won't just come up without without any understanding of this system. So that when you understand the system, that you just understand it's only the experience that was there. What? Well, you hear something. That is the experience you have. And you see something. That's the experience you have. You feel something. That's the experience you have. And you get the thoughts. I'll do this, I'll do that. This is my culture. This is the way I am. This is how my family is. This is my job. This is my house. At the end, when the system collapses due to the stopping of the respiration, or the stopping of this system due to some reason, when the respiration stops, the thinking stops. That's what the main thing happens, not just the body itself. It's just the thinking stops, and the power to the body is not there anymore. That's why the body is like a piece of wood. If you have seen bodies without the life, it's just like a piece of wood, piece of rock in that sense. So what happens is that we say the life is not there. Why do you say life is not there? That is because there's no alive feel. We can feel it, others can feel it. So when the life field is not there, we call them, okay, he has died or she has died. So the understanding this perception is very difficult, very, very difficult, because before 1 or 2 years you didn't have any perceptions. Slowly you start to get perceptions. If you remember your first memory, if you remember, actually, I don't know, someone may not remember, someone may remember. You just have random thoughts from the childhood. You don't have the whole thing. If someone says something, it might come back to you, but usually you don't. So the main important specific things are there. So the telepathization, keeping, when you just telepathize again and again. So if it is a mother, if this the thought mother keeps happening again and again, this is going to get strong, very strong. That's okay. You just have to know this, because that's a natural process. That's a natural process of understanding. You know, the understanding the process is what is happening here. You just understand how you become, you know, the how this power becomes more and more when the time goes on. So to understand or actually feel that one moment, a fraction of a second, is actually just one experience is like very important, because that's where the whole thing can be untangled, or because everything is closely knitted, all the views, the chair, the family, the house, job, you know, aspirations. You have so much future plans. It's okay to have them. It's just understanding how the system works is the main important thing. So we said yesterday also, it is very important to do this research. Whether it is scientific, whether it is spiritual, it doesn't matter. If you go somewhere and you see how there's experience of seeing, you have experience of seeing, but the problem is there's a seeing, but why do we feel that I'm seeing? That's the duality kind of thing that we get. But when we understand that it is not true, it's not a big deal at all, it doesn't become a thing. And when you awaken from the dream, even for a fraction of a second, it doesn't matter. But if you awaken from the dream, you can feel the vibratory nature of the sensory organ, whatever the one which started the thought. So that at that particular moment, if you understand this consciousness or the feel, is actually vibratory nature of the sensory function. So it can be mind sensor, it can be the eye sensor, it can be the ears sensor, it can be the skin, nose or tongue sensor. So isolating this experience and understanding this change and understand how this was misunderstood is really important for everything. We can't just drop one part of Dhamma and try to feel this. We can't. You have to get this as a whole. You can't really separate anything, because even the Even the Pratipada that Aryan says, asking everyone to follow, is also trying to, it's a kind of unfolding of an experience. And that whole experience in one moment is where you actually feel that it doesn't do anything because it's just one moment. But it actually gives you some feel about what this vibration and what this non-vibration is. So there's always a chance to feel that again and again and again. If all the thoughts are happening in the same way, there's an around. So if we keep understanding this system, cycle of birth, that's what was the topic was revolving around. How do we stop this power happening now? If the power is not happening now, only we can talk about this thought recycle. Because thought recycle happens even now. We are not talking about anything about the death and being born. Actually, yesterday I missed that part because I thought it would be too comprehensive. But I can elaborate on that today. Actually, this cycle of birth is happening now and here. So if a thought is felt as a thing and the self-view is there, definitely even the next thought is going to have that. And next thought is going to have that too. So you are being born in every thought. So the cycle of birth is anyway there. So when you feel like there is someone, or you keep thinking like that, there's always the fear that there's someone to die. So the time we talked about time, can't remember whether we actually talked about that in English Zoom. So the time is actually another perception. It's a perception that that's been discussed even in scientific world. If you go to the latest scientific data, people are actually discussing about how quantum fields are matching each other even they are far apart. So how the time becomes irrelevant. Actually, it's irrelevant. So, but how do we feel a time then? We feel a time when we are in this mind world or the dream, because this happens so fast. We feel like they are linked, and also we kind of have a perception of time, perception of past, perception of future, perception of existing, perception of self, perception of being alive, perception of everything. Actually, even the emotions, they are perceptions, but we have the feel too. But when we start discussing them, in the sense when we have the thoughts also. So, because we as humans are very good in turning on this machine of thoughts, very, very good in that. So the more powerful your thought system is, more powerful your thoughts will be. So cycle of birth, it is happening now and here. So the cycle of birth, it will continue to happen anyway. If there is power, exactly. If you are having a urge for the next one and the next one and the next one, definitely even with the stopping of respiration, there is an urge for the next one anyway. The power, extra power to maintain the field, to maintain the dream, to maintain the self, kind of all the thoughts. Like if someone is actually drawn to the outside, anyway, they will try to keep things. I want my son, I want my daughter, I want my, so there's everything will be external kind of feeling, you know. I want my home, I want to die in my home, I don't want to die in hospital, something like that. So you have kind of a lot of perceptions, but they're all related to outside. So you want something and sometimes you don't want something. So there's always these two extremes, whether you hate something, whether you love something. So whether you like something, whether you dislike something. So always there's a extreme. But actual feel, there's nothing like that. It's just the consciousness. So, but non-vibration is not the consciousness. It's beyond that. So when we understand that the consciousness or the feel is just the occurrence of sensory organs, this power, there's no possibility of sympathizing into that power, because there's always this system of synchronicity, matching the vibration. So when the vibration is not there, there's no match. So so we have kind of, if we have a vibration, there would be a power. When we have a power, there would be a vibration. So it's very important. So if you have a power, definitely if there's a matching vibration out there, it can be in any realm. It doesn't matter if it's matching. It will be there. This is all discussed even in science now. It's just that it hasn't come in that light. They talk about it in different levels, quantum levels, string theory, everything. They talk about this, but they don't talk about this in comparison to life. But I saw like an article recently where someone was talking about that there's something before the actual birth. What they call actual birth is the baby coming to life. But yeah, so people are trying to understand this, what this power is, what is this, because this was happening long time ago, when in Buddha's time also people are trying to understand this, how this suffering happens, why people die, why people go old, why people get sick, why people are trying to find truth. Is there a truth? Some question this in different ways. Some question, why am I alive? Why am I born? Am I born for a purpose, or am I just born out of chance? Or what is happening here? You know, like, am I going somewhere after this? Or is there a place I'm going? Or is that just another thought? So we don't actually talk about all these aspects much, because even the thought of chair, everything is there in that. If the thought of chair, if you feel that it is real, everything else is real too. So we can't really you know, that's how we understand. Whether you're thinking about the politics of the world next time, that's the same thing. Politics of the world, chair, just another thought. So whether you're thinking about the next birth, or whether you're thinking about where you are going after that birth, or whether you are going to die in a nursing home or the home, whatever, they are all thoughts. So that's the thing you have to understand, all the thoughts. So the actions, if you take about the actions, just we'll talk about the actions. If we say run, we have like a visual perception of the running. We have the sound, the running. We have the idea of running. So it's again a perception. When there is a defect in this system, if someone says run, like the child, even the elderly person who can't, who has defects in the system will not understand, so they will stare at you even if you talk English for the whole life and someone says run. I have seen this a lot. I see this a lot when people are very old. They can't understand the simple words that they used to know. So the action also is missing. But if they want to, they might run. But just that the link is not there. So how does that happen? That there's a derangement of the perception that we had. So this is very important to understand. Even the actions are actually perceptions, even though we feel that I'm walking. Actually, walking is a perception we have. And in that actual feel, maybe just the feel of the sole of the foot. But we feel that we are walking. So we listen to bird sounds, but actually what happens is vibration of the ear. It's so fast that you feel that power, extra power. And when that is actually zero, you can feel that it is not falling, that perception is not falling either this way or that way. So the duality is actually gone and there's no power. So it's very important to understand this experience. Just for a moment, at least if you can understand this experience or feel this experience, that's a good word. If you have to understand, yes, but you have to feel that when someone says the outside is actually your perceptions, you can feel how much lighter you would feel. But then still you are inside the dream. So you have to understand none of these perceptions are actually true. They are like vibratory, kind of a vibration or kind of a current-like thing that if we try, it's a way of trying to understand this. They are not needed for a person who does not know all these things. You don't really need to go on to these things. You just have to understand whatever we think actually not true. They are just in the mind, and whatever we feel is just the fast vibration of the sensory organs. It could be mind, it could be the other 5 sensory organs. It's the most effective thing that you can feel the non-vibration. The life feel will not be there, and you just understand that well, if the burning is not there, that's it. There's no burning. Yes, Suranka, is it possible for you to develop the discussion thereafter?
Thevasanai, Dr. Kokila, I just was reflecting on the perceptions as you were explaining that this whole, I think we touched on it yesterday also, that this whole existence is around perceptions, isn't it? everything that we are associating, which is by process by itself, is arising due to the perceptions. All the concept of living, concept of existence, and concept of vibration are also perceptions. So this whole thing from beginning to end is revolving around perceptions, which is again based on ignorance, but it's such a. I mean, a couple of days ago, there was an experience where my father wanted me to type a poem for him, and so of course the day it was a weekday and I was hard pressed for time. But while I was typing it, there was this twinge of impatience that got suddenly. So of course it was suddenly detected. But then behind the twinge of impatience, when one examined it, there's this notion that because he was taking time to read it, and as a result, there was a pause after each sentence to type it in. There was a thought that arose saying, could have done something else. So, or just thought of something else that I could have done. But in that thought itself arose the fact that it's a perception that whatever the thing, I can't remember what it was actually, that thing existed, isn't it? And then moment that was seen, that notion, that little twinge disappeared. Then there was another instance where automatically I had to, a thought arose that my mother had not taken the medicine dosage properly, and before I could even realize, the body was moving towards my mother's room. So that perception was already the perception arose that almost unconsciously, is it? That why was the body moving towards the mother's room? That all that is happening involuntarily, isn't it? And it's that mental picture, and it just, what shall I say, it further reinforces how this Chitta Rupa or mental picture forms, and these actions happen accordingly, that there is no doer here kind of thing. The thought arose, and even before the thought could almost finish, the body had already got up, and I was walking towards her room. So there was the perception that is where I had to go to give her the message about the medicine dosage, isn't it? So these little things like that, these have been, I think, with Aryan Mahansa's talks, particularly about in the recent days, about how it's such a perception-driven experience, this whole lived experience that we held on to through ignorance. It keeps getting reinforced. Just thought I'll share that, but there are still instances where that becomes a thing, even in the slightest, even for a flash. The twinge is there, and you probe into why the twinge is there, and behind the probing, behind that, the cause is that there is a thought or again a perception that something is there, or something else is there, or isn't it? I'm not being very
but
clear in the way I'm explaining it.
Actually, even in that, going forward, when we try to go forward from that point, it's just a mind sensor, isn't it? It's just the mind sensor. That is the thing. So we have to go forward from that point. Again, going forward, we have to actually get it, because several if we take several perceptions that we have had before, they have that twinge anyway. And if you can just, this is the synchronization effect. But when this can happen without that power too, so you might get the idea, oh, we could have done something else without the power too. That's the thing. So it's very difficult. It's very unique to the system to say whether it came with the power or without the power, because you have to remember that anything, any perception have these associated mind sense outcome patterns as well. So imagine durian. If durian is actually a fruit in like countries like Sri Lanka, where the smell is so powerful, sometimes you can feel like even vomiting. Others, some person might eat it with so much happiness because they love it. So the smell doesn't really, it doesn't really matter. So the perception itself carries these previous attachments or the emotions. It's like a document attachment, you know. When the document is Googled or researched, the attachments also come kind of like that. So it's very important to move forward from that, understanding how this works, how the thought of something happening to the family, something happening to the kids, or something happening to the parents, or something happening to self, how that shaky feeling comes. But if we keep understanding how this system works, you understand this synchronization is such a vast thing, that like a universal thing that happens. It's happening everywhere, and it happens with the whole package. So if there was a thing, in the Sinhala Zoom meeting, someone was talking about how the sound of a message or a text in the phone, like the sound, like we get the sound like ting or something like that, how that brought up everything attached to it. How come that happen? Like it's really interesting to do this research. And when you do that research, you understand there's no self there. It's just how this system works. I know that research about this really works. It really works. And this, when this happens, misunderstanding that it's my memory is really, that's what we knew. I mean, if I remember something, I would say, yeah, I remembered. Who else remembered? I remembered. This synchronicity or the telepathization or the equal vibrations, how they work and how they bring up the whole package of emotions. If someone says, even like the mother, even like the word mother, someone, it will bring the whole closeness to that mother. But the experience we talked about some time back about the person from the beautiful lady, the person from Canada, her problem. So telepathization or synchronization into that thought, how it brings unpleasantness. So this is how the synchronicity works. And so is there a self here? Or is there a system like this? So we keep understanding the system. So if we are time bound and we have had this rat race, tell me about it. No, I think Suranka will really agree about that time-based rat race we have. So that's why we are pressed. We are actually pressed, so we kind of feel the tension, but that's actually in a thought, and how does that happen? I could have done this in 5 minutes, but because this topic is chosen, it is going to take so much time. So the synchronicity is a beautiful thing to understand how this mind sensor works, how this, the field that what Aranwanse is talking about, how the field synchronizes to the whole samsaric journey. It's a beautiful thing that it's a field, but the thought also has this pattern. The thinking process also has this pattern, but the field process also has this pattern. So it's everywhere, the synchronicity, how it works. So has there been a self here? No. But definitely there is a synchronicity. That's why there is a cycle of birth. So isn't it beautiful, Suranka?
Mm-hmm.
So it's really interesting to understand how this works, and moving forward, as I told you, we need to understand how this system works, and the way you keep misunderstanding that it is the pinch of self, no, it is this system, how it works. More you understand this, more you feel this, more you feel this, more you will feel a non-vibration. Because
Dr. Kokila, the thing that I wanted to ask, I must have tried to find some time to speak to our advance also on that point. When he says Gatinimiti also, the taints or cankers also have to, gradually dissipate, because sometimes, the system, depending on the way it has been programmed, and this single vibration in this moment is capturing the essence of the entire samsaric cycle vibration. And if one
that is if there's a vibration, though.
It's a vibration, yes.
If there's a vibration here only, there's synchronicity. It doesn't happen if there's no vibration here. If there's no vibration here, there's no power here.
Yeah, so that Gatinimiti thing, if there is a character, when I say character, that particular system, if there is a, what shall I say, how we have talked in the past about some people having very patient attitude. Some personalities are very quiet, even if they don't have access to the Dhamma, even their vibration is very low. Then there are some people who are generally, what shall I say, either restless or quick-tempered or various things like that. So that could be also from the Gatinimiti, the taints, isn't it? Gatinimiti is taints, I think. And
I think both are talking about the same thing, though, the vibration or the power. Yeah.
Okay. So that part, how Warren once also says that there are certain things that even one cannot figure out on one's own, and he kind of gets Sonamadi's help also to help mothers unravel the spots where they don't know. Now you might say that this is another thought that is being uttered here, but that was the point that I wanted to clarify with Aryan Vahansa, whether the Gatinimiti, the cankers, can still come in the form of, I mean, it can that be just dismissed as it's the mind sensor, or is there something that needs to be? Now the problem there is, if you keep thinking that there is a something, it's almost like the catch-22 thing that you have explained, isn't it? That there are catch-22s all over the place.
Yeah, but then initially you will feel that power. If you feel that power, you definitely feel it with so much power. So much, the vibratory power is so much. But then when you go on experiencing it again, if you experience it again, you can feel that the power is less. And that's how an arahant would know that the power is zero. So there is always kind of reduction of this power anyway. The main thing is, the main risk of how your thought pattern is going would be the risk of getting stuck on that. That's all. Otherwise, if you really, because this arupa, or the field side, or the anchor side, or the taint side, is you can't really think about it and change it. It automatically reduces with the change of the self-view.
Yeah.
So you can't really do anything there, because it's
you can't wish it away, isn't it?
yeah, you can't. But then we keep understanding that whatever the thought that is powerful, that thought has this is because this happens in one thought. That's the problem. The cycle of birth is here. So if one thought has that power, the power is driving force. That's where when the driving force is not there, that's where the risk for the arahants too, like driving force is not there. So the driving force for this whole system is life field. So when the life field is not there, there's no that pull for the push for the next thought. So it's just a feel. But the risk of the risk is your thinking pattern, understanding your thinking pattern. So that if you are thinking about Gatinimiti Kammanimiti, and why you are thinking about it is the problem. It's actually not the thought itself the problem. What is the notion behind that? What is the problem you have behind that? So what is the actual reason for you to worry about that is the problem. So that means that do you have doubts about that it's just just the stimuli only? If it is the stimuli only, there's no self. The doubts about the rebirth shouldn't be there, because when the stimuli is not there, what is there? Nothing. Because after the respiration stops, there's no stimuli. So the whole aspect, the way you look at the problem has to be questioned when you get a question. So when you get a question, what's the underlying reason for that question? So if you get a we have heard so much things about how a Thero was thinking about the robe and how much eagerness for the robe, because that mind went even for the outside, you know. There's a robe and you like the robe. So it's completely, the power is too much when you try to reach something, you know, like it's a kind of complete outside. So the power is more, definitely power is more. Can you feel that?
Yeah.
So, but then if one understands that it's just the perception, power is so much less. You don't reach for things. You don't have to. You don't have the you don't look for what fried rice or milk toffee or whatever. You don't.
Yeah.
Can I say you don't really go shopping to find a thing, you know. You will buy something. It doesn't matter if you go in shopping, you might buy something, but you're not actually you know, purposefully doing it. So you might do it out of a habit, it doesn't matter, but the power is not there. So if it's projecting so to the outside, the power is so much. That's where the Aranwanse was telling, I don't know whether it's today morning, that how the person can end up in mirror, how the power is so much that even the respiration might stop and end up in mirror. So how that happens, you know? So because the power, this system can't handle that power. He was talking about it today morning sermon. If you haven't heard, you can listen. It's a beautiful sermon. And you know how this system can only handle one human kind of nature, human kind of margin. But if it goes to the extremes, can't handle it. So it's not the problem of a person, it's just a system, how it works. So but imagine someone is actually understanding that it's a perception, that power is low, that there's definite reassurance from Lord Buddha that you won't be born in low realms, isn't it? Why? Because there's no way. Why? Because that power is not there to that extent. Because there should be that extreme power to for that to happen, and that power is not there. So that's the reassurance that Lord Buddha has given. So if someone actually, you know, get into the feel away from mind completely, like if it happens completely, and there's no Gatanimiti Kammanimiti thing that you're talking about. Why? Because the perceptions are not true. Perceptions are not true. It's only a feel. In the feel level, if you have felt it, in the feel level, there's no perception. It's just a feel. It's a vibratory nature. And even that, there's still possibility of birth. Why? Even the asanya, for 80 kalpas, there may be no vibration. Still, even that low level of power, what is going to happen? It can vibrate even in 80 kalpas. So that's the risk. So that even in the field level, if the consciousness is the felt as a thing here, then the self view is there. That's what happens. It's always felt as here. So that definitely it is going to manifest again. Did you get this point? So what you're going to ask, did you get a sense of it? I don't know whether you got it.
It's a bit difficult to grasp, Dr. Kokila. So that twinge,
I think
what you're trying to say, sorry?
I don't know whether the other one says so here. I'm not sure. Are we running out of time?
Oh, actually, I think we might be
Yes,
running
yes, Kokila.
10 minutes.
Yes,
Therwan
Surangika.
Sarnaya.
Yeah.
Therwan Sarnaya answer.
Yes. Something. Surangika, something. What?
Surangika
Yeah.
was asking about Gatinimiti
Yeah.
and Kammanimiti are an answer.
Yeah. What is
What
that? Yeah.
Gatinimiti Aran Vahansa
What you think about? Yeah.
is that also something that yeah, I mean, depending on different characters are advances, some characters can be very patient people. Some people, you know, like from the Gatinimiti itself, they can be
Yeah,
calm.
especially the ego.
Yes.
Yeah, especially the ego. Most of guys have the ego. How much have the ego? That's very important. Otherwise, yeah, what's type of that ego? How is that ego coming? What is this ego? Yeah, the most of guys. So how is this egos? How is we are talking about the art. The everybody have the individually arts. What's that art is experience. That's a when someone young and becoming that's a personality. How is that is coming? That's the ego. Is that the other side is the ego? That's no. That inside the ego, but we can see the art. You want what you want to do, what your style, what your passion, what you are. Otherwise, that's otherwise this topic is not a spiritual guys. It's a mundane guys, no? It's a normally guys. Because there's ignorance is there. Otherwise, the Gatinimiti, Kammanimiti is there. I say ignorance also there. Because they are in the world. So because circle of birth is there, there's the action and effect dhamma. So there is the action and effect dhamma. That's not the cause and effect dhamma because they don't know the truth. It's okay. Gatinimiti and Kammanimiti is there. Do you understood what I say? So someone understood what is the truth is here. He know this world is not real. So after what's the meaning is that? What's the meaning is that this world is not real? What's the meaning? You are not also here. No, Suranga?
Yes, I am also.
So world otherwise side by side, no? Other side is you.
Yeah.
So how much this world real? Someone thinking it's a permanent, it's a real. That is the illusion. Misconception, no? Misunderstand. The misconception also there. So he don't know the truth. That's why. That's why he's there. Someone know the truth, he know nobody is here. System is happening. So how is ego is more than coming? No ego, no more ego is there. Ego is a fading. Why? He know the truth. That's the way. That's the really happening. So Gatinimiti we are talking about the art. Everybody have art. The meaning is the experience as given this art. How Suranga combing the hair, no? How Suranga is smiling, how Suranga is thinking this word. That is your art, is there. How are you thinking? How are you thinking the fashions and everything? No? What your we are talking about the what's your idea, all of this. It's your story. That's the he have a world. That's why he don't know the truth. He don't know this world is not real. No. So he have death and birth. That's why action and effect also there. No. Someone is
Yes.
thinking that one is real. Is okay. Yeah, everything. No. Is misunderstanding is also there. Because nobody is here. No one is here. Everything happen. Nobody is doing. System is here. That's the dharmata. So we are talking about. No, it's a process. It's nobody is doing this. No one is here. System is everything is happening. No, like a film.
Yes.
Nobody here to worry or sad because no one is here. No, as a system is working. No, senses are created. Only the senses creations. No. Yeah. There is no cause and effect. Dharma. Action and effect is there. That's a common nimitti is what you are doing, what's your what's your we are talking about the ill will, no? Hatred, the craving,
Craving and
what's
all
the
that. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
that's a common nimitti. That's a how much cunning, how much you are doing something. We are talking about single word is irisya, vaire. So that's a common nimitti. No? Because
Yeah.
you have many things. That's why you want it. It's just that's why you are doing many things. So you are thinking many things because you are also there. You want it still here. This world, though you are not still, but you are thinking everything is here. That's why. That's a common enemy. That's a the enemy is your fashion, your style, if your art. No. Otherwise, everywhere inside the ego. No,
The
because
gut.
someone is there, ego is there. No, yeah. What do you think about Suranka?
Yeah, that Gatinimiti is the thing that slowly
It's
fades
art.
not.
It's art. It's art.
But
Art. Your passion. Your art. It's your style. It's your
um,
thinking pattern. Yeah, everything is there. Gatini. You see, you because it's a Abhisankan. It's a again and again and happening one thing is coming automatically. That's a Gatinimiti. You think you have pet dog or cat is you like dog or pet or it's okay after your death your last briefing is coming that time is coming you are thinking the dog
thinking
is
about
what
the cat.
your pattern is what's the happen is telepathy is your circle of birth is you are another step is a dog because your mind is coming dog it's a spark it's a perception it's coming you can't stop it. That's why you are the dog because you know the sutras there, no? It's
Yes,
some
Mania
monk,
Makata.
some monkeys like that
Yeah.
pagoda. I don't know. Some monks like the that's rope. So after he's becoming an insect, no, that rope, no,
Yes, sir.
no, that's the Gatinimiti, you know. Some you like something that you like your home, you like your mom or dad or something. You like some pet, you like some trees or something. They ask you after the death is you are there.
That's what
You'll be
happened.
there. Yeah, you'll be there, no? That's right.
Yes.
I will like it.
Definitely
It's
not.
okay. Congratulations. Next this life. I was doing. Glad to meet.
And once in this,
Okay.
sometimes there are these personalities,
Yeah,
personality
personality also
traits.
there. Yeah.
Some people, generally they can be impatient. like
But no problem.
sleeping.
You're inside, not any pain, and you're inside, not any vibrations or anything, not happening. No problem, anything.
So that can be like a habit.
You're inside, not any vibrations or anything. You're inside, not anything. You're pet or dog, no problem. Because not the pet or dog problem. It's why your vision is real, no. That's why you are also there, no. That's why misunderstanding, no. That's a misconception is there, no. You don't know the truth. That is why you have reality, no. You are thinking this world is real, pet is real, dog is real. You are also real. That's why this world is real. So that's the path of action and effect. That's why you are going another step. Your cycle of birth.
Yeah.
This one over, another step is coming. But you know the truth. Nobody is here. No one is here. Everything is systematically. This is our mind. Everything is thinking. It's no problem. No, it's understanding. Nothing here. Anything. It's like a mirror. No mirror. You can see everything, but mirror, not nothing there. Anything. No. No.
Yes.
Mirror have anything. No.
No, mirror doesn't have anything.
Yeah.
Natural like that.
Yeah.
Only.
That's the way. Understanding one. Yeah, that's a internal transformation. This world is not real. Oh, this world is real? Or no, that's the question. You are in real is a correct way. Correct. That's a truth. You know the truth, or you don't know the truth. That's the you know the truth. You are in the cause and effect down. You don't know the truth. You are in the action and effect down.
Action and effect. Yeah.
It's clear, no? It's clear. Why are you talking about that? You are going to that's a miserable. No. So Suraga have some dream or something yesterday
No,
night,
definitely
something.
not. I was not the Kama Nimiti. We were discussing the Gati Nimiti thing about.
I think your mind is coming sometimes here, sometimes there.
Yeah.
What is this mind? No, I know Suraga, no everything. Why is this Suraga asking this? Why is Suraga asking this question?
We were talking about the perception, and answer, because once I was doing something for my father recently, and he wanted me to do something, but he was not saying it fast enough, and there was this little like a sanya, a perception that Rosa and was saying he's taking his time. I can do something else. It came up like a perception.
Everything you can do your father without your mind. Everything, no.
Yeah.
Everything you can do your father. You know the truth, no problem. You are not in the mind. That's the real, no? That's the real.
Yeah,
You're not in the mind, you know the truth, it's nothing here, anything. It's okay. Mind is like a sensor, no, only the sensor. It's okay. What you want to do your father, you can do now. What you thinking? It's okay, no problem. So my father now is died. It's okay. My father is a few months ago. What I want to do my father? I am doing everything. It's okay, no problem. Because I know the truth, no. I have to pay. Inside. I have an inside pay. But okay, normally everything I can do. Why? Nobody's here, no one is here. Everything is like this. Understanding finally. Not sad or suffering. Nothing here sad or suffering. Everything is happening. Because nobody's here. System. We know this is system. Our mind also system. It's automatically coming, these thoughts. What I want to do, that's my thoughts. What's my father want? What's my father want? This is special. It's okay. We can do. It's okay. We can do. No. So sometimes we We can't do that. It's okay, no problem. Why? It's the nature.
Yes.
Because he's speedily falling down the body and everything. Because the injured no kidney failure. No?
Yes.
I know my father can't living because is failing is failed the body and fail the this physically body is not it's not a permanent. It's decay, no collapse. No, it's the normal, you know. It's the nature. No? We understand the nature, no problem. It's okay. We also know permanent here. We our body also no still here long period. Sometimes 10 years. Sri Lanka, how old are you? 57?
53 animals.
53. You know how old Aranas?
No answer.
It's 50, 52 or 51? No. 52. 1 year, you are old than me. No. No. No, 26 now. 26, I am 52. What do you think about Sri Lanka? Are you old? Kick, never. Sorry.
No animals.
Sorry, I won't tell you the same story, no? That's why. Sometimes my body not, sometimes 10 years, 15 years, my body is falling down, no? After it's not working, no? So problem. We don't know, sometimes tomorrow, day after tomorrow, can be happen everything, no? Last briefing
Yes.
also.
Yeah,
I think my Kamatan is every time last briefing. Is my Kamatan. So last briefing is now, here and now. So that is why every time I'm in the radiant mind. That is why I'm always laughing, happy. That's why I'm in. Because history and the past is no matter for me. I'm not caring. Because I know this present moment is everything is happening. We can planning. It's okay, but we know we are in now, here and now. What's happened? It's okay. It's the happening thing. But we can plan next year, or next month, or everything. We can no problem. We can plan. But we know we are here now.
only this moment. Yes, sir.
Yeah. That's understanding. But that's the wisdom, I think. That is the wisdom. No problem anyway. No problem. That's the problem. It's the mind. Mind is not real, someone understood. That's the problem. Where's the questions? No questions anywhere. Only the incident. Every second. Only the incident. No. Nothing happened. Everything. We are thinking. No? It's okay. We are thinking this is our body and everything. No? We are thinking. Yes. Yeah.
Every word that you're saying is so profound and so deeper, and also all the talks, particularly these last few days as well. Wherever we are, we worship you, our advancer, for the profound wisdom that you are providing us and sharing for our advice, as advice and counseling. Our advancer,
Yeah, our time is now. No copy. So okay, copy.
Namaskar.
In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpado on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. Wake up to the truth. Buddothpado. Awake, humans, be awakened humans. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin.
Therefore, it is very important to keep a balance with both the samatha and the vidarshana. Both practices should not go to an extreme, otherwise, you will not be able to go on the path to nirvana. We already presented the first step to you, that you need to develop mindfulness in order to observe your thoughts that arise in your mind. There are many ways to develop mindfulness. Many years ago, when we did not know the Dhamma so well, we spent a lot of time and effort trying to perfect our concentration meditation, samatha. One of the methods we practiced was looking at a 12-inch circle which had a blue dot at the center. We spent a lot of time trying to bring our attention to the center of the circle. We also spent a lot of effort on being mindful of the breath. Due to our previous practice, we are able to bring our attention to our breath even now. When we practiced the samatha meditation, whenever we realized that our mind was going to stray away, we learned to bring our attention to the posture that we were in at that time. With all our experiences, we would like to advise you that the moment you realize that your mind is straying away behind other thoughts, you should immediately bring it back to the base of your concentration. To go on the path, you need to develop your mindfulness, sihi, and wisdom together. The concentration meditation or the samatha meditation is very useful when you need to improve your mindfulness. Some people use the method of Buddhanusati meditation where they look at a statue of the Buddha and keep their mind concentrated at one point by thinking about the virtues of the Buddha. Some people also practice concentration meditation by looking at a human skeleton. People who have thoughts of lust benefit by doing the skeleton meditation because it helps them to reduce the desire for the human body. All types of meditation have to be done in moderation. If you practice the skeleton meditation and if you begin to develop an aversion, a hate towards the human body, that too will create another extremity or a duality. Therun Sarnai, everybody.
Therun Sarnai, Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us. You read 2 pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2 book. So we all worship Aran Mahasi at his feet for this guidance that he's doing. And we warmly welcome all of you who have joined the Zoom discussion today. And if I just briefly summarize what was read, we were talking about this concentration meditation. Actually, concentration meditation is not confined to Buddhism. It's there in many religions. It's mainly the Hinduism. And that is partly, I think, it had an influence for Buddhism also because that has been in practice for many thousands of years. So in concentration meditation, what is tried is just to bring the attention to one event or one point. As you know, the behavior of this mind, or the behavior that the how the thoughts are happening, how the thoughts are formed, is such that it's a very fast moving flow, and it's not easy to bring the attention to one point and keep it at that point. So it's a kind of uh, restraining or trying to tame the mind. So the things that were practiced were listed, I mean, just briefly mentioned in the reading. One common thing is the breath, uh, where the flow of air is touched, the concentration is kept at that point. That is one of the well-known concentration meditations. And also, some people used to concentrate on something drawn, a circle with a dot in the middle. That was another, it's mainly from the Hindu practices. So you are concentrating, you continue to look at that circle and then concentrate on that. So that is one of the methods. Also, it mentioned about looking at a Buddha statue. It's called Buddhanusati Bhavana in Sinhala, where you look at the statue and try to uh, remember the qualities of the Lord Buddha. So that is one another way. And the other one mentioned in the book was this looking at a skeleton. And it's good for a person who has some attachment to a physical body. So when you try to focus on the skeleton, you realize that even though the body is covered with the muscles and the skin, and then looking very attractive from outside, underneath that is that skeleton, which might bring a kind of horrific feel to somebody, or another person might feel straight away some aversion to that. So those are different methods of being mindful to one point. But this thing called mindfulness actually is not limited to uh, Buddhism, or not limited to a religion. It's practiced even by groups who are not following any specific religion, but it helps in all these methods. Actually, it helps to calm down the mind which is agitated. So now we know that any of them should not should not be practiced to the extreme end. It has to be in moderation, because it helps to calm down the mind. As I said, it's like taming a wild animal, and you tie it up to a pole, and then right at the beginning the animal will be angry and try to break away from the point, and then finally when the mind realizes that it cannot sort of uh, run away, it will calm down. So this is a simple example, that a simple metaphor that I can show you. So what happens is the mind will be trained to focus on one point. So this has to be balanced, as we read in the book, as we all know, because going to that extreme end is also not going to help. Because as long as you are in that meditation, as long as you are concentrating on that point, you feel very much relaxed and very light and sort of kind of happy. And the moment your attention is away and moment you stop the meditation, uh, usually the mind will start going stray, as it has been doing. So that is why, I mean, going into one extreme end of this meditation is not going to help. What has to be done is actually to have a balance between the concentration meditation and the insight meditation. Insight meditation is something like you let the uh, animal or we can even say a toddler who is trying to sort of explore various things, pull things, push the things, and drag the things, trying, I mean, various kind of experimenting. So you can allow that to happen, but be an observer of that. So that is the basic explanation of insight meditation. So those are the things that we read so far today. Uh, we will start our discussion. Maybe if there are any questions, we can start with those. I will ask Dr. Kokila and Surangika and Joel to start the discussion. Thiruvan Saranai.
Yeah, we can start the discussion. We worship Paran and say with so much gratitude, and we do these Zoom discussions according to his guidance. And do you have any questions? Anyone can start the discussion also, doesn't matter. Anything specific, Sakuntala?
We can start a simple topic, something which Joel also might be able to follow, something simpler.
Yeah, okay.
Joel, do you have any preferences, anything to discuss?
Yeah, but I was thinking, how can I relate this to the reading?
It's okay. It's okay.
When I think about this, when I said about this mind and the five senses, we get it through the five senses, and there's a perception called, or we name it or label it as body or something. Okay. So same thing is told in my religion as well. As to they say, don't worry about tomorrow because tomorrow has its own burden. So I just compare and see how it goes. Is it good to compare or is it bad to compare?
Oh, good question, actually. It's a very good question. So the truth has nothing, because religions have so much of things. Actually, the Buddhism nowadays has gone to so much action based karma pala. I don't know whether you even know about that, but it is really based on action and effect. But actual Lord Buddha's teaching was nothing like that. It was actually about the truth, about all the senses, how it works, how you feel alive, how you feel the self, how this self-perception is another just a perception which has the same mechanism of all the other perceptions. It's just a perception. This is being even proven if you read a scientific article, which is very neuroscientific articles, or people who look through the science, who is trying to understand. Even they have started to understand that the quantum, the effect of life, how life is not actually the mind or the body. And then they are searching what it is, and they are actually understanding that it's just a kind of a power which we haven't thought about, or we haven't researched enough about. But Lord Buddha has always told you can't really research about it from outside. You have to research about it inside. So the research about what happens here is, I would say, the most scientific thing ever I have heard. Because I had that question every day. I had so many questions actually. I had so many questions about this action or the karma, or belief that if you do this, you get this, kind of that. But how it relates everywhere, you know that bad things will bring bad, good things will bring good. But is that all? How is it? How is it? What is life? Why there is a manifestation like here, like this, and why my friend's manifestation is different? Why someone in UK's manifestation is different? How there are differences in manifestation? How there are differences in the observations? How they are having different experiences? How these people, or even animals, or even a cellular organism, how do they have this alive feel? And what is it? And how is it? And how is it? Is it kind of continuous thing, or is it kind of something which arises at, with the stimulus? So there are so many questions. So I would say I entered Dhamma from a kind of scientific thinking, not really through any religion aspect actually. So I never had that issue, because I just researched, and I still do that. How people look at these things, how people get the views, how people get the strong connections, how people, some people will not get the strong connections, how everything and foremost. But the most magical thing here is how you feel alive. And how does that happen? Why does it bring so much suffering? And is there a possibility of life without suffering? And so the comparison is okay. We compare. So just imagine, when I say about the comparison, I did the comparison too, because I compare it with the science, not with any religion aspect. So that's why I value Aranwanse's sermons, because if he understands the person listening is into the science, he will definitely go according to that line. He will not talk to me in a way that he talks to a village mother, because my thinking pattern is so complicated because of what we have learned, and we have so much data, and the village mother doesn't have that much data, so then she doesn't need anything like that. She just need to be said it just simply, that whatever you're thinking is, it's just a mind, and whatever you feel is just your body, the perceptions, or just the sensory organs. That's all you have to say. To a simple person, that is enough. So to people like, specifically like me, who has so much data, the comparison will immediately happen. So if Aranwanse says, is the light true? I'll be putting that in this system and compare it with data and try and find out what is he telling. But I never had the doubt that about Lord Buddha's, the mission can't be this simple, go into a temple and worship and just say, may Triple Gem bless you, and may I attend Nibbana one day. I had a strong notion that it can't be simple like that, just expecting things to happen, just worshipping things, just like you definitely feel like going beyond that. I've already had the idea that lots of beautiful people who have talked about any kind of liberation, they had some kind of vision. Yes, but the most scientific aspect of everything is, I looked at it in that way, means it is a comparison. So there's no problem in comparison. It's just that, just the way your mind works. It's just the way your mind works. It's just the way how the data is analyzed in the system. It's how the mind system work, mind sensor works. Because as soon as you put a data, it will, just like in the you ask something in ChatGPT and how it gives, and how Google in that sense, whatever, how it automatically finds something from here and something from there and try to give a like a collective answer like that. But non-self or no self angle is not discussed anywhere, not discussed at all anywhere. It may be hidden, it may be a subtle message somewhere, but it is not openly discussed in any other forum. And understanding this that this life, actually what we feel here is a current, and that is also not there when the stimulus is not taken as a thing. You can't, because each and every time we telepathize into that, and this synchronization happens, and because this happens so fast, we feel like this film is active and happening now. So from the moment you get up until the moment you sleep, the whole film is like working. It's like as if you are inside the dream. How this works, that is the research. What do you think, Joel? So basically comparison is okay, but this is how the data is processed anyway.
Yeah, thanks, Doctor, for your answer. Can I ask you another question as well?
Yeah.
It was read about this skeleton meditation to retrieve from lust. Am I correct?
Yeah, I have heard about it.
Yeah. So, like, for example, I'm just saying there's a couple who are married, and if one person does the skeleton meditation and just goes off from the other partner, how does this work? Or if a
Well,
person is not married,
never talk about these concentration meditations. He doesn't put effort at all to concentration meditation. If a mother even start talking about that, he would discourage them, mainly because this science is not there. You know what I mean? Science is not there. Then the skeleton is true to you. What's the big deal about that? You just change the perception. So you look at your wife and you just have a perception of a skeleton. That's not Lord Buddha's truth. The truth is different. Truth is about all the perception. It's just a perception, whatever it is, it's fine. Just understanding how the perception works is just understanding the truth, understanding how this works. And you just don't burn, you just You are happy for her. You are happy for the partner. You will do everything for that partner. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just your burning is not there because you know the dream is not true, but the dream is there. So your burning is going to get zero slowly. It doesn't happen miraculously at one go, but it will start to get zero. But no, in Aran Hanse's explanations, with his guidance, we never talk about changing perceptions or shifting perceptions. Oh, it's nothing like that actually. When we understand that everything out there is a perception, that just that. Even the skeleton is a perception. Do you get the point, Joel?
Excuse me, can I add something to that?
Yeah.
Actually, those concentration meditations have been in practice in India for many thousands of years. So this is also one of them. And when at the time that the Lord Buddha started, preaching this Buddhism, these were in very solid level. The people were practicing in a very strong way. So there were different groups. They all said that they are trying to find truth. So they were using these various kinds of meditations to find out whether they can reach that goal. So what happened was, Lord Buddha didn't want to sort of straight away cut off those things and then give completely a new concept to the people. What he did was, he didn't sort of reject or straightforward refuse them, but he tried to use some of them so that these people will have a change. These people will understand that concentration meditation alone is not the path to find the truth. So this meditation is one of them. Actually, they have been used even in Sri Lankan monasteries, the jungle type of places where the priests are mainly doing meditation. So they have been using these skeletons to keep their sort of emotions and keep their feelings into the very low level where they will be able to concentrate on what they want to do. So actually this meditation by looking at a skeleton is not something straightforward from Buddhism. It was something from the Hindus, and then also there were these different uh, groups, saying some were called Niganta, some were called Brahma. So there were so many faculties like that. So they were following this. So what happened was Lord Buddha was more tactful because he didn't want to refuse those things, because he knew that people were looking for the comfort. They were trying to get rid of the sorrow by using all sorts of meditations. So that is how it came here, because it was mentioned in the book. I just briefed on that. So it's not something that you should practice, on a person who is living with you in the house or your family. So I don't know whether the way I explained gave a sort of wrong impression, Joel. Okay, there was a night.
Yeah, thank you for adding that, Dr. Sakuntala. Yeah, true. So this studying about truth or researching about truth or understanding how we suffer, or what is this power behind, or what is this suffering stemming from, is the research we do. And in that research, your power will start to get so low that you will be so feeling so good. That's how it is. And you will not be even going towards even that feeling good sensation, because you know that it is kind of temporary too, and you know it is there until your respiration is there. You feel the mind sensor, you feel the body sensor, you feel the eye, you feel the hearing. That's all, So it's okay. Anything is okay. Everything is okay. So is that uh, a sufficient answer, George?
Yeah, thank you, doctors. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah. So even in Sri Lanka, there's so many concentration meditation practices. So it's okay. I mean, if someone is very happy to do that, that's fine. But if they're thinking it is leading to Nibbana, and Nibbana is directly through the research, directly through the understanding of how this suffering works, how this life will comes, and why we think it is kind of a person here, and that self-thought, how it intensifies you to even kill someone or harm someone or do anything in that sense, or crave for something which will lead to everything. So the understanding the truth is the most important thing. So without understanding the truth, whatever the meditative state is okay, it is good for good. I mean, we can't say it's bad, it's good, but it's not going to last forever because it's conditional. Anything else, Surangika? Can you add something?
Yeah, Theruvan Saranai for my friends. Yeah, I mean, I think like Dr. Sakuntala said, this concentration meditation has been around for a long, long time. And he didn't want to, the Buddha didn't want to go completely contrary to society, because there was a way he was diplomatically trying to almost corral them towards a way of thinking, because he realized that all these various types of concentration meditation was only just touching the surface, scratching the surface really. And that was what he himself discovered after a 6-year long search, that all these various rituals and different types of meditation was only going to a particular point, but not really addressing the core issue of this whole existence. And because if there is existence, there is suffering. And whilst everybody knew there is suffering, they couldn't really put their finger on the truth, the source of the suffering, which was why they were, I mean, there were quite a lot of intellectual people at that age as well. But yeah, it's just that they just couldn't get at the truth. So what the Buddha realized was that this existence came from this sense, the alive feel, or this whole undercurrent. The sense of feeling alive is coming from this sense of existence and this self-perception. So that was what, with great research into the mind, that was discovered by him long, long years ago. But coming back to these different types of meditation, just like the skeleton meditation, you actually have, somebody said that, some monasteries even have skeletons in the temple so that they use that for meditation when people come for retreats. But another thing that is there even in the sutra is you divide or you categorize the human body into 32 body parts, kind of, divide it up into blood, liver, skin, nails, hair, and so on, into 32 body parts. And in each of those body parts, you examine whether the I is there, whether the self is there. And to an extent, that is effective, to an extent. Because in the common notion is that most of the people say, I have a body, so I'm here. This is my body, this is me, this is the physical me. So some are still fixated on that. So to that extent, to kind of transcend that aspect of it, breaking down the body, the human parts into 32 or whatever, and then saying, is the blood me? If you take the blood So you kind of mentally do this thing. You can sit in one position and you take this, you imagine the skin is taken out, you imagine the blood is taken out of the system, and it's lying in a pool in front of you. So is that blood me? Is the skin and the nails, if it is taken out, is that me? So like that you can reflect. And to that extent, one can then gradually realize that these things are just the human body is just an aggregate of all these various body parts. But does that finally get you to the truth? Not really, because then you know that you kind of get a realization that the I is not here, but then that doesn't make the sense of feeling alive, the suffering, the I sense that you get when something doesn't work the way you want. That burning is still present. That burning hasn't gone away just because you dissected the human body. So ultimately, all these things were done gradually, almost like incrementally, by the Buddha to finally say that the core or the crux is in understanding the mind. And that is why you have heard, I think, Aryan Mahansa also saying, the body is not me, and the mind is not me, and then who am I? That is the core teaching and the core two questions that he asks anyone who is new to this truth, new to understanding the truth. I mean, you answer those two questions, you become speechless. There's absolutely no answer to give. So that is the core truth that is trying to be taught in these sessions, because you can do it on your own as well and understand, is this leg mine, is this hand mine, and all these kind of things. If you take a general anesthesia and you don't feel any of the body sensations, then what happens? So isn't that just a function of a sense of faculty? It's the same with the eyes, same with the ears and the nose and the tongue. So whatever that we experience, isn't that just the experience through a perception, as Dr. Kokila said, arising out of the sense faculties? If that's the case, where did this so-called I, notion of I come from, the notion of self come from? So this is the great examination, this is the great truth, the search for it in this so-called mind. Yeah, Dr. Kokila, so it's amazing, isn't it? All this concentration, meditation is just a halfway house to finding the truth, which is why Aryan Mahansa doesn't recommend going down those paths. You can go and you can get stuck halfway, and then you might spend 20, 30 years just doing that meditation, because there is a certain sense of calmness, some tranquility that you can gain out of it. There is no denying it. You can. But is that the end? Or are you just, just kind of languishing in a spot when when the burning is still there and the suffering is there? And if one is really curious, if one really wants to get to the core of eradicating the suffering, then one must be brave enough, courageous enough to say, I know I'm feeling very calm and tranquil, and that meditation is like really giving me a good feeling, but hang on, I still have these cravings. I don't like that person, or if somebody says something to me, I'm getting this burning sensation. I'm never satisfied, or something or the other. So why is this? Is the meditation not working in that case? So one needs to be able to be brave, be able to be frank and honest, and see that, is that working, or is that then not the truth? So that search and the honesty and the frankness of one's own search for the truth, I think, is very important. Yes, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, it's very beautiful to understand the whole thing understand. And I would say it is very good to know the truth, isn't it? It's we talk about human rights. I think the biggest human right is to understand how this system works. But that is not a concern to many. Only few people might think about that. Or someone will get dragged to this understanding just because the burning is so much that person feels so restless, so difficult to live, and they might seek some solace, some kind of happiness. So they might come for temporary happiness, but if they get into this understanding, they know it is going to be permanent. It is going to be permanent because you understand that there is no self. You understand as well as one day you will feel it. That's the most important aspect of it. So the beautiful truth. So the Aran Wahanse has actually talked about all these aspects here. He has so much, some discussions. Before that, he has done so much just sermons. Then he started over the phone. People were asking questions, and he put them to the YouTube as well. So that's how this whole thing has started. So I just heard one day that he was talking about that how there is no self, and that's why I asked few questions in the first place. It just I wanted to know how he is telling that, because out of the interest, like so that is how the interest began. And of course, you will compare with whatever the knowledge you have, and you will keep questioning him until you get kind of matching answer. But then it's I mean we still keep understanding how deep this is going to be, even if you understand Dhamma, and even if you feel it also randomly. If you haven't become like that completely, there's always a small gap. You know the gap, but still the noble friend's influence is there all the time. Yeah, I think we have much time actually. So what are the other things we can talk about? Joel, do you have any other question?
The other question is like in Buddhism they talk about rebirth, right? After death.
If you are in the action and course, yes. If you are in this no self dhamma, that is what is. So it is different, like yes, they talk about that. Yes, 100%.
Yeah. So why didn't Buddha be reborn?
Buddha?
Yeah. Why didn't he have a
No,
rebirth?
because there is no self vibration. So that's the thing you understand. So imagine a person is dying. What is dying? Dying means the system stops. So why there is some power left is the question. Why a child is born, and is telling about the past birth, and they match exactly how he hit the train, and how and actually when you go back to that place, there was that person, and exact same thing which a child can't imagine. Child can't imagine, child can't read, child can't listen to radio, but he's talking about something which happened years ago. How come that happened? There are so many researchers in the world, also in European countries, abroad also. There's so many researches happening about this near-death experiences and the rebirth, and there's always a thing that people directly can't tell because they can't sort of get it. The thing here is, if you are in, if the body system shuts down and everything should shut down, isn't it? Then why not? Is the problem. Then there's additional power there. That additional power of the last thought, it is synchronizing to another zygote. So how does that happen? How come that happens? It can be human, it can be any animal, it can be anything. So this is what the research included. This is what the research went on, and yes, rebirth is there. If the vibration is there, rebirth is there 100%. But if the vibration here is not there, and you completely understand this Dhamma and your vibration dies, in the sense gets zero, your system will stop. Yeah, that's it. Can Surangika also add something to that? As a
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, I think the say vibration dwell there. What it's meant is I think Dr. Kokila explained about the stimulus. So the vibration is basically as long as there is a belief that there is an external world, which is basically almost the entirety of mundane society, the conventional world, the society that we live in, right? Everyone virtually believes that, there is an external world, there are objects, persons, things, and then there is me here experiencing all this, witnessing all this. I have a family, there is a world, there are countries, there's wars being fought in various parts of the world. There's Sri Lanka and all these kind of things. So when all
the
these,
kind of duality, isn't it?
yeah,
The
the duality is
subject-object
there.
thing.
So all this is stimuli. These are the things that are constantly passing through the mind in the form of perceptions, which we have now talked extensively, and you have a good understanding of. These stimuli or the perceptions are the things that are considered to be real. No one thinks about them as perceptions. The word perception in the English language is a very, very superficial way. I mean, you kind of talk about perception means I perceive someone to be like this, meaning it's your way of perspective of looking at things, type of, that kind of interpretation is given to the word perception in the, general English language. But in the sense of explaining the truth, perception itself is the stimuli, the sanya. If we talk about it in Sinhalese, it's the sanya, which is arising only out of these light sensor, the ear, the sound sensor, and then touch, taste, and smell coming together is the stimuli, which is then transforming into what we call a mind object, otherwise known as a thought. So it is this, and those are also just, there's nothing in it. I think a few days ago or a week ago, we spoke about the apple. And then, when there is no apple in sight, if someone calls you when you're on the road and your mother calls you and says, well, can you bring some apples when you are coming back when you're passing the supermarket? All she said was apple on the phone, and yet in a flash, you got the picture of the apple, the taste of the apple, what apples you're going to buy, which one you like most. All that came into play in the mind, right? So how did the green appear in the mind? How did the taste of the apple appear? How did you even get the sensation of the taste of the apple? So then wasn't all that perceptions? Right? There is the taste that you thought you had when you when you bit into the apple, Was it actually from the apple, or was that a perception of a taste? So was there a taste even in the air, in the perception? We're not going to go into detail again. I think you may recall that discussion some time ago. So these are all that are being experienced are perceptions, and there is actually nothing. It is the greatest of all illusions. And that is the magic that is being unraveled here in this beautiful true Dhamma. And what Dr. Kokila said about the vibration jewel is that as long as one thinks that at least one, there are millions and billions of stimuli that is being associated through this mind formation as a human being or any living being lives. As long as there is breath in the body, the association is only with perceptions, aka stimuli, and all that is arising out of a vibration. And as long if even a single stimuli is believed to be true and it exists, and then because of that the I exists on this side, the sense of existence is there and the sense of alive feel is there, the self-perception is there, and if the self-perception is there, the self-vibration is definitely there. And that is what Dr. Kokila says. When the last breath is gone, that vibration is the one that will synchronize to another vibration of the same frequency. Now, that example that she gave of a child who will recollect a past accident from another birth, maybe Dr. Sakuntala can elaborate on that as well, because don't get the misunderstanding that this is the same person moving from birth to birth. Now, the Hindus have also another notion or concept where they say that it is the same consciousness that is moving from birth to birth. Now, that is not what the Buddha said as part of this whole truth. It is that vibration. You can't say that that person, or it's not a person. It's the vibration, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Maybe that can be explained a little further, because otherwise we might give the impression that it's a person moving from birth to birth.
Yeah, actually, yes, but in small words, actually, I think just understanding truth, simply understanding truth is much better. I think when we understand this truth, we don't have to change. We don't have to change. You go to church, you go to do things, just keep doing that. If your burning goes down, you will be doing the things in the church beautifully. You will go and ring the bell or whatever the things that you do. You do the chanting, you do the chanting. Just imagine a traditional Buddhist, what they do the similar things. So just keep doing them. That's not a big issue. If you are a person who goes to a temple once a month, just go. It's fine. If you are a person who goes to a church, you go to the church. If you're a person who goes nowhere, yeah, okay, don't go anywhere. It's fine. Imagine a person that nowadays there's all the kids in the sense literally these English speaking countries, all the kids, most of them, they don't specifically believe in anything. They just don't. They just do things according to their parents. That's fine. Imagine someone is a Hindu. Yeah, they just keep doing the traditional paths that they go to the Kovil and they do the I have gone to churches, I have gone to Kovils, I have gone to kind of everywhere where their rituals are so beautiful. So the that is not the problem here. Problem is how we understand how this burning comes. Burning comes because the stimuli is taken for granted or taken as real. And if we understand the perception, whether whatever the perception, it doesn't matter whether it's a light, whether it's a sound, whether it's a bird, whether it's whatever, it doesn't matter. So Joel, the basic message is actually just flow with your life. Just flow with your life, whatever the flow. Whatever you do, doesn't matter. Keep doing whatever you're doing. You do daily ritual, whatever daily ritual, there should be a daily pattern of things, and the pattern is going to continue even if you understand Dhamma. The pattern is not going to change. The burning is going to die down. Did you get the point, Joel?
Yes, doctor, like go with the flow, life flow,
Yeah.
but your vibrations and your burnings will just calm down as it is.
And one day it will come to zero. That's the most important aspect of it. But you don't have to predict about that. You don't have to look for it. You just keep understanding that whatever the system is, this human system has a system. If you go into scientific part of it, you know that it has a system, the sensory system. You feel, you see, you hear, you think. That's all you do. So whatever the activities, they are just the outcome of that system. Whatever the words you talk is the outcome of that system. So you keep understanding this system. It's a system. It's fine. So whatever the activities you do, it doesn't matter. You go to the church and pray. It's so beautiful. You the beautiful. They do so much beautiful lightings, and yeah, if you go to a different cultural weddings, you can understand so much about their cultures. So there's no problem there. Buddhism anyway has no place in telling that the other religions are wrong or other religions are right. The actual Buddhist philosophy has nothing to do with that. Actual Buddhist philosophy is about truth. That's all. And if you know that, and if your burning is coming down, that's what it matters. You will be the human being who has least suffering inside you, and you might start to feel everybody else's suffering, and you will help them whatever the way you can help. You will love them without yourself. You would look after them whatever the way you can. It's just the flow of life. So the pattern of life is just part of this dream. It's fine. Nothing to be upset about and change it. Even Aranwanse has never, we have had so many people calling him from different parts of the world. Their life patterns are still the same. He hasn't asked anyone to change their life pattern. Not at all. Not at all. Not one single time. But if they go towards concentration meditation, he might say that's not necessary to get rid of the suffering. But, even that, you're not going to put a boundary or barrier, because you can't really give truth to someone by force, can you? You can't. Just can't. Can you like say, can I say to my son, you listen to this truth, otherwise you will be expelled or something like that? No, they will be like, they will never even look at that. The main important thing is whether your suffering is less or whether your burning is less or whether it's going forward and getting much better every day, not concentrating on anything, not purposefully doing it, just by understanding how the system works. Anything, any question, Joel?
No, Doc, thanks.
Yeah, I think Sakuntala and Suranka also will agree. I mean,
Yeah, actually, as you explained, actually, we do not have hard and fast rules in Buddhism because Buddhism is not considered as a religion. It's a kind of philosophy where any person from any background can explore. Because Lord Buddha has said that come and see. Don't believe because I am saying this. Do not sort of uh, be just a follower and believe what I am saying, but come and see. So that was one of the main things in this Buddhist teaching. So, as Kokila said, I mean, any person can follow whatever the traditional and whatever the religious things that the person has been doing, and there are no restrictions because now there are enough people who are married to a person from the different religion, and as long as there is respect to each other, there won't be any clashes, and it will sort of move forward very smoothly. So similarly, you can just listen to our discussions. If there are any questions, you can always bring up, uh, particularly if you have anything against to what you have uh, heard from your teachings, you can always bring up that point and we can discuss. We can sort of find out what is the truth and how you can balance it. Uh, so, and also if there may be certain things which are too deep for you because we have been listening to these for years and years, so we can grasp the things and we have a very basic knowledge on Pali terms also, very basic, I would say. So therefore, the grasping ability may not be as good for us. So just take up the things which are comfortably, which can be taken comfortably, and take the things that you can match with what you know, and take the things that you can make use of for your life practices. So I think just take it very lightly, Joel. This is not something, not a very serious kind of discussion because some of these people who are listening to this are from different language, maybe different religious backgrounds, and they need something very simple. So therefore, we try to be as simple as possible. At the same time, we may be touching some sort of deep facts also. So take up what you can understand. Take up what is comfortable for you. I think that's all I want to say. Surangika, anything to add? Teruvan Sarnai.
No, I think that's right, Dr. Sakuntala. I mean, each of us on a, the point at which our understanding is quite different because the vibration is different. And there have been many a time where, we have listened to more profound aspects being explained by our noble teacher, and goes completely over our heads, Joel. So don't worry, everything, as Dr. Kokila said yesterday also, take what you can. If you think it's a bit too much, just forget it. And, just because once you touch the truth and you have felt it, as you recounted your own experiences a few weeks ago, it's there in the system. and you don't have to make an effort. You don't have to strive and, struggle at it or think, oh my God, I can't understand a single thing they're saying, or, anything like that. It is coming to you and it will come to you naturally. This is not something where we have to sit in a place or a posture and, have to think about it for 2 hours straight. Truth is there everywhere. Truth is in the sky that we see when we go out, in the way we walk, in our actions, when we brush our teeth. Everything, the truth is there everywhere. And there is nothing that needs to be changed in your routine as well, as Dr. Hawkins said. This can be seen, and the way it comes also, as she says, is it sometimes, it's not premeditated. The feel and the truth and the little points of understanding that will dawn on you also comes with such great clarity at moments that you don't even think of. Isn't it, Dr. Pokira? So that is the beauty
Yeah.
of the truth. And that is why, whilst there needs to be effort, there is also a great balance also there that needs to be. Just don't have to kind of do too much, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I just had an interest in the sermons and I just kept listening. And initially, I have just called Aran Hanse and has asked, then how does this happen? Okay, then how does this happen? It's just like an interrogation where we're trying to get to our point. But with his kindness, he just goes on telling, he understands our background and he will understand the question, where the questions are coming from. And he will just tell according to that. So that's how it is. So the human basic kindness, human basic, there's the basic goodness in humans which will be cherished. But understanding truth is will never spoil that goodness, never spoil anything in that sense. It will just augment it into the level of it will be super kindness. Actually, it will be super awareness. It will be, you feel everything and you feel kindness beyond your limits. You feel them basically. So yeah, that's it. And one day Joel might just help a person without even uttering one single word of these in your own way. And well, it's just the nature. It's just the nature. Understanding the nature is understanding the truth. Understanding the truth is understanding about this system and understanding how you feel all this and how you have burning. This feeling system is normal. Burning is abnormal. And we are trying to find out how to get rid of that burning. That's why people actually went in different paths and try to find the no suffering state. But believing in something is not good enough. We know that. Just believing in something because it's just a belief. But this one is here and now. You are in that beautiful state here and now. Not when you are, not after death. That's what I'm saying. So if we are in that tranquility here and now, yeah, that's it. So nothing much. Yes, Joel, do you have anything to add?
No, thanks for making it easy. because I was stressed out to practice it here and now, whatever I hear. So I couldn't do that. Anyway, now I know
No,
it has to.
don't try to practice it. It will come to you. Yeah, whenever we try to do something, it is stressful, isn't it? Yeah, we try to do something, it is very stressful. Just let it go. Just feel the flow, and you will understand how this mind works, how the mind is flowing, how suffering comes. Also, sometimes you might really laugh at it. Sometimes you might be like, wow, this here comes. And you understand what stimulus is bringing that back. And you'll be like, oh, okay, this perception is still a thing to me. That's okay. Because nothing is going to be rectified like next moment. That is a self need for us to, like, attain everything, get everything, have everything, entertain the six senses. But if you let the flow, the system to flow, and truth will be there, and you will start feeling that. And the more feel you have, less powerful the mind is. Whatever the mind says, it's okay. Mind will say something anyway. It's fine. So that's what I told yesterday also, because I felt the I felt you, the stress kind of thing again. That's why I told you, just take it easy. Because if someone is hearing this Dhamma and going to get stressed about that, that doesn't mean that we have done something wrong. Definitely that is something we have done, we as in the sense, whoever holding this is not helping you. We may be not helping you. So that's why I wanted to actually add that. So this is nothing to stress about. This truth is just there, out there. You just know the truth. You just know that in the mirror, there's nothing actually in the mirror. It's a mirror. Just know that. So don't we actually use the mirror though? We use the mirror. What's the big deal? We use the mirror. We don't break the mirror. We don't, cover the mirror. We don't sell the mirror and buy another mirror. We just use the mirror we have. But we know that the mirror reflection is just a reflection. Same. This dream is similar. It's just flowing. It's okay. You just flow with that without burning. That's the most important thing. So take it easy. As I said, I felt that yesterday. So take it easy. Take it light. Whatever said here, if it is too much, just drop it. And I think you have kind of got this sense now. But when we try to compare in our mind, or mind asks a lot of things, like when I heard this Dhamma, when Naranwanse is saying something, I'm like, okay, in science, this says, then how can I explain the science with what Naranwanse is saying? That's what I've had. I didn't have the other stuff. I just had the scientific things blocking the path. So now I know they are just perceptions. It's fine. So have I dropped the science? No, I'm still functioning, still treating patients. What's the big deal about that? I feel the patients more than I did before. So I help them more than how I helped them before. When they enter the room, I feel them more than I did before. Nothing is a problem. I listen to them. I feel them. I go by their burning points. No single word of Dhamma. Nothing at all. I talk only in these Zoom discussions. I don't talk anything at all out of this So, not inside the house, nothing. Not with nothing at all. If someone is have if there's a circle of people, nothing. I don't know anything. It's just I flow with them. Do you get the point, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Thank you. Thank you.
All good. So we'll. I think we are running out of time, so we'll stop the Zoom discussion for today. We worship our Ananse for giving this noble friendship with so much, truth about the self and the suffering. Thank you all, Dharma friends. We'll hand over the Zoom to the next Zoom discussion.
Thank you. Tevang Saranai, all Dhamma.
Tevang Saranai, Dhamma friends.
Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of shining
from all birth, liberative and from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath, wisdom of Asia, ever glow. Opening all eyes, wisdom of Asia, steady flow, Buddothpado, truth of life and truth of mind, truth no time can leave of birth and death made clear, the path of peace is always near, wisdom of Asia, ever we go,
Good morning, everybody. So let's start our morning Dhamma discourse. Let's observe something carefully. Right now, something is happening. You can notice it also. Seeing, hearing, feeling. You can observe those even right at this moment. It feels like the world is already there. Objects, things, meaning, the self. Mhm. But before all of that forms, let's go to the very beginning of that formation. Before an object, let's take a book. Before a book, what is there? Just a color, just a shape. In the simplified way, just some bunch of colors. And before sound, just sound wave, a vibration in ear, inside ear. Everything is fragmented, separate sense content. No object yet. There's no thing in it. There's no solid object there. Just some different sensor contents, raw experiences, sensor vibrations. And then, because of a natural phenomena, mind quickly moves to combine these. It happens automatically. Nobody does it. Now, those sensor contacts are joined together and has created thought. Now there's meaning for each and every fragment, sensor contact. Once the thoughts start to combine, create, construct, each and every sensor contact gets a meaning. Even though the thoughts are also created from sensor contacts, now we are using that same thought to interpret those sensor contacts. We are running in a cycle of the same thoughts and the sensor contact, believing in illusion. So now, once the thought is created, whatever sound or vision or smell, taste, any sense contact we get, we judge, we interpret from the viewpoint of the thought. Now, there is this illusory thing, solid object outside. But thought is nothing, even though it was a known creation of sense contact. We are using it to interpret. Now, what happens? Those sense of contacts. Let's take a sound as example. We hear a sound. And immediately we don't take that sound as a sound. We take it as an animal, maybe a squirrel, maybe a bird chirping, maybe a dog is barking, or maybe someone is talking. But that meaning, that information, that thing was not in the sound. As you can see, when a sound occurs, it's just a sound. Sound with a certain wavelength. That's it. It didn't say, I came from here, this is from there, this is the one who made that sound. Nothing. It doesn't say anything. Just a sound occurred and ceased. But this mind, this thought, it interprets back that sound as a thing, as an object, as a person. So that's why it is said this meaning was constructed, because it's a thought. Thought was constructed inside our mind with a combination of sensor contacts which are so this meaning, this thought becomes this interpretation of the sensor content. It's an interpretation, a build-up story, not the raw reality. What present in raw reality is just a sound, or just colors, just the smell, taste, touch, vibrations. That's it. Now let's dive deeper. When we kept using those thoughts since childhood, these thoughts becomes powerful. We start to create thoughts non-stop since the first day of we made our thought. And within those thoughts is another thing, another thought as a self. So that self is also yet empowered, increasing its power day by day. Now those has more power. This self has more power after the years. Since those thoughts has power, when those thoughts are taken as real, They result in emotions like happiness, sadness, anger, hatred. So let's take an example. A thought comes as the first they hear a sound, and then a thought comes as someone blamed me, and then suddenly emotions follows. You feel sad, you suffer, you feel anxious, you feel angry because you got hurt, because you got hurt because you took that thought as the truth, as reality. You believe that thought is real. You believe that they really blamed me. That's why those emotions follow. That's why those emotions make you sad, make you suffer. But it's not the one thing, it's not the reality. It's the combination again. Thoughts layering upon thoughts. Like we said, when the sensation appears, that thought says it's a certain thing, but it's not come as single. There's a self from another thought. Now, let's say you feel a touch, just a sensation, but the thought says, I feel it. I am feeling it. I feel this. When the thought appearing itself as my thought, I am thinking, I am doing, I am existing non-stop, continuously. But this ownership is not in that raw experience. Like we said, in the raw experience, it's just some bunch of colors, or a sound wave, or smell, taste, touch, vibrations. That's all, nothing else. That whole story, that ownership, everything is added after even the self. But now everything has become personal. My pain, my life, my thoughts, my objects, my people, my country, everything. But how did this become strong? Because no matter how we say it by knowledge, when it comes to reality, when it comes to practical world, you still feel as if it's real, strong as real. It's powerful. One thing, it's because repetition, stability through repetition. When we keep using the same way of thinking, when we keep using that same perception to look the world, when we keep using the same thought, it gets powered, it gets strong because of that repetition. Now the illusion strengthens. Same patterns activate again and again. This resonance repeats, same combination. So each and every time it gets stronger, powerful, makes it feel more realistic, more solid. Because of that, these thoughts, this illusion feels stable, like a really solid, fixed world, and a solid, continuous self existing in that world. Even though we can't find where the self is, we still feel somewhere there is a self. Even right now, when something happens, you still feel there is a self. You can't find where is this self, where is this self, but still there is this strong feeling of a self in you. If something going to happen, this self gets scared. Even right now, it happens. But it is rebuilt each and every time, not truly continuous. Like thought, like sense contacts, this self is also not continuous. It's rebuilt, a thought, each and every time. But like we think the vision is continuous, sounds are continuous, this illusion is continuous, this thinking, these thoughts are continuous. We believe that the self is also continuous, but it's not. That's also rebuilt each and every time. So now comes the shift. Once you see nothing is continuous and everything is rebuilt each and every time, it collapses the power of that object or that thought. When you see it clearly, when you see it yourself clearly, those are raw sensor contents. It combined creates thought. Those thoughts are used again to interpret those sensor contents, giving meaning, given interpretations, which divides more into illusion with emotions, thinkiness, ownerships, everything as how fake they are, as how constructed they are. This solid feeling, this strong feeling, as this illusion, as the reality start to weaken. Objects start to lose their power. Within that, the self is also start to losing its power. Not as convincing, not as heavy as before. It becomes slowly light, simple, calm, quiet, and peaceful. You can see how people, especially mundane people, are suffering because of this illusion. They took this illusion as the real. They believe each and every thought each and every object, this self, everything. They try to hold on to thoughts, hold on to objects. They cannot see that changing nature, that fake, illusory nature of it. So they try to hold on to it, even if it's something they want it more, or they don't want to lose it. Then they suffer because of it. If it's something sadness, then they take it as the reality and then they suffer for it. It's suffering, no matter how bad or how good it is. But once you see this through this illusion, this constructed world, this mind sensor created world, these thoughts becomes light. These objects doesn't feel as solid, as real as we feel right now. Instead, it becomes light, not from outside, but from this inside, from this mind itself. When you see it properly, you just start to see it as is, as its true nature, seen as something constructed, not the truth, not the reality, an illusion as it is. Okay. So now we'll return to before this formation, before this construction of this illusion, before everything. There's no object, there's no meaning, there's no data, there's no me, this self, this I, nothing, just emptiness, just fragments appearing and disappearing without forcing, without building. This experience, it's open, unfixed, and very light. Colors appears, sound appears, then as they are, then separate. Then the mind moves, mind combines thought, creatives, added meaning with them when they consider it as truth. They build emotions, add ownership, add clinginess, add suffering, burning. And once Those thoughts are repeated again and again. It stabilizes this illusion. Feelings, self, solid, real, important, powerful. But when you see this clearly, that all of these are built step by step, moment by moment. And when this is seen, the process softens, the structure loosens, and experience returns to something simple. Just come back to where it starts. Just fragments, simple sense experience, before they become something. Just this unformed, unfixed light. Mm. If you take this as just a knowledge, then it becomes another part of this illusion, this world, this story. But if you try to see yourself, if you try to experiment, observe it yourself, then you start to break this illusion. Not adding something to this illusion, but breaking that illusion itself. Even right now, look at something, try to see with just the color. Watch carefully, very quickly. This mind completes it, makes it an object, a thing, something. There is a pull, unfinished, uncomfortable. Why fragments feel unstable? Because these fragments, these sensor content, these experiences are incomplete, simple. Because of that, it's uncertain, undefined. This mind doesn't like that. It wants something, something solid to hold on to. It prefers clear, known, stable things. So it combines to create certainty, to create more solid illusion. When something is named and formed, or when a thought appears, it becomes manageable. We can recognize it, we can react to it, we can decide it. And also, it helps to communicate. But without meaning, when there's just raw experience, it's hard to control. It's nothing to control. So meaning feels safe. These thoughts feel safe, even if it's constructed. And once the personal layer comes, this self, this awareness, this myself comes, it becomes deeper, it becomes strong. This is happening to me. Now the whole story is complete. whole illusion is complete. Now it becomes important, not just a thing, no, but my thing, my options. Now it's even more important. It urges, increase the urge to complete, define, to hold objects, thoughts, things. You cannot stop it completely by yourself. You cannot force it. Only thing you can do is to see through this illusion, this construction. Don't fight the process. Gently observe. Just slow it down. See, observe yourself. Fragments, sensor contents, those raw experiences, and how they were used, how thoughts were created at that. Stay silently before completion, not forcing, not rushing. Just observe how this simple sensor content, let's say vision, you see a bunch of colors. That's it. But now carefully observe how those colors are separated into shapes, and those shapes start to become a thing, not a simple flat thing, but 3D mental construction, an object, not just the vision there, not just the colors there, sound is there, how they feel that hardness or light softness is there, smell of it there, taste of it there. Nothing is present right now, this moment, except the vision. But observe how all of those things were there inside this thought, inside this mind. Likewise, try to observe how thoughts are created. Thoughts didn't appear on their own in our mind. Thoughts were created, combining sense contents or experience. Without sense contents, there's no thoughts. And now we are using that same created sense content thought. We use sense content to create those thoughts. Now we are using that same thought to interpret those sensor contents as the truth. Look how we were deceived, how we were trapped in this illusion. We used what we used to make thoughts to interpret them. How fake this reality is, how fake this illusion is, how we were blinded by this illusion, this creation, these thoughts. When sensor contents appear, they are incomplete, undefined, just as it is, simple. But once the mind moves quickly, complete them, to turn it then into something, object, thing, person, animal, anything, it becomes clear, known, and rare, more solid, more heavier, because the unknown feels stable, because the unknown feels unstable, and meaning feels safe. Because of that, objects are formed, meaning is added, a self is placed inside it, and a world becomes solid. You can see the urge itself, the moment to complete, the moment before something becomes real. When you keep observing, when you listen to this sound and start to observe it yourself, it will slowly start to untangle this illusion. It can be done all by yourself, but slowly observe, listening to time and observing, experiment within yourself, seeing yourself, seeing within yourself. Stay there just before completion, when everything is still open in its raw form, still form, not yet fixed. Just colors, just sounds, just touch, just smell, just taste, vibrations, that tingling. There's no name, there's no home, there's no thing, just a sensation and ceased. No, it feels open, not fully defined. Now watch close. There's a subtle shift. This might start to separate, filter out, and recognize those sensibilities, each and every, not fully, but slowly form. Something is about to become a thing. Suddenly, it becomes a thing. It feels solid, not simple as it seems now. Solid, 3D object with texture, with a lightness or hardness or soft or a feeling, with a smell, with the taste. Now suddenly it becomes a thing. From that simple vision to an object. And with that comes there's certainty, availability, realize. Not only that, but also more details about that, more data, more information, how it was made, where it is made, what are the other colors, what are the other forms, a lot of details, which makes it vivid, more real, obvious. But All of those things are done, happen in the mind. Feel the power of that thought. Feel the power of that self that wants it, that has this clinginess, that suffering, that burden, that fire for it. It's a power. You can feel it. Now say this. Once this thought is formed, it feels solid. It feels solid from the mind, not in the real. It's all out of the illusion created by this mind. What we can see never change. What never change. It is as it is, some bunch of colors. But mentally, but from the mind, it was given a power. Now it feels real, solid, hard. Nothing happened in the vision, but inside this mind, this everything, this solidness, this strong feeling word, as if it was always there. You can saw it, you can see it how it forms from those simple second from colors, from sounds, from sensations and vibrations. Observe it yourself. Try to experiment with yourself. Is it really fake, illusional, as it is said to be in this Dhamma? Now gently, don't fully commit to the let it stay slightly open, not fully fixed, not fully solid, just form. You can observe it yourself. You can observe it yourself. Your mind gives power to this thought and make it a thing, make it a solid object, make it strong. You can notice it yourself. Fragments appear, simple, unformed. Then something, a subtle move towards recognition. clarity increases and familiarity goes with it. And suddenly, a thing, an object that feels strong, that feels strongly solid, real, is there. You can observe it right now.